I guess from a Gloucestershire point of view, take a couple of early wickets. They've got the night watchman in their sights first up. Scott Curry facing the first ball of the morning as Josh Shaw bowls it down the leg side. And Curry does not get any bat on it. Bracey sprawling to his left. As you say, record-breaking day. And then perhaps almost as pleasing, at least in terms of the outcome of the match, the potential it might have to affect it, the fact Gloucestershire were able to get those 5 wickets in that extended evening session. 133 for 5. As Shaw bowls now to Curry, who turns that one aerially down towards long leg and picks up the first run of the morning. Might be 2 because Middleton's not fielded it cleanly, but Curry wasn't really watching what was going on, so it is just the 134 for 5. But yeah, Gloucestershire were understandably delighted to have taken those 5 wickets. I think we felt that 4 would have been a number that they'd have been really happy with anyway. So the fact they were able to take that late wicket of Rehan Ahmed last night was really an added bonus. I think really they might even have taken 3, given that it was felt that there wasn't a great deal in the surface. Shaw is in and bowls. Rishi Patel facing his first ball of the morning, strokes a drive to mid-off, and there's no run. It was definitely felt that that ball change was important yesterday evening. Perhaps the most significant moment late on in the evening turned out to be when Rishi Patel planted a drag down from Ed Middleton out of the ground, and the ball was then changed. And the changed ball certainly appeared to do more than the one that they originally had. Shaw bowling to Patel, who's looking to drive, but there's a fielder at short extra cover, Ollie Price, who's able to stop it. So 2 slips. Bancroft has the helmet on at second. So showing what Gloucestershire feel about the pace of the surface. And Graham Van Buren did say, though, that he felt there was at least something in it in terms of a bit of pace. But after a day's sunshine, as is forecast, we'll see whether that continues. This is flicked away fine by Rishi Patel, and that is a boundary to a very fine leg. So Patel is underway. Shaw again just straying down the leg side. And Rishi Patel moves on to 55, 138 for 5. So 2 slips, a backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on, forward square leg, and a long leg. Certainly too square to cut that ball off. Last ball of the first over of the day. Shaw bowls, and driving into the onside is Rishi Patel. Not in 100% control, but it wasn't particularly close to any of the fielders on the onside, so he will take a single and keep the strike. 139 for 5, so 6 runs from the opening over of the day. But Leicestershire need, well, they need to bat all day, and even if they bat all day, there's a fair chance they still won't have avoided the follow-on unless they bat extremely quickly. The follow-on target to avoid it is 557, and you sort of feel Gloucestershire have probably resigned themselves to the fact that they're likely to need to be in the field for the rest of this match, however long that takes. They would have to take these 5 wickets very quickly, even to think about giving the bowlers a bit of a rest. But then even if they do, they won't have possibly needed the rest that much, because they won't have been bowling for that long if they take these 5 quickly.
Webster is in from the pavilion end, bowls full, and Patel is forward on the off stump, defending it out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, I'm not sure I'd use the word resigned. I think they're probably quite happy to...
Well, at the moment, maybe, yes.
Yeah, I mean, they know it's going to be hard, or potentially it's going to be quite hard work. It's a perfect day, actually. As I said at the start, the breeze is just taking the edge off the temperature, so it's not too hot out there, but not a cloud in the sky. Webster, in conditions that must remind him of home, bowls and is driven straight back past him by Rishi Patel. A lovely, lovely shot by Patel. Just it was a slightly floaty full delivery, and Patel hit it perfectly straight, just to the onside of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and no chance for mid-off or mid-on to get across to cut it off. So Patel has made a beautiful start, actually. He moves on to 60, 143 for 5. Carrying the Leicestershire torch single-handed at the moment. Webster is in and bowls. That's a better length, but not quite the right line. It's too far outside off stump to persuade Patel to play. He lets it go through to Bracey behind the stumps.
I mean, that shot, the on drive from Rishi Patel, was more like what I was expecting to see yesterday. He was kept in check by particularly Webster and Matt Taylor, who bowled a spell of 4 maidens consecutively. Webster 6 maidens out of 9 overs.
Webster bowls, that's well bowled, and Patel almost had a little feel for that one. Just at the very last moment, he lifted the bat away from the line of the ball, but Webster is impressed with his accuracy in this game. 9.4 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 17. At 4, may have been, I think actually maybe than the second he's conceded. But there's something of an old-fashioned English seamer about him, actually, the Australian. He bowls again on straight, and Patel playing across the line, rather. A lot of hands started to go into the air. He got plenty of bat on it as he pushed it out into the leg side. So the hands didn't go all the way. There wasn't an appeal, but as I say, he was pushing across the line slightly. One of the Gloucester ground staff already looking to walk a wicket. Clockwise, remember. Webster in, bowls. A little bit short on that occasion. Patel can go back and just turn it just wide of mid-wicket. Has to move across to his right towards square leg, and consequently Patel can both pick up a run and indeed keep the strike. He moves on to 61, 144 for 5. It's kind of irrelevant, the score almost, isn't it? That Leicestershire's runs at this stage, it's the wickets that's the relevant figure, and individual scores, of course, as well.
Yep, and for Gloucestershire, they're just thinking about a quarter of the way there. That wickets column. Patel just taking his guard again to Shaw. I think that short extra field has moved even closer. Ollie Price, as Shaw bowls to Patel, who turns it through the onside, splits the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on, and they will come through for a couple. So already moving far more like a, well, certainly the sort of Rishi Patel innings that I think of this morning. 63 to him now, 146 for 5. In the blink of an eye, he's added 12 already in just 2.1 overs to his overnight score. Yeah, I guess in a way, job 1 is to get the night watchman out, but just don't want it to turn into one of those, whereas this is flicked fine by Rishi Patel, and 4 more runs. What a flamboyant shot in the end with the follow through from Patel. I'm not sure if he was meaning to get it quite as fine as that, but it doesn't matter. It's 4 runs and it's the 150 up for Leicestershire. Shaw just clearly trying to bowl as straight as he can, but at the moment he's just overcooking it a bit, ending up down the leg side. Already one of the slips has been removed and they've got a short mid-wicket in place. Shaw runs in, he bowls, and this is edged but controlled fashion by Patel down through the vacant gully region and for another boundary. 154 for 5. That's a good job runs aren't mattering, because Gloucestershire are conceding them at a rate so far.
That's 20 off 13 balls this morning for Rishi Patel.
They're going for it.
Going for what?
Set it, get it batting
Oh,
again.
Get
Avoid the
900
follow-on,
and-
declare
yeah.
behind.
Well, maybe.
Get him batting. Here comes Shaw bowling, and a shout for leg before wicket, which never looked especially convincing, as Rishi Patel again was looking for runs through the onside. Just didn't get the feeling from this position that he'd really gone particularly far across, and I don't think Shaw really got both lungs into that appeal.
Yeah, going down a leg.
Yep, quite considerably. In goes Shaw. He's there now and bowls full on, off driven in fact, just to the offside of straight, and this is a glorious start from Rishi Patel this morning. This is sending a bit of a message. He's moved on to 75, 158 for 5.
He's played 5 beautiful boundary shots. Well, I suppose the controlled push down to third man might not come into that category, but some of the driving's been exquisite.
Oh, he's done well to get out the way, actually, as umpire Shanmugam, because that was following him. It almost seemed to tail a little bit off Rishi Patel's bat, and umpire Shanmugam's hopped over it beautifully. Shaw to Patel, who plays a defensive shot towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It ends the over, so Shaw's figures have taken a bit of a battering in the last couple of overs. He bowled a terrific spell last night, which culminated in the wicket of Peter Hanscom. Passed his edge and then got his edge just short of first slip, I think it was, and then the next over he bowled a full straight delivery with a bit of swing, which did Hanscom all ends up. And whilst it has to be said there were some questionable decisions, to put it politely, last night that went in Gloucestershire's favour, Hanscom's was certainly not of that variety.
Webster, second over of the day from him, from the pavilion end, is in to Curry. A very late decision to leave from Scott Curry, and it wasn't far from his bat, and nor was it that far from the off stump. So a good decision, I suppose you say, for Curry, who's 3 not out. Patel, 24 off 16 balls this morning. Has come out in a very different frame of mind. I think he knows this is a big opportunity, really. To say he's under no pressure as Webster goes in and bowls to Curry, who leaves a much wider delivery this time, is you're obviously always under pressure, but to a certain extent Patel can clear everything else from his mind and just bat as he wants to, really. It's, you know, there's no sort of, in terms of the game as a whole, there's no imperative to try and score quickly or slowly or whatever, just to bat, really. He's got a good pitch. The ball's older now as Webster is in and bowls. Curry, slightly shorter of a length delivery, gets behind it on off stump, sort of chops it down into the ground, not particularly prettily, but everything about Curry is a little bit sort of jerky. His every movement, the way he bowls, everything is a little bit angular, and his batting is the same, but it's effective. He's a tall, slim young man, and there's a lot of limbs, it always seems to me. In goes Webster, beautifully turned off his legs by Scott Curry. Might pick up 4. No, good sliding stop by Taylor, I think it is, out there. Loses his sun hat in the process, but made the stop and managed to save 2 runs just before the ball crossed the ropes there in front of the Uptonsteel stand. There's a good few people, I say good few people, 30, 35, something like that in there, basking in the sunshine. Lots of shorts out there at the moment. Webster in again to Curry, who leaves, and again that one snaked back a little bit, and it was taken to his left by James Bracey behind the stumps.
Does look to get some quite late movement, does Webster, and the ball that he got Rehan Ahmed with was kind of like that. You see it do a little bit more as it gets towards Bracey, but I think it does just enough and just enough late.
he goes and bowls outside off stump. That one dies a little bit into the pitch. A point Graham Van Buren made when we spoke to him last night. Gloucestershire's main hope in terms of the pitch deteriorating, quote unquote, is probably up and down movement. You know, a few balls staying low as much as anything, rather than the pitch sort of breaking up, although the sunshine might help a bit in that respect, but the amount of grass on it suggests that it will hold together. But there might be, as I say, that little bit of unpredictable bounce. Unpredictable as in gets low.
Shaw resumes his battle with Rishi Patel down the leg side. Beautifully taken one-handed down the leg side by James Bracey. That's just what he's been doing all season, with those sorts of takes, saving runs back there and creating dismissals as well by standing up to the stumps one way or another. Who's that putting in some sprints down there? Somebody's already at 11:15. The physios have been on whoever that is down there to get his work in for the day. Shaw bowls, leaning forward exaggeratedly to defend. That ball is Rishi Patel, one of the Gloucestershire 12th, 13th, 14th options. Chris Dent was still on the ground, but not exactly sure who that is over there.
I was going to say, Dent is probably the most identifiable of the Gloucestershire squad at the moment.
Identifiable, I like what you did there. No, it's
identifiable from a distance with his huge beard.
Quite see who it is. In goes Shaw. He bowls to Rishi Patel. He's got his line much better so far this over, drawing Patel onto the front foot to block out into the covers. Charlie Tier was at Northampton, but I don't know whether his loan spell has been extended. Of course, Gloucestershire have had to start scrambling around a little bit for backup keepers because of the really sad news that Ben Wells has had to end his professional career as driving his Rishi Patel into the ground, and it's knocked down at short extra by Ollie Price. I think mid-off would have got there anyway. But yeah, it was quite a moving letter that Ben Wells composed to Gloucestershire members, talking about how he was incredibly grateful for everybody that got him to professional cricket. It hadn't been an easy journey for him that far. He had to work hard. A lot of people have made sacrifices, etc., as is the story with a lot of these players. As driving is Patel towards cover, but cover is pretty deep, so it allows Ben Charlesworth, I think that is, to get across and stop it to his right, and there is no run. But yeah, to be honest, I can't remember whether it is exactly the same heart condition as caused James Taylor to end his career, but it is, if not exactly the same, it is very similar to that. Shaw, last ball of the over, in and bowls, and this is tucked away towards Bancroft, who's fielding it short mid-wicket, and there's no run there. So Shaw with a maiden over. That'll make him feel a little better after he got a bit of tap in his first couple of overs. 160 for 5 at the end of that one. But yeah, he's got at least one of the better stories for his last professional innings, as it turned out, scoring an unbeaten 100 against Durham in the One Day Cup on a torn hamstring, as he'd done that in the warm-ups, didn't sort of either know or report the severity of
genuinely
the injury.
Torn rather than pulled. Wow.
I think so. And well, it might have been a bad pull, but anyway, ends his career at least not out 107. But yeah, all the best to Ben Wells and his friends and family. I'm sure it's a really difficult time, despite having that last innings to end on.
Webster's brought in a gully and a short straight mid wicket as he runs in and bowls to Scott Curry on middle and leg. Curry, everything behind it, plays it carefully out to the short straight mid wicket, who is Ben Charlesworth. Capped Ben Charlesworth, everybody wearing caps except the two players yesterday who were wearing sun hats, who favour the sun hat, Ed Middleton and Matt Taylor. Webster is in, off stump line. Curry fiddles it forward, no, Rapsy out the call. He sees it going towards Middleton, who's at a shortish extra cover. Two slips gully, slightly backward point. Shortish extra, mid on, short straight mid wicket, square leg, long leg. Webster is in again on off stump. Again, Curry is solidly forward. There's an odd little twitch after playing the shot. But he registers determination in every movement, Scott Curry. He is, as I mentioned yesterday, I think I gave you his, I think he's been out once this season. Otherwise, I think his last 4 innings he hasn't been out. Number 11. In goes Webster. It's left by Curry. So Gloucestershire are likely to have to sort of prize him out. He's unlikely to give it away. Put it that way. So often you'll get a tail ender, particularly a sort of number 11 who can sort of hang around, but as soon as they start to try and play shots, they'll get themselves out. But Curry, famous last words, Richard, is unlikely to go in that way. In goes Webster, bowls, and Curry defends again off stump out towards Middleton. At least, well, once he's got in this season, when did he get that? He got 40 odd. Let me have a look. 44 not out against Northamptonshire off 75 balls. I'm just trying to think whether he played. He didn't do anything really expansive in that either. He just put away a couple of loose ones. Webster is in, bowls to him, slightly short of a length. He stays on the back foot and pushes it out to Middleton again. So consecutive maidens, I think. One obviously to Patel, one to Curry. They've settled into their lines and lengths, these two, I was going to say opening bowlers. Well, they've opened the bowling this morning. Josh Shaw and Bo Webster, Slugger Webster. 160 for 5 remains the score.
Yeah, he's certainly making a tidy impression, is Bo Webster, as you expected him to do, really. I mean, so you don't really come in with the numbers in the, well, his summer that he has without imagining that he would here, but a nice little not out with the bat to finish off the record score, and then that wicket last night. Here's Josh Shaw bowling to Patel, who defends the ball up towards mid-on. And to be honest, even though he probably only really properly lined up that huge 6 over the onside, I think it's still probably worth coming in person at some point to experience just how hard he hits, for example, the sweeper at long off and long on, even for some of those singles that he hit in that innings. Shaw bowls and tucked through the onside by Rishi Patel. This may well be 3, as it's a long old way out there, and indeed it's a pretty comfortable 3rd run, and Bancroft's going to save his arm a touch by jogging in a little bit before sending in the throw. 163 for 5.
Yeah, I agree. He's going to be worth watching in the T20, I suspect. Certainly, crowd at Bristol going to get a bit of a bombardment if he gets it right.
Yeah, I mean, it's, the thing. In some ways, the talk at the start of the season was that Gloucestershire felt better about their red ball prospects than their T20 prospects. 2 slips in place as Shaw bowls to Curry, who allows that one to go through to Bracey. In that, I mentioned this on on day one even, but in that all four of the South Group sides that made the quarterfinals ended up making finals day, and they were the same four sides as the previous year as well. It's just very hard to break in. You don't see Surrey not making it, you don't see Hampshire not making it, you don't really see Somerset not making it. Shaw bowls on the back foot, punching out into the covers, sliding stop by Ben Charlesworth, and there is no run. So then you're already looking at, well, the most vulnerable side, who are still stacked with talent, might be Essex. Gloucestershire's first game of the T20 Blast is their only game against Essex. They only play them once, so they're going to have to hit the ground running.
There, or
it is at Bristol,
okay,
which is potentially a bit of a bonus. Assuming it goes ahead, unfortunately the history of fixtures between Gloucestershire and Essex is a soggy one of late. Shaw in bowls, and Curry's had a go at that one, trying to force a drive through extra cover, and a play and a miss. Certainly put it up there for the drive. Did sure it wasn't an absolute half volley like a couple of the ones that Patel tried to hit away straight, but really good length, I think, from Shaw drawing Curry into the drive, but no edge found. Shaw finishing off this over. Bowls now to Curry, and he's tucked that one fine. Middleton won't get there, despite the attempted pursuit from long leg. And it's another 4 fine on the onside. So 167 for 5, and Curry is on 9 at the end of that over. But yeah, I mean, I think T20 wise, you sort of hope that the likes of Bancroft and Webster at the top of the order can provide some real stability, and it may be that Gloucestershire go away from, I mean, you sort of think they might have to given the way it went, because they were bowled out 5 times within their 20 overs last year.
Goodness.
And they really did have a sort of a, well, we're either going to score 200 or we're going to perish trying. I don't imagine, although we'll see, but I don't imagine that that's going to be the way that Mark Elaine imagines Gloucestershire are going to be winning T20 matches.
Webster into Patel, defends a good length ball, out into the offside. Ollie Price, who's come out to that short-ish extra cover position. Fields, he does have some cover behind him, literally. There is a man in a sort of fairly conventional cover, some 15 yards behind Price, as in goes Webster. Bowls, line and length, and forward goes Patel, plays it back down the pitch to the tall Australian. 37 this partnership is worth. Remember, it came together when Ahmed rather wafted at a Webster delivery late last night, edged through to James Bracey for 10, 130 for 5 at that stage. Webster is in down the leg side, and oh, I could hear the edge from here, so that's going to be 4, and Bracey was not far away from that one. I thought for a second he was going to get there, and Patel, who it's happened to a few times in his fledgling career, was going to get strangled down the leg side there. He does like the flick down the leg side, as we've already seen this morning, and he gets a lot of runs from it. Flicked at that one, very faint edge, and it was very close to Bracey's left glove as he dived to his left. As it is, he moves on to 82. Webster in again, straight, and played straight back past him out to Middleton at mid-off. That was close.
Yeah, it was. It was very low down, but I think it would just have carried, but Bracey did everything he could to get there. It was just wide of him. Enough bat on it. I mean, the fact that it was low down as well made it even tougher. You might have got more stretch if it had been a bit higher up.
Webster is in, drops a bit short, played in the air. Whether it stopped a bit, with that slight difference in sort of pace that sometimes happens, who knows? But it was played in the air, and it wasn't far to the right of Ollie Price there. So well, if he'd have been, what, 4 yards to his right, it would have been straight into his tummy. And it, not at a quick pace either. It would have been the simplest of catches. So, a couple of escapes, if you like, for Patel, as that one is cut away off the back foot out into the covers, but scrambling away to his left behind is Luke Charlesworth, behind Price that is, and making the stop. So no runs, but one or two perhaps heart in mouth moments there for Rishi Patel. He's moved into the 80s though. 82 not out of 166 balls. Leicestershire 171 for 5. Spin time.
Oh, coming on from the opposite end from where he delivered most of his overs yesterday. I think he bowled the last over last night from that end, but most of Middleton's spell was delivered from the opposite end. 8 overs, 2 for 31. Middleton's figures. Those 2 wickets coming in consecutive deliveries out of Kimber and Hill, albeit potentially with a little bit of assistance from some friendly decisions, but nonetheless he did bowl very well, good control, and bowled at a decent pace. See whether he can add to what is already a career best in just his 3rd first-class game. Leg slip and a slip as far as close catches, as Middleton bowls to Curry, who is forward and blocking solidly back to Middleton. The tall leggy. Graham Van Buren was pointing out last night the height that it comes down from. See too many leg spinners as tall as Middleton. As he moves in, bowls a little bit shorter and allows Curry to play off the back foot on the bounce to Bancroft. That short leg. I suppose you do kind of feel though Rishi Patel has come out in a really positive frame of mind. He's scored a good number of runs. But I guess Gloucestershire should feel that they're always in the game whilst he's playing shots. Middleton to Curry, who drives pleasantly, but
31 off 30 this morning for Patel.
Yeah. And yeah, I think on a slowish surface, you'd rather see somebody trying almost to find regular boundaries. I mean, he might do it for a long period of time, but Gloucestershire should be feeling they've got the runs to play with, that unless he scores a double century. Middleton bowls and cut attempted by Curry, which he misses. It's through to Bracey's gloves.
Yeah, you just got it's so many runs to play with. Toss them up to Curry. Say, go on then, hit over the top, or try and hit wherever you want.
They do have the field pretty far up. Middleton bowls and Curry doesn't have to play a shot at that one. Not tempted into another flash wide of the off stump. Van Buren is also pointing out, as I think I mentioned yesterday, how Middleton has really done the hard yards the last couple of years, bowling a lot for the seconds, taking good numbers of wickets for them as well, and good wickets as well. Middleton bowls. That one was a bit loopier, but turned round the corner by Curry to Luke Charlesworth. There's no run, so that's a maiden over to start with from Ed Middleton, his second maiden. 171 for 5. But he's not just, getting the lower order out, which you shouldn't malign that, I guess, really, especially as a leg spinner. Part of your job in the side is to polish off the tail, because so often sort of medium, fast, medium doesn't work in that regard. But yeah, he sort of announced himself with a gigantic partnership sort of midway through 2022 with Joe Phillips, who's another prospect Gloucestershire are hoping for big things from, but he's studying at Cardiff at the moment.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that Middleton got, I think, 150 odd, and Joe Phillips got 250 in a second 11 game at Colchester. That was when he first really took notice of him, almost with the bat before the ball. But we'll see. He's got his first team appearance this season.
Matt Taylor takes over from Bo Webster from the pavilion end. Bowls outside off stump. Left armour, of course, over the wicket. Rishi Patel lets it bounce through to Bracey. Changes in the field after that very first ball, but not in terms of position, just fielders sort of swapping, so to speak. We do have the short extra and the short mid-wicket in. Just the one slip. Taylor not perhaps anticipating too much movement off the pitch. Bowls to Patel, who clips to that short mid-wicket along the ground all the way. Nice looking shot. He's only, what, 15 yards from the bat there. Ollie Price. Good hands, took it very cleanly, just low down to his right. Just looking to see if there's no cover behind him, so would have been 4 had he not got there. Taylor is in, bowls straight, and Patel kind of walks forward a pace after having played a very solid onside defensive push. Price doesn't really polish the ball, just a bit of a cursory glance before throwing it to the skipper. Taylor turns, runs in and bowls. Lovely line off stump, and forward went Patel. Not a big stride. Thick inside part of the bat, sees the ball run out again towards Price.
It was encouraging to see Matt Taylor come back yesterday the way that he did. Certainly didn't look as though he was short on overs or anything like that, having also not played yet this season due to injury.
Kicks up his heels, runs in, bowls off stump to Patel, who stretches forward, blocks it out to the short extra. And then walks off towards short leg. 82 to Rishi Patel now, out of 171, so pretty much half the runs. Extras having a quiet day so far, a mere 8. They started well, but it was a flashy start. They've quietened down now. In goes Taylor, bowls again, fullish, straightish. Patel stretches forward, and gets an appreciative, albeit short, burst of applause from the Leicestershire balcony below us. You can hear her picking up the odd shout or round of applause in the effects mic. 171, as I say, for 5. 52 overs then. Run rate 3.3. It's kind of irrelevant. Gloucestershire's at 4 or above pretty much throughout their innings. 10 overs bowled this morning.
So the tall Devonian ready to bowl his second over of the morning in to Curry, who turns it just past Bancroft at short leg, but there won't be a run to Matt Taylor behind square. Certainly somebody who has not just put in the hard yards in second 11 cricket, but also at national counties level. It turned out for quite a while for Devon, did Middleton. Bowls now, that's let go by Curry, wide of the off stump. It's always nice to see people moving through national counties, lots of different paths to get to the first class level. Middleton in and bowls, and for the second time in the short spell of Middleton bowling to Curry, Curry's had a flash at a cut shot and hasn't made any contact with it.
Yeah. Well, having said that he's unlikely to get himself out, he's had a couple of good stabs at it, hasn't he? In the last couple of overs.
There's a little bit of drift there for Middleton. He bowls, and this is on the shorter side of things, so Curry can play off the back foot. He's certainly more than done his job in terms of, sort of classic night watchman's job of see through the previous evening and then get through the first half hour. Well, he's done that already through the first 40 minutes. Middleton to Curry, who push drives to short extra cover. There is no run. Plenty of precedent this year for big night watchman's innings. Matthew Potts, that was 146, something like that, he made against Warwickshire. George Garrett, I think, got into the 90s for Kent. Middleton bowls and an exaggerated forward defence from Curry, and it's another maiden over. So at least, if nothing else, looking to build up the dots, build up the pressure. Accuracy's been there again this morning from Middleton. Yes, he's had the night watchman solely to bowl at, but he's not giving him anything. And it's now 3 maidens in 10 overs, 2 for 31. Leicestershire remain 171 for 5, which is a deficit of 535 runs.
Taylor in past umpire Watts, bowls. Perfect line and length again. Patel can but treat the delivery with respect and plays it firmly back down the pitch. Curry lets it run gently through his legs. It's good. Lovely line and lovely lines and lengths really from Taylor, but nothing there for him at the moment in terms of the pitch. 1 for 30 for Matt Taylor, who is in and bowls again. Straight, or middle stump this time. And Patel plays it back down the pitch to him.
They don't really have the attack, Gloucestershire, to start trying to bang deliveries in short. I suppose maybe Luke Charlesworth might be the one if somebody is going to come in and bang it in. You've got the longer boundary to try and get Leicestershire to hit towards, but not really there yet. Still patience.
Taylor in again. Middle and off. Patel forward solidly out into the offside.
And actually they didn't really do that against Northamptonshire either. Even on that final day they didn't go particularly searching. Yes, they used the short ball, but it wasn't ever, even from the likes of DeLange, a real short ball barrage. He targeted Karen Nayer's ribs more than anything else, but it was never ball after ball.
Taylor bowls slightly fuller. Rishi Patel, having more or less got to the pitch of under forward defensive, just indicates with his right hand that there might have been a little bit of movement through the air.
But yeah, Actor, Goodman, DeLange, Singdale, all people that you might try a short ball tactic with. Goodman less so pace, but his height makes it really hard. He's got several wickets on the short ball this year, but this particular attack is more of a line and length attack. I think they've got enough time to play with that they can, at least for now, just think about trying to keep pressure on, use whatever funky fields they can set.
One of which is involving Bancroft going to a very short straight mid-on, maybe a yard from the return crease. Also short mid-wicket. Round the wicket goes Taylor and bowls. Forward solidly goes Patel. Again, there's no run. We're settled into an attritional phase, which is probably inevitable, I think. Patel took advantage of 1 or 2 over-pitch deliveries as the Gloucestershire bowlers looked for early movement. But Taylor very much line and length now. Turns. In. Bowls. Full. And he's given in a half volley to Patel, who has off-driven him. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be chased down around about 10 yards inside the ropes by Luke Charlesworth. Turns and gets his throwaway. Patel has to settle for a couple. Moves on to 84, 173 for 5.
Gloucestershire quite happy about that piece of fielding because it means that Curry is kept at Middleton's end. Yeah, you always feel with Matt Taylor, it's something that I mention pretty much every game that he plays. I mean, he might go a while without taking a wicket, but he's always been a bowler that if he does take one, he so often gets another. He's like that. He can go on these sort of rolls. Middleton it is to Curry. Really flighted delivery there. Gave that one a lot of loop, and at least the close fielders enjoyed it. Curry still able to play off the front foot and keep it out towards the offside. Slipping the short leg in close, but extra cover is very tight in. Not going to have a great deal of time if Curry middles one is Miles Hammond. Middleton bowls on the shorter side of things. Is it still worth bowling that sort of good? Well, it's not short, it's good length. Just means Curry can play off the back foot to the covers. But if you're going to get one that does grub, then it's probably the sort of length when it's going to be at its most effective if it were to shoot along the floor. Middleton in and bowls leaning forward. Here's Curry, plays it back to the bowler. There's no need for Curry to be thinking about scoring runs. Be a major victory if Leicestershire could get through this morning session, even maybe just losing the one, but Curry's got other ideas even about that at the moment. Middleton in, and Curry defensively playing into the onside. And for the most part, apart from those wide deliveries, it does seem to have worked out that as long as he just trusts his eye and his defensive technique, then really there's not a huge amount that is there to trouble him. Middleton bowls a bit quicker through the air. Curry's playing very straight back to the bowler. Still no runs scored off Middleton's bowling yet today. However, he's not looking as though he's particularly itching to score as Curry. They've sent out a deep point. So if Middleton's going to throw one out wide to tempt him, Middleton bowls. No, he doesn't. It's very much on the stumps and turn on the bounce to Bancroft for no run. So 3 consecutive maidens for Middleton. 173 for 5. So Middleton's economy rate has dropped down even below 3 runs per over.
Well, one imagines we're going to see Van Buren bowl at some stage, assuming he's not injured or anything like that, is he? But,
yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think Ollie Price would have bowled, but there's just are there any left-handers in Leicestershire's lineup other than Harris? Does Hull bat left-handed?
Yes, he does.
Right. But anyway, in terms of
he'll be number 11.
Yeah, in terms of frontline batters, you might have seen Ollie Price. They're a left-hander, but yeah, there's definitely a case for Van Buren to do some bowling against the right-handers as well.
Taylor's going to persist with the round the wicket attack to Patel bowls. Patel gets a delivery that's just short of a good length. Into middle and leg, just blocks it out. Towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Perhaps Webster might fancy bowling some spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Still 25 overs less that delivery to be bowled with this ball. As Taylor bowls, again, very straight. Again, an equally straight bat meets the ball and plays it to the straight mid-on, Bancroft. Claps his hands in a contemplative sort of way. Stands with hands on hips, then legs akimbo. Gets down, hands on knees. As Taylor is in and bowls on off stump. Slightly twitchily played out into the point area. Chris Dent's out there. Somebody's having a break already. 50 minutes into the day's play.
Sure, I see Ben Charlesworth.
Taylor bowls on off stump. Patel has settled into very careful defensive mode at the moment, waiting for the bad ball, determinedly so, understandably so. 84 not out, blocks it out to mid off. I mentioned already that he's got in every innings so far this season, a top score of 87. The first innings at home to Sussex, his third innings of the season. So into the 80s again, but it's hundreds and big hundreds that have the impact. Taylor in, bowls, turned off his legs, wistily but carefully on this occasion by Patel, more or less straight to Price, who's the shortish mid-wicket. And there's no run. Yeah, we might get the Angels out today, it being a Sunday. There's a chapter of Angels, as you know, based on Milligan Road. It does sound like one or two Harleys heading off into the countryside. In goes Taylor, bowls squares up Patel slightly, hence the ooh from James Bracey behind the stump. He's got plenty of bat on it as he pushed it out to mid-off. End of another very good over from Matt Taylor in terms of lines and lengths anyway. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 32 for Taylor now, but at the moment no sign of a breakthrough, a dent. Beard and all, jogs off. Who came back on? Not quite sure.
I think it was Ben Charlesworth, right. Possibly. He's gone out to field at cover. Didn't see him on the field before. They've got an extra close catcher now for Curry, who decided that he is just blocking, so
yeah,
leg slip, silly point, why not? It is Middleton to Curry. It's exactly not the delivery you want to see. Oh, Rishi Patel's come a long way down at the non-striker's end, but I think he'll get back, and Charlesworth fires it in, but Rishi Patel would have been home. You wouldn't want to see the ball a little bit shorter and on the off stump inviting the back foot drive, but Curry was never interested in the single.
He is a bit of a ball watcher, Curry, when he's played a shot. He does tend to admire it, rather.
Middleton bowls, loopy delivery, flick round the corner, and he's conceded runs for the first time, has Middleton. It will be 2 down towards fine leg. Matt Taylor in pursuit, and Curry moves into double figures, 175 for 5. In the T20 match that Gloucestershire played against the New Zealanders at the end of last year, Ed Middleton got, well, I suppose relatively known but not particularly worldwide known name out, as full delivery is poked to backward point for no run. He certainly wasn't the global superstar that he is now. Ed Middleton removed Rachin Ravindra, who went on to have that incredible World Cup. Just a couple of months later, he became the first New Zealander to score 300s in a single World Cup, and only one of the 2 men that he is named after, being Sachin Tendulkar, has more, as many World Cup hundreds under the age of 23 as Rachin Ravindra. As this is driven by Curry out into the covers. Another sliding effort from Charlesworth prevents runs. But yeah, I mean, he played some international cricket at Ravindra, but it wasn't quite as good a wicket as it looks now. A prize scalp for Middleton in that game. 2 slips, silly point and short leg now, so another close catcher as Curry plays late, just jamming it down into the ground. There is no run. Again, they're sort of putting Charlesworth back on the boundary as though they're desperate to give Curry the single, but he hasn't looked particularly like obliging so far. Nice to see this. 4 men round the bat for a leggy as Middleton bowls, and it's flicked fine. Middleton thought he was nearly through, but wasn't particularly. And Taylor fields at short fine leg, so still just the one ball that's produced runs off Middleton's bowling this morning. 175 for 5, but Leicestershire, the most important thing for them, they're nearly through that first hour, first of many, but it's a good start for them, especially with the night watchman still in. They're still only 5 down as they were overnight.
Both batsmen getting a drink, and that gel that Patel sort of puts on his hands, some sort of drying agent. From 12th man Matt Salisbury, startlingly clad in a red sort of a gilet, or whatever the 12th men are supposed to wear to identify them, that they're not cricketers or they're not taking an active part in the game. We're ready to go again. Taylor to continue. Bowled very tightly this morning. In he goes. Bowled slightly short. That's unlike Matt Taylor. Bit of a drag down and onto the hip of Patel, who calmly turns it down towards wide long leg. Bit of work to do for Shaw down there, but he did it well. Made sure that Patel could only pick up one, and such has been the amount of time that the batsmen have spent at their respective ends. Curry just checks his guard, takes his guard again from umpire Watts. He may not have faced Taylor yet. And consequently, there's changes to the field too. Bancroft gets the helmet. He's going to go in there at short leg. Bracey's both cap and hatless. You don't often see that, do you, wicket-keeper?
Bracey will do it occasionally.
Round the wicket goes Taylor. Bowls to Curry on off stump. That's pushed away into the offside. No run.
I mean, he did sort of feel that, I mean, after having been in the field for, how many overs was it in the end? 148.4 overs. He did feel that that evening session, especially as long as it was, it might present some challenges, but there's always the case that, I mean, Gloucestershire would have been buoyant after yesterday as well. There's always the feeling that things might be rather harder going this morning.
Taylor bowls, lovely delivery, bounce, and goes, I think, over the shoulder of Curry's bat there. That was a real effort ball, and he found something, Taylor there, a little bit of extra bounce, and Curry couldn't cope with it. Fortunate, arguably, not to get the edge. Let's see how close it was. Yeah, Super Ball went kind of straight through him with that extra little bit of bounce, really, and perhaps even over the top of off and middle. Good couple of inches over the top of off and middle, but even so, just a bit too good for Scott Curry on that occasion, but he survived. He waits with bat raised as Taylor is in again to him. Straight again, but Taylor on the back foot. Sorry, Curry on the back foot, everything behind it, pushes it out into the offside. No run.
I've certainly at least put the short ball in Curry's mind here. Short leg, short mid-wicket, a couple out on the boundary on the onside, and certainly not a run-saving position for Curry at this point. When's it coming?
Taylor is in, bouncer, but Curry has kind of been anticipating it all over, really. He saw it early, let it bounce over his right shoulder as he faced
have to play it either. It's sort of a bad situation, really, when you just know that you can duck it. You've got absolutely no need to play at the short ball, bring Gloucestershire into the game.
Taylor bowls, Curry thick inside edge, almost squeezed through. Bancroft dived to his right, stopping it on the bounce at short leg. Taylor trying everything to break this partnership. An hour has gone. Gloucestershire have yet to do so. An hour today, that is 176 for 5, so it's worth 46 now, of which Curry has scored 11. And after that burst of scoring first thing from Patel, tolerably entertaining first half hour or so, the day has very much settled down now. Wonder if they'll take Middleton on. I suspect not on 85. In the way that, obviously, we talked about it yesterday, that Ahmed was, quote unquote, taken down by the Gloucestershire middle order.
Perhaps he might think he can move through the 90s quickly, but I don't. I think it would not look great in that situation. Middleton bowls driving, timed it too well. As Patel up towards mid-off, who's fairly deep there, Van Buren. If he just plays it at a gentle pace up there to either mid-off or mid-on, then he will get a single. But he hit it too hard. Middleton there now, bowls, and Patel head over the ball. Sturdy defence to Hammond. Short extra cover is still doing his best to extract whatever he can out of that Duke's ball, but I don't think we're going to see it suddenly come to life. Middleton in and trying to guide this one through the offside is Rishi Patel. Hammond sort of sidesteps the ball for a little while. There's no run. At the very least, Middleton is giving them the kind of control that you wondered what Gloucestershire were going to do if Middleton was either hit out of the attack or couldn't provide them with the control, but they haven't needed to worry as this is squeezed off a full length by Middleton, by Rishi Patel back towards Middleton, who scoops it up with his right-handed as follow through.
Sussex all out at Hove, so Yorkshire need 183 to win the game. They're 8 without loss.
Middleton into Patel, forward defence to short extra cover. I was sort of wondering this morning whether from a perspective of either of these sides really, whether it was better to have Sussex win and keep Yorkshire down, or Yorkshire win and it just makes everything even tighter. It's probably the latter, because Yorkshire haven't picked up any batting points. Middleton bowls, he has tried to take him on. Bracey's appealing for a stumping, but Patel's foot was down. A bit of bounce there from Middleton, and I think just that extra fraction that it took for Bracey to move the ball to the stumps is what maybe has allowed Patel to get back. I don't think his foot was raised for very long, but I think it was up there. And a little bit of turn as well from Middleton, as well as that
bowled,
bounce.
Actually. Beautifully bowled. You're right. And it was a bit of a hit across the line from Patel. He got away with one there. He really got away with one there. Taylor continues round the wicket to Curry. Bowls Curry. Gets something behind it. Thick inside part of the bat, and Bancroft feels to his left at short leg, but just a sense of something may be about to happen. First hour has gone, but Gloucestershire would probably take 2, maybe 3 before lunch, something like that.
Yeah, I think they'd want, well, especially if one of them were Rishi Patel.
Yes. Rush of blood there. The previous over, Taylor in, bowls. Curry forward on off stump, pushing it out into the extra cover area. 11 off 60 balls for Scott Curry. 61 balls for Scott Curry, and said he was a hard man to winkle out. And that is proving to be the case. But in many respects, it's ideal for him, this sort of situation. Just go out there and soak up the balls, Scott Curry. 2 slips, short leg, short straight mid-wicket as Taylor is in. Bowls to him, slower ball I think on off stump, just held it back a bit. Curry, as twitchily as ever, pushed it out into the covers.
Not a bad idea that, especially with the catches in front of the wicket, and if Curry is trying desperately to get through that shot early, he might either spoon a catch or even be so far through it that he misses it completely. A good thought from Taylor, but still searching for that first breakthrough of the day.
He goes. Bowls, looking to leave is Curry. It bounces up and hits the face of the bat and runs down towards third man. I thought second slip was going to get across there and make the stop. Wasn't quite able to do so. Ollie Price is in there at the moment, and he actually raises the right hand in apology, and indicates that there was a bit of awkward bounce in front of him. He should have got across really. As it is, Curry picks up a couple of runs, his first runs for some little time. Moves on to 13, 178 for 5 within 2 of a 50 partnership. Whether valuable remains to be seen as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Taylor is in, and a very correct forward defensive from Curry. He's got his runs for the over, that'll do.
15 wickets in 6 sessions for Gloucestershire, so they do need to average more than 2 wickets a session. So, you know, a 2-wicket session, especially for Leicestershire in this situation, if one of them is Curry, they can see as a win, although Gloucestershire may say, well, we'll take 2 now in the knowledge that there is a second new ball available at some point in the afternoon.
Taylor bowls from over the wicket, and he bowls a bouncer. Curry ducks it nicely, taken by the hatless Bracey. End of the 60th over. Yes, I think I can finally say that, well, Leicestershire have won an hour for the first time in the game. Have yet to win the session. They've lost the first 6 very comprehensively. But as Ben Charlesworth said to us at the end of the first day, to win a 4-day game, you've got to win 8, 9 sessions. And 6 Gloucestershire have chalked up. Need a couple more.
Yep, they might even need possibly 10.
I've had confirmation about the Vuvuzela from the Stench and Benno stand. The club have banned air horns and blow horns this season.
Middleton in and carved off the back foot by Rishi Patel. Really good stop by Luke Charlesworth at backward point. I think he was going to get there and plucked it with his right hand.
Stench and Benno add, however, recordings of blow horns and indeed Bluetooth speakers are not banned. So,
gosh. Middleton bowls loopy delivery. It's driven and knocked down at short extra cover by Hammond, saving a single there with mid-off as deep as he is.
They found a loophole, it would appear.
Luke Charlesworth was warming up at backward point, so I get his first go of the morning session. Middleton bowls and guided into the covers where Luke Charlesworth will field once again. There's no run. It's sort of a little bit like a, you know, the sort of loopholes that drones have, in that, you know, you can go places supposedly that you sort of, you know, because nobody actually owns the airspace. The drone is entitled to fly quite low, actually, above most areas. This is turned into the onside by Rishi Patel and fielded at mid-wicket. Bo Webster fielded there. As you say, they sort of, they crop up in odd positions, Gloucestershire fielders sometimes. Sort of thought, who on earth is that there? And it's the Gloucestershire debutant Webster. Moved the offside sweeper up now with 2 balls left in the over. Middleton to Rishi Patel, who drives, and it was an awkward one for Hammond to deal with at short extra cover. He's not quite got the practice pitch ends to worry about, fielding a bit closer than that, but still not much time to read the bounce. No run. So Middleton working on another maiden over. Be his 6th of the innings. Middleton to Patel, who goes forward to that one and I think is beaten by it to end the over. This is beautiful stuff from Middleton. Real variation and just a fraction of turn on occasions, which has already caused Rishi Patel to shelve his attempted smashes down the ground. Just have a look at that one there. No, he hasn't played at it, he's played inside it. Tucked the bat inside. It was a bit hard to tell from this angle. It was not actually as close to off stump as I thought it was, so nope, not beaten. However, it was well bowled, and a maiden 178 for 5.
Charlesworth then from the pavilion end, having a few looseners. Good spell from Taylor, but not productive in terms of wickets. Not for want of trying though. Charlesworth's going to have a go, see if he can make the difference. Curry will be on strike eventually, because Gloucestershire taking time to set the field, and one of those fielders, Ben Charlesworth, is going to be a very short straight mid-off. In then goes his brother Luke. Bowls slightly too full and clipped off his legs rather neatly by Scott Curry out to the deep square boundary. It's cut off at long legs, so short at work down there. Make sure it is just the single. Curry on to 14. Lovely line. That. I'm not sure it was, but
it's probably a touch too far on leg stump, although it was, well,
it was,
if he'd missed it,
if
it would have been LBW,
it
but
would have been a
yeah,
shout, wouldn't there? So
it
yeah,
would have been plum actually. I
there's
think.
That.
However,
there's that. Charles with
did.
his shoulders rolling, runs in and bowls played in the air by Rishi Patel for the second time this morning. It bounces well short of Taylor, who's slightly deepish at mid-off, but was in the air for a long old time. The odd one stopping perhaps from this end in particular. They took that short straight mid-off out, who would have, well, it would have been a great catch away to his left, but he's going back in now. But he's going, it smacks slightly of following the ball, doesn't it? But he's in there now. Price. In goes Charlesworth and bowls. Played along the ground, past him by Patel. I'm getting my Charlesworth and my Price. It was Price, wasn't it?
Yep.
He's gone straighter now.
I mean, I don't know. I almost liked him where he was before, to be honest, because he's driven 2 there.
Now he's gone back to exactly that position. He went straight, almost onto the cut strip, but he's retreated 2 or 3 yards to a strip and a half away now. Straight mid-on, as in goes Charlesworth, and bowls played back past him by Patel. Should pick up, yeah, just the one, because Van Buren is deepish at mid-on, runs across to mid-off to field, and the applause is for the 50 partnership between Curry, who's got 14, and Patel, who's just faced his 200th delivery. He's got 86. How many to go, says Curry to umpire Shan Mugan, who's standing miles away at almost deep square.
Yeah, they seem to be standing even further back now, the square leg umpires. I noticed that with Martin Saggers last week. They were a mile back.
Well, they must have wonderful eyesight for stumpings or run-outs and what have you. Short delay because short leg. is going in. I assume that's Bancroft who just donned the helmet, and Van Buren, as a consequence, has gone up to that short straight mid-on position. Charlesworth is in. Curry right behind it, turns his wrists on the defensive push. Bancroft falls to his left to field. Good signs for Leicestershire that Van Buren and his bowlers are having to try, or are trying, funky fields as we sometimes refer to them. Being made to think as Charlesworth bustles in and bowls onto off stump. Curry half forward, drops it out into the offside, immediately raises his bat to Patel. End of the over, the 62nd of the Leicestershire innings. Run rate below 3. Really irrelevant. 180 for 5. Curry 14, Patel 86.
Yeah, and they've tried all their frontline bowlers this morning, Gloucestershire, and really they've not had very much to shout about, with only a couple of deliveries beating the bat. And you know, you knew there were going to be partnerships at some point. It was inevitable. The surface is too, at this stage, true for there to be a, you know, Gloucestershire I just never felt Gloucestershire were going to absolutely rattle through Leicestershire twice. Middleton bowls, he's gone big down the ground as Rishi Patel, and two bounces over the rope for 4 runs. So he went once and was defeated by some turn and bounce, but not content to be limited in his stroke play, Rishi Patel, and he struck that one very nicely over the top of mid-on and picks up 4 runs, 184 for 5.
Bracey clapped his hands. They shouldn't mind that, Gloucestershire.
No. It was a much more controlled shot from Rishi Patel. He was looking at a much straighter rather than squarer. That was his problem with the first one. Patel on to 90. Middleton bowls. Another flight to delivery, which is slammed down the ground for 4 more runs. So he's had enough of Ed Middleton this morning. It's going to give him something to think about. Straight as you like. 188 for 5, and I think with Rishi Patel in this mood, excuse me, it's over to you.
Well, he could go with another straight 6, but you never quite know. But well, he's got his consecutive boundaries. He's pushed mid-on back halfway. Van Buren ditto himself at mid-off, so it's possibly a single to mid-off. In goes Middleton. Bowls, he goes for the big one. Is it going to go all the way? What a way to go to your century. Rishi Patel, his first century of the season, takes off his helmet and his bat, raises it to the crowd and to the balcony. Marvellous effort from Rishi Patel. Without him, Leicestershire would have been in a really sorry mess. His 100 has come off 203 balls out of 194 for 5.
So he's got over half the runs, and this morning he's been much more free-flowing. He's such an attractive player to watch when he's playing his shots, and he fully deserves it after doing the hard work yesterday. He's come back this morning, cashed in, played some terrific shots, really applied himself even this morning as well as last night. Middleton bowling to Patel, who leans forward and blocks back to the bowler. There we go. One of those rare occasions where you hand off thinking there could be a 6 here. Normally what happens is 3 overs later they're still on the same score, but not this time. He had designs on getting through the 90s in a couple of blows, and that's exactly what he did. We'll see whether he keeps going now, or does he just reset himself? Middleton bowls to Patel, who turns quietly into the onside.
13 4s and 2 6s in his 100 for Rishi Patel.
Yeah, both off Middleton, the first being that massive shot over mid-wicket, which lost the first ball. It was then refound and then not used again. Apparently that is the regulation. If it goes out of the ground, they have to change it. Can't use it again. This is flicked off the boots by Patel. Webster for the second delivery running is called into action at mid-wicket. There is no run, so the first expensive over from Middleton with 14 coming off it. But again, I think Gloucestershire have got to keep him going. As long as he's still feeling okay in terms of the shoulder and not feeling like he needs a break there, I think keep him on. You still want Leicestershire playing shots. Indeed. Despite this flurry, they still trail by over 500 runs.
Talking of over 500, I think that's what Surrey have set Worcestershire at, 512 runs to win the game. Luke Charlesworth is in to Scott Curry. The Barnacle is forward and pushing the delivery gently out into the offside, and there's no run. But a very important role Curry has played. 14 not out of 68 for him. We have silly mid off, silly mid on, silly mid wicket, and a short leg, and a slip. As Charlesworth is in to Curry, who's turning it hard down into the ground. Bancroft inadvertently makes the stop. Timed that really nicely, Curry. It would have been just the one because it would have gone straight to the fielder at deep square, but sort of thumped into Bancroft. Bancroft's pads on the bounce.
He does save so many runs in there, Bancroft. I've seen some decent short legs. Tom Lace was an excellent short leg actually, but Bancroft, he does save runs there.
In goes Charlesworth, and this time Curry is going to pick up her, and he turns it past Bancroft out towards that deep square. Has to move to his left to field. Curry takes one, moves on to 15, 195 for 5.
Yeah, I think it's very much the situation for these sorts of fields. And we've seen one outside edge which went straight along the floor and down to the boundary. Nothing accidental about it.
Charlesworth in to Patel, who is carefully forward on off stump. Plays it out towards Price, no run.
And the more work Leicestershire can do in this session, Gloucestershire will already be getting it a little bit hot out there. The bowlers have had a fair amount of work, and it's going to be sunny all day today, and I think tomorrow looks pretty good as well, so it's going to be a serious shift if Gloucestershire are going to take these wickets.
Charlesworth bowls, Patel just has to check the shot. I think he was going to try and drive that away through the offside. It wasn't quite there to be driven. Ended up blocking it out towards Taylor at extra cover.
Can they impact sub Marchand de Lange in? There's not to say anything about the attack that's playing in this game, but
he's injured.
Yeah. Impact sub in the county championship.
Is this going to be? Is that going to be a thing potentially?
Innovation.
Charlesworth is in fullish on towards the legs of Patel. Turns it out towards Hammond at mid wicket, shortish mid wicket, and there is no run. 195 for 5. So 12:23. They've got lunch almost within their sights. These two. Partnership is 65 for the 6th wicket, but not that long after lunch, new balls should be available, or will be available. Van Buren,
yes,
about time, I'd say.
Time for some slow left arm rather than some leg spin. I will say though, I mean, I'm the sort of person who'll follow any cricket going. The story for RCB losing 7 out of 8 matches with a net run rate of -1. And then winning 6 consecutive games to make the knockout stage is quite incredible. Forward goes.
I think that's the
Curry
word.
Back to the bowler. So Van Buren, the latest Gloucestershire bowler to try and get this breakthrough as he bowls to Curry. Oh gosh, it was within 2 yards of Bancroft and completely the 90-degree angle away from him. Straight back up the pitch. Van Buren bowls. And Curry plays off the back foot towards short extra. Coming from that lower height, Van Buren, I guess the hope is that he might skid one through after Middleton from his height's been getting a bit more bounce as Curry leans forward, plays on the bounce towards Bancroft at short leg. Hampshire did something fairly similar to that. Was it the 2022 season maybe? As this is played back to the bowler. I think they lost their first 5 matches in the Blast a couple of years back, Hampshire, and then tore their way into the playoffs, needing a sort of massive net run rate swing on the final day, and of course being Hampshire, because that's always what they seem to do, they did it. As playing late, off the back foot towards backward point, Gloucestershire making an awful lot of noise for their captain, trying to make him feel as if he's oh so close. It's a maiden. Tidy stuff from Van Buren, as you'd expect from him. Normally very accurate. But an hour and 26 minutes have gone this morning with Patel and Curry still there. Bracey's going to stand up to Luke Charlesworth.
Patel has walked out of his crease a sort of couple of times after playing his shots. Charlesworth is in and immediately concedes a single onto the legs of Patel, who is half forward and then just turning the delivery calmly down towards wide long leg and walk jogging the single. Who's starts his second century, perhaps. 101. Embarks. It's a long start. No, it's a real opportunity to go really big. All the close fielders go in again as Charlesworth is in to Curry, who flicks down the leg side's appeal for leg before. He's going to run down to fine leg for 4 leg buys. It was a banshee appeal from Luke Charlesworth. Suggestion that Curry had stepped across and it had got in front of leg stump. We'll have a look at the replay. Well, he didn't get any bat on it.
No.
It wasn't the worst of shouts, actually. I'd seen a replay on that one. He had stepped across, and I just thought I saw at the end a little sort of a tiny amount of movement back in, but
yeah, I wouldn't give that, but yeah, I think that's still just missing.
Charlesworth into Curry, who defends. Could be a run. No, there won't be a run. It's going to be cleaned up at mid wicket.
It's a good field for an appeal, though. You know, with the short straight mid off and mid on, they've got great views. So, of course, right in the eye line of the umpire as well. So you get 3 fielders imploring the umpire to give it out.
Screaming for the decision. Didn't get it. 200 up for the Foxes as Charlesworth turns, runs in and bowls, flicking down the leg side, not getting anything on it, taken by Bracey.
I wonder if that might be a plan eventually. They're trying to get him caught in front of them. Yeah, whether actually, I mean, it's as long as you set the field for it, it's a perfectly legitimate way to try and get somebody out, and so often it's just a really instinctive shot to just try and flick it fine, and well, apparently that time might be already.
Yep. Well, that is because Bancroft has taken off the helmet and gone into leg slip, and Bracey is standing up to Curry. Charlesworth is in, bowls on off stump fullish delivery, not a delivery that is going to get Bancroft involved. Pushed by Curry out towards backward point.
I mean, if you're really going to bowl for the strangle, you probably do have to have both the leg slip and the leg gully, but of course then you can't have anybody at fine leg.
Charlesworth, what's he pointing at? Mid on? Mid on? Either way, there is no real reaction from Van Buren, who's at that silly mid on position. In goes Charlesworth and bowls on off stump. No, says Curry. having pushed it out into the offside. A slightly posh voice, I thought, there from Scott Curry. But the message reached Rishi Patel one way or another. He didn't attempt the single. Out comes Matt Salisbury with that drying gel for Rishi. Rubs it on his hands, has a drink. 200 for 5 off 66. Leicestershire. Patel 101. Curry 15.
So is Curry going to play for Scotland then in this T20 World Cup, or?
I'm not sure if he's been selected. Have they announced any sort of squad?
I can't remember whether Scotland have announced their squad. They
They're
probably
playing the
have
Dutch
by
at the
now.
moment, aren't they? They're having some
Yes.
warm-up games in
There's a
at
sort
The
of
Hague.
triangular series, I think, isn't there, with them and
Ireland
and
as well.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Van Buren bowling full, fired in. Patel digs it out into the covers. In fact, I think there's one of those games which is what's Netherlands against Ireland today. 3 o'clock. Van Buren, fly to delivery, turned away, fielded at short leg.
Yeah, they beat Scotland yesterday, didn't they, the Dutch? The Dutchies,
Yes.
as Colin Ackerman always used to call his teammates.
Quite comfortably. Round the wicket goes Van Buren and tapped out into the offside for no run. Former Gloucestershire player Paul van Meekeren playing in that game, picked up 1 for 23 from 3 overs. Van Buren bowls, driven on a couple of hops to Hammond, and there's no run. Brad Curry is playing in that game for Scotland, but Van Buren is in, driving again to Hammond at short extra cover. I'll see if I can find the squad lists at the end of the over. So Van Buren is threatening to start the way that Middleton did with back-to-back maidens today, and he will do so. Again, it's very quick through the air. Patel is playing it comfortably enough in defence. So 200 for 5 as Van Buren has 2 overs and 2 maidens, and over an hour and a half has passed. Gloucestershire have yet to pick up a wicket. It's not as though they've looked flat or anything following a spectacular day yesterday. I don't think I could really fault them for really anything that they've done in terms of the bowling. They're looking to stay patient, but as yet they've not managed to get maybe the bit of luck it might take to open things up.
Charlesworth into Curry. Nicely clipped away off his legs down towards long leg for a single. Wistily. 82 balls, 83 balls he's faced now, Scott Curry for his 16.
Yep, the squad has been named. Brad Curry is in there, but not Scott. It will be sooner rather than later, you'd think, if he's available.
Charlesworth to Patel. He's in position very early for that forward defensive. Bounces down and up towards the short mid-off. Not quite silly.
Gloucestershire loanee Charlie Tier is in that squad. He's on loan from Sussex, but I suspect he'll be the backup keeper in that. Only 19 years old, Charlie Tier.
Charlesworth looking for the Yorker. There is dust as it's dug out by Patel, having pushed it to Van Buren. At shortish mid-wicket, examines the bottom of his bat, makes sure all is still well, and Bracey puts the helmet on and marches up from his position well back to behind the stumps.
Quite a few county players in that Scotland squad, with Brad Curry, Michael Jones, Brad Wheel.
Charlesworth bowls. Patel forward and then glances back, thinks it might be running back towards the stumps. Thick inside part of the bat and pad, and trickles actually towards about sort of second slip. It was a long way away from the stumps, but Webster finds himself there at the moment. So Luke Charlesworth, apparently known as Mitch.
Mitch?
That was the shout, come on Mitch.
Oh. That's not what I think I've heard before.
Okay. In he goes, bowls. Patel forcing off the back foot, looking to force. It isn't quite short enough. It's short of a good length, but didn't quite get up. And Chris Dent's on at sort of extra cover. Might mean Taylor's off, looking for the other sun-hatted.
Yes, I think
Middleton's at square leg.
Disappear down below us.
Okay. Might get the new ball after lunch, Matt Taylor. See if you can swing it a bit. Price goes in close-ish at that very straight mid-off position. Charlesworth is in. Patel has forced it away through the offside. It was the same ball, just that fraction shorter, exactly where Patel wanted it, really. Dent puts in a massive slide and throws sufficiently quickly to prevent a third. Good work by Chris Dent, indeed. Saved a potential single. They probably would have got it for the throw, but he slid miles there.
He's so quick, as Chris Dent. He's got a beautiful sprinter's action, a sort of powerful arm movements, and I think it's fair to say there would have been a third to Matt Taylor. I don't think he'd be too disappointed in me saying that.
Patel has got going again, 103 off 221, having reached his 100 off 203, so 18 balls for those 3 runs.
I must say, with that T20 World Cup, I think possibly most looking forward to seeing Uganda, as Van Buren starts his third over. It's worked into the onside for no run.
Why is that?
Well, it's just terrific to see a new nation at a World Cup.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Qualifying over Zimbabwe. Yes. Round the wicket goes Van Buren and the forward defence, including 43-year-old Frank Tsubuga, 43 years of age, and he'd be closer to 44 than his 43rd birthday, as this has turned into the onside for no run.
For some of us, that's a very young man. Right for you. Not but a lad.
Should be exciting. As he's sort of dinked that one as Curry is.
Determined to
just
get
dropped
forward,
the pace on it a little bit, yeah. He's sort of waiting there for it, waiting, and then there it is. He has been bowling very quickly for the most part, as this is left by Curry outside the off stump. And continuing what we saw from Middleton at that end, Van Buren could repeat what Middleton did with 3 maidens then to start this spell. Deep points back, as, oh, is he going to concede a run? Yes, he is. It's just been tickled off the educated outside part of the bat from Curry towards a short third position, and it spoils everything. 204 for 5. No, I think actually Gloucestershire were still wanting Curry to take that single, moving a sweeper out. It's 3-2-1-0. Van Buren's figures 204 for 5, and time for spin at both ends.
Yeah, Middleton's coming back at the pavilion end. 2 in 2 balls yesterday evening. No joy so far this morning. It's going to be bowling to Curry with a short leg slip, and we're going to get a silly point. How close is he going to go? He's got the helmet on. Going to go very close indeed. Is that Miles Hammond under that lid there? Couldn't get much closer. Middleton is in. Back, there's an appeal for leg before, but it was clearly two noises, and hence the fact Middleton's appeal was sort of choked off. It was a very gentle delivery indeed, and Curry went back. Tried to play it off the pitch and was a little bit fortunate just to get a little edge on that as it thudded into his pads. Middleton is in. Bowles drops a fraction short. Curry goes back and plays it firmly back down the pitch. Middleton himself feels, and he wants to show the ball to Graham Van Buren. It is almost 70 overs old. Van Buren, very cursory glance, throws it straight back. Something of a shrug, really. Middleton has to wait because Van Buren is sending Webster. Is that Webster jogging in?
Yep.
2 second slip. So 4 close catches. Shaw goes from square leg to behind square. Middleton bounces in and bowls. Curry just nibbles it around the corner. Should pick up 2. Shaw chasing back towards the electronic scoreboard. Picks up and throws. Overthrows, actually. Overthrows Bracey, who raises his left gauntlet in warning to those backing up. The backing up is completed successfully, so no buzzers. But Curry on to 19. 206 for 5. Middleton in again to Curry, who plays it firmly down the into the ground off the back foot. Off leg stump, bounces towards Bancroft, who stops it at the second attempt, sort of knocks it up and then grabs it. Trees rustling in the breeze, presenting a lovely sight behind the electronic scoreboard there. Goes Middleton, fuller delivery. Again, Curry staying on the back foot to the leg spinner. Just turns it around the corner, but no chance of a single. There's a leg slip now. So this silly point has gone to leg slip as Middleton is in. It is a tossed up delivery forward this time when Curry and got to the pitch of it, pushed it out. And the offside, no run. End of the 70th over of the Leicester innings, 206 for 5. Partnership is now worth 76 between these two. Just 3 of those runs came yesterday. 73 then this morning.
The rotation continues with Luke Charlesworth coming off the field. Dent back on, lurking at backward point.
I once asked the groundsman what the trees were all round the ground, expecting him to know, of course.
Yeah.
Didn't have a clue.
Buren bowls driving down to long off Rishi Patel.
Types of grass, no problem. Trees?
I must say I'm not as good on those as I should be. Single to Rishi Patel, 207 for 5. Moves him to 104. Flurry to get to the century, and just 4 runs since. Van Buren to Curry, who's working the ball through the onside towards mid-wicket. So it would be a... Well, I mean, obviously they can't exactly be choosy about the time they take their wicket, but if they could just prize Curry out and give the new man a 10-minute period or so before lunch. As Curry drives, that's a nice-looking shot, but Dent fields to his right-hand side at backward point. Still, I think they could go on the attack for a few overs, but really, as Van Buren bowls and blocking on the front foot Curry, you kind of get the feeling Gloucestershire are thinking, well, let's rattle through these overs of spin before that second new ball, keep the seamers as fresh as we can and go then. A very slow delivery through the air from Van Buren, which Curry has to wait an eternity for again. Just kills it down into the ground. Again, they're offering Curry that single through the offside. He basically just block it and run. 2 slips and a more like a silly mid-on now, and Van Buren bowls it extremely quick outside the off stump, and Curry doesn't play a shot. So just the single off the first ball of that over. 71 overs gone in the innings, so 9 overs remaining until the new ball is available, and they should be able to get through a fair few more at that rate, with 15 minutes still to go until lunch, and Middleton and Van Buren bowling at opposite ends. Van Buren, we might have to get the clock on him next over.
Yeah, I suspect during the lunch interval the over rate will change. It's still showing level at the moment. We've had a fair few overs of spin this morning. We'll get a few this afternoon as well. Middleton is into Patel, fullish delivery that is gently driven past Middleton. Taylor's deep-ish at mid-off, sort of halfway back, so it's the most comfortable of singles for Rishi Patel. Quite happy to take it off the first ball of the over. I think we're rather beyond the stage where Patel is looking to protect Curry. I don't think we had that stage at all, did we, really?
No.
He's always been happy to take one. Curry surrounded. 2 slips, leg slip and short leg. As Middleton is in to him, he's forward, defending competently out into the offside. Yeah, I suppose the mistake is to think of ground staff as sort of specialist gardeners. That they kind of are, but they aren't in a way. There probably are some who can sort of know about flowers and things like that. Middleton is in, drops very short. Quicker delivery. Curry off the back foot forces out into the offside, but can't get it past the diving point.
I'm not saying bowl long hops, but sometimes I think it is good just to throw in something completely different. Just so in the mode of sort of lean forward, defend, lean forward, defend. You sort of felt that a bit with Proctor last week, out to that filthy full toss.
Middleton is in, Curry is forward, dropping the ball dead. It lands and stays completely still in front of him. Bancroft leans forward and picks up the ball. Over 100 for Curry in terms of balls faced now. 103 of them. 19 to him. Middleton has brought up his 50. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Curry. No run. 16.5 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 50 for the young man. Haven't seen an awful lot of evidence of a sort of googly or
yeah, it's sort of more like a top spinner, probably.
Yeah.
Variation.
In he goes and bowls, and it's a nice delivery, but it is a leg spinner. It doesn't really turn. Forward on the off stump goes Curry, and that is the end of the over. 208 for 5. Patel 105. Not exactly been becalmed since reaching his 100, but he went to his 100 with 446 off consecutive deliveries. Since when he's been all care and circumspection again.
Aha, Ollie Price. I thought I saw him doing a little bit of exercising in the slips, so Gloucestershire are going to get through basically all their frontline options. I suppose the others that haven't bowled, I'm not sure that Ben Charlesworth is really bowling these days, which is a shame, because he used to bowl some really quite useful outswingers which could and often did come on and break some quite well established partnerships, but I think the shoulder issues that he's had over the years, I'm not sure he's going to be doing much bowling again. We'll see, but for now it's Ollie Price with his off breaks. And bowling now to Patel, who has hit this one in the air down the ground towards long on. It will be 2 bounces and then spin slightly awkwardly on the long on fielder. I think that's Shaw out there. He takes a single, but that move very nearly worked. A surprising decision from Patel to try to take long on, given that there's 10 minutes to go until lunch. Planted that front foot and swung, but fortunately for him, he didn't hit it slightly better. Hit it badly enough that it fell a long way short of.
He's sort of trying to hit towards mid-wicket, wasn't he? But it, as you say, hitting it in the air.
Really the closest thing to any sort of a false shot it feels as though we've seen for about an hour.
There was the Middleton one, wasn't there? The swing and a miss. That was, as you say, a good hour ago almost.
Price bowls, Curry drives, bottom-handed drive towards mid-off. Certainly looking as though they want to get after Ollie Price in a way that they haven't with Van Buren or with Middleton. That bring him into the game. Price bowls, no shot there, very wide outside the off stump. Miles Hammond has been bowling some sort of away swingers in the warm-ups, but I don't know whether those are match ready yet, but he's been doing that quite a bit this season. Price bowls, Curry blocks to cover. But yep, James Bracey's got a list A wicket. No idea what Cameron Bancroft bowls. Price in, bowls and played towards mid-wicket for no run. Who knows, we may yet see what Bancroft bowls.
No doubt we'll hear cries of "get your pads off, Jimmy" soon.
Yes.
Not yet. One solid partnership.
Price completes his over and Curry drives it to cover. So one run from the over and minor opportunity created. 209 for 5, so 8 minutes to go until the lunch break. But the worry for Gloucestershire really is, and I know you can't always say this, but if the night watchman is there for 110 deliveries and the closest you've got to getting him out is a strangle down the leg side that Bracey couldn't reach and an inside edge onto pad in 110 deliveries, they've still got to try and get Cox, Mike, Scriven and Hull out even this innings, never mind Leicestershire's top order the second time around.
Middleton into Patel, who's forward, pushing towards point, and there's no run. Long off is now out for Patel. Mid on, Van Buren is deepish, but you know, only about a third of the way back, whereas Taylor is 5 yards inside the ropes. As in goes Middleton, driven by Patel, but once again, good work at point. Prevents the single. Price there. There was a sweeper out on the offside boundary, or not quite on the boundary. Charlesworth there as Middleton tosses that one up, almost a full toss, but Patel can't quite get it through. Diving to his right at shortish. Extra cover. Hammond makes the stop. Not cleanly, but does what's needed. Middleton bowls. Patel gets a ball that bounces, turns and beats him out of the blue. A little bit of a bounce, a little bit of pace, a little bit of turn. Yeah. Beats the outside edge.
Beating him genuinely rather than him going for a big shot.
Immediately Webster is sent back to second slip from mid-wicket.
I mean, it's not exactly turning square, but it does enough that
Maybe.
the outside edge might have been taken, worth getting him in there at second.
And goes Middleton and bowls. That one doesn't turn as much, and Patel can deal with it. Well, Van Buren said it. The sun might just start to dry it sufficiently to break up the pitch a little bit. Maybe it'll happen. Long time to go. 5 more sessions potentially for Gloucestershire to take these 15 wickets. There'll certainly be another over after this in this session as the field comes in. Middleton goes in and bowls. Patel goes back and sort of wristily tries to work it towards mid-wicket. Gets a bit too much of it. The ball runs out to Van Buren. So no run, and Curry will be on strike, and given Price bowled, we should get 2 more overs, I would think, before lunch. And we have reached the sort of 64 over point, so they bowled a 32 in the session already. We'll get 2 more, hopefully.
How exciting.
Huzzah.
We might even finish. No, I can't say it.
Could get more than the minimum.
Well, it's the attitude that Yorkshire took in the opening game of Gloucestershire's season. Ollie Price bowls to Curry, who keeps that one out on the front foot. Yorkshire just pretty much on that final day, as they were pushing for wickets with that Kookaburra, they had spin at both ends nearly all the time. It just looks as though they decided to go with quantity in terms of overs at times. Price is in bowls, well, that does stay down a fraction, but not enough to sneak the ball underneath the bat of Scott Curry, who went back and prodded. From this off angle, he's sort of having to guess exactly how much it did stay down. Perhaps not as much as it looked. As Curry is quietly, softly tapping in defence again. It's as though he's had that sort of period where he played a couple of shots now and is very much focused on making it through to the break. Price bowls quicker. Again, he's happy to go back is Curry, so Price thinking he might just zip one through, but nope. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Probably the penultimate one of the session, as Curry gets a big stride forward, blocks and goes for another wander. He has been mostly Leicestershire's Brigadier block this morning, as Scott Curry, this will be his 116th ball faced in the innings, and once again the defences are not breached. So a maiden from Ollie Price. Gloucestershire are at least succeeding in rattling their way through to that new ball, but you do start to feel the new ball will have to provide probably not even just one, but multiple breakthroughs. But the fact that Leicestershire haven't knocked Gloucestershire's spinners around has meant that each of the seamers has only just had the one spell this morning.
So Middleton will bowl this final over before lunch. 4 close catches around Rishi Patel. He turns the delivery towards one of them along the ground. Bancroft to his left at short leg makes the stop. Middleton drops. I thought he was going to be a touch short there. Patel was already on the front foot in anticipation, however, had to wait for it. It duly arrived, blocked into the offside. Hammond, who's back in sort of in the batsman's eye line at almost silly point, silly mid-off if you like. Patel's going to pick up runs there as he clips that one away off Midland leg down through Bancroft along the ground. I think it went between his legs out towards, it's usually Shaw down there, I think it is. Deep backward square. One is taken. Patel 107. So Curry has 3 balls to face before lunch. The clock is actually still only showing 12:59, so you never know, might squeeze another in. Middleton is in. Curry leaves rather dramatically outside off stump. Should do a spot of gardening at this point just to make sure. Umpire Shun McGann has made sure he's gone back a long way at square leg, hasn't he? It's going to be a long. It's 1 o'clock now, so we're all safe for lunch after these couple of deliveries. Middleton is in. Back goes Curry. Turns it to Shaw, who's come into a sort of on the 45 behind square on the leg side. Curry went for a sort of little walk after the ball then.
I didn't get the impression Gloucestershire were desperate to rattle through this over, were they? Yeah, happy enough with the overs they bowled this morning.
Middleton, final ball of the session, is in and bowls, and Curry is forward defending, and Leicestershire have got through the entirety of the morning session without losing a wicket. 210 for 5, having begun the morning on 133 for 5. Rishi Patel has gone from 51 to 107, his first century of the season. Came off 203 balls, hit 13 fours and went to his 100 with the second of 2 maximums. Scott Curry has battled through admirably from Leicestershire's point of view. He was on 2 not out off 12 balls overnight. He's now on 19 not out off 119. Gloucestershire, a few smiles as they leave the field, but it is a slightly weary trudge. Again, no clouds around. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground to see if the afternoon session continues in the same vein. That's the applause for Rishi Patel as he leads the players off the field, takes off his bat, takes off his helmet and his gloves and his pads, as does Scott Curry. Leaves them out there to dry in the sunshine. We'll be back with you in around about 38 minutes time. Now from Ed Seaborn and myself, Richard. So good afternoon, Steel County Ground. perilous, still perilous, but really rather poor effort yesterday. 133 for 5 in response to Gloucestershire's 706 for 6 declared. Well, they're now 210 for 5, and the fight back led by Patel, who went to his first century of the season. And Leicestershire's opener will resume on 107 not out, and just as admirable in its own way, the efforts of Scott Curry, the night watchman, who resumed on 2 not out, and will resume his innings again on 19 not out. So just 17 runs scored by Curry from 107 deliveries, but he's still there, and that is what matters as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 76 overs have been bowled in Leicestershire's first innings, so the new ball, if taken, and I suspect it might be, only 4 overs away. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire, and myself, Richard Ray, of BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game, as Luke Charlesworth takes up the cudgels on the part of the visitors.
So maybe 2 overs of a short-pitched barrage as he starts off with a ball which is a long way down the leg side, and Patel has nothing to do with it. You'd guess Taylor and Shaw, although maybe Webster might even take the new ball, we'll see. 2 of those 3 anyway, so I guess this is just a quick try with this old ball, see whether Leicestershire want to have a go at Charlesworth. Very fine leg. There's that long stop position with Ed Middleton basically almost behind brace, but just to the offside, as onto the hip this delivery from Luke Charlesworth, and round the wicket to Patel is turned for a single behind square. 211 for 5. Don't mind this as a ploy for a couple of overs, because it's only really for a couple of overs. Might as well, if they hit a couple of boundaries, so be it. I guess maybe a couple of overs of spin from the other end to see them to this second new ball, and then you feel that has got to come off for Gloucestershire. I think really all their remaining new balls in this match have probably got to come off, because that is probably where they're most likely to pick up their wickets. Quite a fine leg slip, a short leg and a gully, as Luke Charlesworth bowls short and Curry sees it early and ducks under it. Hammond at fine leg. There's no long stop for Curry, probably because with Patel they were expecting him to have a pull, so maybe top edging it. With Curry, more likely to possibly fend one off to one of those close fielders. There's a short extra. Van Buren standing glaring at Curry as Charlesworth bowls down the leg side, and Curry has not had anything to do with that one. I think that was just 2 for the over from the umpire rather than a no ball. Yeah,
he stuck out his left hand, but he's got 2 fingers. Oh, hang on.
Oh, he's coming over the wicket now.
Okay, right. Okay.
Obviously don't understand umpire Shanmugam's particular version of semaphore signalling. He has been doing a lot of twirling around of the arms and things at times, just to keep the circulation going, seemingly. Charlesworth is over the wicket, then bowling to Curry, who is defending into the covers. There is no run. It is a bit of a hiding to nothing, really, bowling short, banging it into a really quite slow now pitch, and also with a ball which is just about to be given to the dogs to play with. Can't imagine it is in magnificent condition at this stage. 3 overs left after this until the new ball's available. Silly mid-on goes in place as Charlesworth bowls, and it's flicked wide of leg slip. Was in the air, a leg gully might have been interested, but had the fielder fine, so 1 run, and Curry moves on to 20. So he's now added 18 runs today, 212 for 5. I almost had to, not that this is entering Leicestershire's thoughts at all, because they're wanting the points for the draw, but I'd almost had to remind myself that there were still bonus points available, because it feels somehow as though, because Leicestershire are effectively batting for the rest of this match with trying to not concede wickets, it sort of feels a little bit like the second innings, but of course it's still the first innings, so 1 more wicket for Gloucestershire would get them a second bowling point, and Leicestershire are 38 runs away from
they can
batting
legitimately hope to get two more batting two batting bonus points, because the point that they've got so far was obviously a bowling bonus point.
What's going on here?
So, well, Ed Middleton came running off. How many? We've only had 77 overs. Dent's coming on with a helmet for Hammond. They were just a helmet short, I think.
I was wondering why Middleton was going off and doing it himself.
Yes, he was just trying to hurry things along, I guess. Bless him. So he's going to bowl one of the, probably two actually, of the 3 overs that remain until the new ball, and Scott Curry is going to be, as ever, surrounded by close fielders. 2 slips. Hammond at silly point.
Middleton then in and bowls short, cut away straight to backward point, and there is no run.
I can't have developed hay fever at this
pollen
late stage of my
today?
life, but excuse me, folks. The sneeze came on at a most inopportune moment. A bit of dust, perhaps somewhere. Thank you for Ed for stepping in as in goes Middleton. It's clipped neatly off his toes by Curry. Don't tell me he's going to pick up a... No, he's not going to pick up a 4. Good slide and stop by Shaw. Down towards the electronic scoreboard. Has he... I think he got a... Did he get a 4 down to third man yesterday, Scott?
There was that fine glance,
there was the glance
wasn't there,
as well. So yeah, he does
far
have...
off Bracey. Yeah, that was his one boundary.
That was the one. Okay. He's moved on to 21. He hit a few during his 40-odd not out last time out. But he's playing a different role. He's standing watching now as Middleton comes in to Patel. Still got the 2 slips, and he hits over mid-wicket. Saw that one nicely, and that's going to run away over the ropes. Down there in front of the meet, I can see the Friends of Grace Road. Their door is open, but that might be to do with heat. I don't know whether they'll actually be open yet for their sale of homemade cakes. This is the last day on which they'll be operating. They will not be operating tomorrow, folks, so if you're around and you fancy a cake, it's a hot day for a cake. But
ice cream cake?
I don't know. Is there such a thing?
Yes.
Baked Alaska, I suppose, but I don't think they've done one of those. In goes Middleton and bowls to Patel, who is forward on off stump. 112 he's moved on to with that 4. His 14th, I think. 2 6s as well. Could be 15th.
I think it might be more of a thing across the pond, ice cream cake, than here.
Is it what it sounds to be?
Yeah.
It is sort of cold. And in goes Middleton, and he's over pitched. And looking to clip it away on the leg side, Patel does, but it sort of bounces off Bancroft and towards Middleton. So rather gets away with one there. Ed Middleton, 2 for 56, his figures now, coming up to the end of his 20th over. The conversation going on that's being picked up in the effects mic is between Zafar and somebody else in the Gloucestershire. He's heading for the nets, but he's waiting for something. Bowls very full, driven. Middleton this time by Patel, but a good falling stop away to his right at shortish extra cover means no run accrues. 217 for 5 now. The partnership worth 87. But as I was saying, when the follow-on target alone is 557, well, still what, 340 runs needed simply to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, I mean it's basically kind of like layers of sponge and ice cream.
Oh, the ice cream cake. Okay.
Yeah, the ice cream cake.
So it's a sort of baked.
Yeah, sort of similar idea, I think. But yeah, I can't say I've ever had one, but now, of course, I want one, and I'm not going to get one.
They used to sell ice creams from that little place, but I don't know whether they've got the free, you know, where the Friends of Grace Road are now.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's the case of waiting for the sound of the ice cream van.
So there's a leg slip and a leg gully and a silly mid-on as Luke Charlesworth bowls, bangs into the pitch with all his might, and it almost bounces in front of James Bracey as Curry tucks underneath it. I mean, it must just be soul-destroying for a fast bowler. I know it is towards the end of a new ball, but there's so many times you have to bend your back and come in, charging, bang it in, and then you see the night watchman duck underneath it with ease like that, adding to Gloucestershire's frustrations. Luke Charlesworth is in bowls, turned away by Curry firmly behind square on the onside. This might be his second boundary. No, it won't. He's hit it too far towards the long corner of the ground, and Webster will launch the throw in and keep it down to 3. But an outburst of scoring from Scott Curry. He's already added 5 runs since lunch. Pushing for these bonus points now. 220 for 5.
I don't think he's got a first-class 50 yet, so it's a long, long way to go. On that basis, there's another 130
might get there by the end of the day.
Yeah, but yes.
Here comes Luke Charlesworth running in bowling to Rishi Patel, who ducks down very low. You've got to make sure you do duck low. Lets it go through to Bracey. Line of 3 helmets behind him. We haven't had any penalty runs. That's about the only extras we haven't had in the game so far. It's quite a big target for Luke Charlesworth to aim for. 3 ducks in a row behind there. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to last week where Karen Nair basically ducked into one from De Lange. His helmet, so the top of his helmet was above the stumps, but his sort of visor was level with the top of the stumps. He still got beamed as Charlesworth bowls full this time to Patel, and this is played back to him. So you do have to make sure with dead bounce that you do not leave something there, or leave the bat maybe up as a periscope sort of shot with that long stop sort of fielder in place. Gloucestershire have had 1 no ball this year for too many behind square, but at the moment there are the 2. Charlesworth bowls is turned in the air and short of forward square. And again they're just thinking, oh well, if we just decided to have that fielder closer, and it's just feeling as if that's what it's going to take. It wasn't that far short of Bancroft. If he'd been as close as the mid-wicket is, I think he would have caught it, but he was just a bit further back. I'm thinking about more of the pull shot than the clip through the onside, but yeah, that feels like the only way the wicket's coming really at this point. Charlesworth bowls to Patel, who's back to his stoic defence towards the bowler, and in fact that is the end of the over, so that's probably Luke Charlesworth done for the moment with that 2-over spell. Not too far off making something happen, but you feel now, at least from the afternoon's perspective, Gloucestershire's hopes rest with that new ball, just 1 over away.
That 1 over will of course be bowled by Ed Middleton, in consultations at the moment with Graham Van Buren. Van Buren points out to the offside. He is moving his fielder around. Luke Charlesworth, having gotten his cap, Again, running towards the sort of cover region, but he's been sent back to backward point. And as sometimes is the case, all these consultations seem to end in no changes whatsoever. Well, actually, I mean, Middleton's going to go around the wicket, so he's got a leg slip. But he had a leg slip in the last over as well. He's just moved short, sort of onto the 45 as well as the short leg. In he goes and bowls fullish, so doesn't try and kick it away. Rishi Patel, he just, I beg your pardon, Scott Curry just defends it. Again, oh, there's one or two clouds now in the very far distance, really tiny little white fluffy ones. In goes Middleton, back goes Curry, turns it around the corner towards Shaw. Slightly quicker delivery. Middleton is stepping in and bowling, again dropping a little bit short. Curry goes back, tries to turn it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. There's a sort of mass howl, but given that it pitched, what, a yard outside of leg stump? Well, even if it did turn, it's irrelevant. Middleton in, bowls, Curry forward, crouching down, it trickles. When I say past the off stump, it, you know, it was about a foot wide thereof, but it did go past the return crease, picked up by Bracey. Point has gone to square leg. Running across there, Luke Charlesworth. Middleton is in, some more air and an attempted sweep from Curry. It's tolerably safe shot. Oh, it's signalled what? Signalled wide?
Yes.
Was it that wide?
Because he's bowling over the wicket into the rough, and county championship regulations dictate that if it misses the pad even by a millimetre, it's wide.
Well, fair enough. Or not, depending on your point of view, but
yes.
Correct enough then. Umpire Watts. Curry going for a little walk because why? Somebody said something?
Van Buren, there might be somebody wandering around near the sight screen. Van Buren was just looking down that sort of area.
Middleton is in, just turned around the corner, and a splendidly athletic leaping attempt. Well, not to stop the ball, I think just out of sort of almost boredom. I would suggest from Hammond. I think
yes,
it is.
It will be Hammond. You could tell it would be Hammond even if you just heard the description.
Didn't get anywhere near the ball, but flung himself towards it gymnastically. Middleton finishes over. Is in and bowls outside off stump. Curry goes for the sort of dab cut. It was so wide outside off stump, didn't get anything on it. Bracey took it and offered the ball to the stumps just in case Curry toppled over. He didn't, so that is the end of the over, and I suspect that ball's life in terms of first class cricket. The Gloucestershire bowlers are messing around with it at the moment. But let us see if a new ball is taken.
They might have one more. By the looks of things, one more over with Luke Charlesworth, I suppose.
Well,
Gloucestershire feeling that there was a sort of an almost chance in that over, so give him one more, and then they'll take it from this end, possibly.
Faintly surprised, but fair enough.
Anyway, it will be a third over for Luke Charlesworth as he runs in round the wicket, bowling short and wide and clattered off the back foot for 4. That is the danger with that angle. If you do just push it a little too far across the right-hander, then it is going to get punished, because only, well, just about 3 fielders are on the offside, but one of them is basically behind the keeper, so really 2 fielders on the offside. Huge amount of room for Rishi Patel to put the ball away, and he's on to 116. 225 for 5. Luke Charlesworth bowls on the hip of Patel, and it's clipped to a sort of, well, short, wide, fine leg. Single is taken, 117 to Rishi Patel. The third T20 international between England and Pakistan's women is well underway. England 109 for 2 in the 13th over. Danny Wyatt has 79 from 44 deliveries. 11 fours and a 6 as England look to sweep the series. Luke Charlesworth bowls and directs that one well, but Curry also is able to play it pretty well around the corner, but on 2 bounces in the end to Ollie Price at leg slip. But that's where he wants it. I mean, like a lot of taller men, especially taller bowlers, you tend to think you're in the game trying to bowl short at them, but it has to be directed well. That one was, but is there enough in this for this plan to work? Pulling out is Curry. Exactly sure why, but there seemed to be anybody moving back there. Maybe there was something in front of his helmet. So we've got that very fine leg slip, a really close leg gully that's hammered under the helmet. He's going to have no time if that ball is turned firmly at him. Forward short leg and a gully. Luke Charlesworth to Curry. That one doesn't get up a huge amount, and he plays it comfortably out into the offside for no run. And I think seemingly those either Leicestershire players or supporters are vocalising there, realising that Curry might need to just stick out a couple of these deliveries from Charlesworth, but I suspect we will be going back to line and length with the new ball very soon. 2 balls remain in the 81st over. Van Buren in at short extra as well. Charlesworth in and bowls, and this is whipped away firmly by Curry, and this one will go to the boundary. Webster's after it, but this is mostly just a jog to fetch the ball, and that is a second boundary in 136 deliveries for Scott Curry, but it brings up the 100-run partnership between Rishi Patel and Scott Curry. Came together late last night with Gloucestershire pretty buoyant, having got a 5th wicket and having achieved 700 for the first time in their first class history. But these two have started to turn the tide. Curry 28 from 136. Last ball of the 81st over. As in goes Luke Charlesworth. He bowls a bumper to Scott Curry, then goes tumbling over forwards, and Curry ducks. Was that now the end of that old ball? No. Middleton's already got the sun hat off.
I think they're letting their lunch digest. There were 1 or 2 loaded plates, laden plates I saw amongst the Gloucestershire players.
Presumably they didn't have that roulade that we had.
I guess it was an alternative, but they tend to it's sort of pasta and things like that, of course.
Say sort of Sunday lunch, I'm not sure is.
Yeah, I don't know
really
whether they had the full
thing.
The full works. So the old ball lives on, and Middleton, whom we confidently and erroneously expected to bowl only the 2 overs, will bowl another one. 2 slips, short leg. Still, he's got a long off. Just looking to see if he's got any. Still no deep mid-wicket or long on, although Van Buren has retreated to sort of 2/3 of the way back now. As Middleton is in, fullish. Forward, getting to the pitch of the ball is Patel. Defended, no run. Middleton bowls. bowls, brings Patel forward. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that one, waited for it, played it off the pitch with an angle back. Good. Falling to his right stop at second slip by the mighty Webster. Mighty as in sizable.
Can't be too long. Matt Taylor is loosening down below us. That new ball.
Middleton in, bowls, good line on off stump. Patel again respectfully forward, slightly angled bat out towards backward point on that occasion. Middleton bowls, gives it a touch more air, which pleases apparently. First slip, no end, a huge guttural roar almost as Patel stretched forward and straight out of the middle of the bat blocked it down the pitch on the onside. Middleton steps in and bowls, drops a fraction shorter. Patel still forward, or forward nonetheless, blocking out towards point. Taylor continues to warm up being a relative term. Beautiful, beautiful conditions for pretty much the first time this season, really. Grace Road. Middleton bowls. Pushes his length a little bit further up the pitch, but Patel forward in defence, back up the pitch to Middleton. Another maiden, an 8th maiden, I think, for Ed Middleton. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 57 for the leg spinner. His best figures in first-class cricket. It was, as soon as it became 2 for, it was his best figures in first-class cricket.
I think this might be it for the old ball, or at least very close to. Anyway, Josh Shaw seems to be preparing to bowl, and the first indication was that Tom Price, who's here today, was in the squad, but seemingly being cautious with his comeback from injury. Tom Price running out to the middle to collect 2 of the helmets. They're keeping a 3rd one out there.
Is he going to have one delivery with the old ball or something? Because they haven't actually
looks that way.
taken it yet, have they?
There's a lot more pointing about, but at the moment Chris Watts has readied the walkie-talkie at square leg maybe, but we're going to continue with the old one. I haven't seen it being brandished about by umpire Shanmugam, so Josh Shaw with 2 slips quite wide apart, running in and bowling a short ball, and it's pulled by Curry through square leg and for 4 runs. If that doesn't precipitate the new ball, then I'm not sure what will. Yep, there it is. Out it comes from the pocket. So a loosener, and it was a loosener from Josh Shaw, but still put away with irritating ease if you're Gloucestershire. And the new ball is taken at 82.1 overs.
Impressive aplomb if you're a Leicestershire supporter. That was a lovely shot.
On to 32. 16 shy of a batting point now, Leicestershire. Short bowls with this new ball, and it almost brought a wicket first ball as Curry plays almost too late and jams it down into the ground, and that cannot have missed off stump by a huge amount. So we are at fine leg, so sometimes it's not quite as close as it looks. But
just to say, there's a heck of a game going on at Hove, because Yorkshire are now 64 for 4, needing another 119 runs to win the game.
There's going to be some finishes today. Shaw in and bowls to Curry, taps it out to backward point. There's no run. Essex and Warwickshire may well finish today. Essex 30 for 2, needing 300 more to win after having bowled Warwickshire out for 94, but can't imagine Essex are particularly likely to get there. Worcestershire 34 for 3 against Surrey, chasing 479 more runs to win, so odds on that finishing today, you would think. Shaw in to Curry, who leans forward and blocks into the covers. Derbyshire have collapsed against Northamptonshire, down to 288 for 8, having been 253 for 3. 4 wickets to Ben Sanderson, 3 wickets to Siddharth Kaul. Half centuries for Guest, Madsen and Lamb. Glamorgan are in some strife as well against Middlesex. Shaw in, and this is turned backward of square on the onside. There will be 2 here for Scott Curry, with Matt Taylor making up the ground. From fine leg to 36 for 5, Curry to 34. Glamorgan 37 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 123. Eddie Byram out to Ryan Higgins. Labuschagne opening the batting, 11 not out. Shaw into Curry, who lets that go with a flick of the wrist. I mean, it was noticeably getting through better, that, but as yet, and there's still a couple of overs before you'd think it would really start to do much. It doesn't seem to be a huge amount of movement. And you also figure with the dryness of the conditions out there, a pretty abrasive pitch, it's not going to swing for a huge amount of time either, so they really are massive overs, these, for Gloucestershire's chances, coming up from, you know, what, about 2 overs time, something like that, through to maybe the next 10 overs even, something as short a spell as that. You feel they've probably got to make a couple of breakthroughs, not just even the one.
Yeah, I don't think there's probably about it. They have to, really, don't they, one feels. Pitch, if anything, has sort of flattened under the sun. Patel on 117 waits with bat raised, as Taylor was ready to go, but Van Buren, right arm extended, wants Middleton to move up from mid-off to the catching position on the drive, really. In goes Taylor and bowled him! Rishi Patel has been bowled. The breakthrough has come at long last. 5 overs into the afternoon session. Lovely delivery from Taylor. Did it just swing a little bit back in? How did it get through? Either way, it has flattened Rishi Patel's off stump, and Patel goes for a splendid 117.
Just have hinted back, doesn't seem to have done a huge amount, but maybe it did just straighten ever so slightly on him, but that stump has cartwheeled.
That was a super delivery. I think it did straighten a bit, just left him a little bit off the seam. A super delivery.
Figured to get rid of Rishi Patel in that sort of mood, it would take either a serious error of judgment or a great piece of bowling. He's dropped his gloves in annoyance because he didn't want to get out right on the stroke of that new ball, but still it took a stunning delivery from Matt Taylor to get rid of him, and he has batted superbly, Rishi Patel. It was one of those where you sort of looked at the stats coming in and you thought, yeah, there's probably an innings due from Rishi Patel in terms of the 3-figure score. He's proven over enough of a period that he's too good a player that it won't come soon. You just hoped from a Gloucestershire perspective that it would be the next match rather than this one, but it has come here, and who knows, he might still have more work to do come the second innings, but he'll be hoping for at least an extended break before that happens. But Gloucestershire at last have the opening, and I guess they will also hope that it might break the concentration up a bit of Curry at the other end, having lost the more established partner.
Ben Cox comes out to replace Rishi Patel. It's been a curious morning for Cox, who had his pads on throughout the entirety of the morning. He too has got in on a number of occasions this season without quite going on, although he did make 69 of 76 balls at Derby. 32, 28, 69, 0 and 18 for Ben Cox so far this season. Taylor is in, bowls to Cox, who forces away off the back foot, slightly short of a length delivery, times it well as well. Could be 4. Is it going to get there? Flicked up into the air. The fielder got there, but he flicked it up into the air and it fell over the ropes. A magnificent effort by Hammond. I hope he didn't eat too much for his lunch, because we're tasting it now. Has he got pads on under there as well? It just looks a little bit encumbered. No, maybe not. Maybe it's just the recovering from that sprint, that 80-yard sprint, and he got there, flicked it up into the air, but it fell on the other side of the ropes. Cruel.
Again, there was only one player that was going to happen to, I'm afraid. It was going to be Miles.
And he's puffing and blowing a bit. He's got both hands on his hips as he gets back into position at extra cover. But that was a good shot from Ben Cox. I suspect they'd have run for almost anyway, even though it was the fleet Hammond after it. 240 for 6. 3 slips. Hands on knees as Taylor is in. Cox defends on the back foot, back down the pitch to Matt Taylor.
Definitely at last, from Gloucestershire's point of view, a shot in the arm, and especially the way that it happened as well. I mean, it gets you going, seeing the stump go flying, but also a little bit of movement this early on with the new ball provides some sort of encouragement.
It was a super ball, really was. Give it a look. In goes Taylor, and he's going to concede more runs through the offside there to Cox, who again managed to work it away through the offside. Didn't quite time it or place it as well. As a consequence, Hammond, chasing back from extra cover, picks up around on the slide, around about 15 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard. And Cox is restricted to a couple. He moves on to 6, 242 for 6.
A little bit of shape back in there from Matt Taylor, even if it was a full toss. But
and of course that second bowling bonus point, I just realised it has gone up to 6 as well. Could yet get 3. In goes Taylor, bowls outside off stump. Cox steps forward and leaves.
So as it stands, 14 for a draw for Gloucestershire, and then 22 if they were to get the win. Still time, as you say, for
there's loads of overs until
final bonus point to be
what is it, 27 overs or 26 and however many balls, 26 overs and 1 ball left to get to 3 more wickets. In goes Taylor and bowls, nicely turned away through the leg side this time by Cox. In fact, so well timed that he's going to pick up 4. It isn't that much shorter of the 2 boundaries, and chasing up from long leg. It's usually Shaw down there in the far distance in front of the electronic scoreboard, running up the ropes, and he kind of got there, and having got there, I think understandably miffed with himself for not making the stop. He got his left hand to the ball as he slid, and it sort of jumped up and still went over the ropes. So Cox has made a bright and lively start, taking 10 off his first 5 balls. 246 for 6. Leicestershire within 4 of a first batting bonus point, and I can see that the FOGR, Friends of Grace Road, are now open for business. People in their little hut down there. Get your cakes while you can.
Yes, in fact, everybody go now so that there's no queue at tea, I would suggest.
Well, as long as there is some left.
Fair point. Although we'll be at the back of the queue anyway, so it probably doesn't make any difference.
Could leg it down sort of midway. I'll let you go if you want to. You know, I'll do a couple of overs if mid session.
Here comes Shaw, bowling to Curry. It's full and poked out into the covers by Curry. Yeah, just from Curry's point of view, just a small hint of the fact that he's now being hurried up a little bit more than he was. And again, underlining that they've got to make the most of this stretch. Webster at first slip, Bancroft fairly close at second, Ollie Price fairly wide at almost 4th, as this is turned away off the pads by Curry for a single to wide mid-on, 247 for 6. Curry moving to 35. Oh gosh, Worcestershire 38 for 4 now against Surrey. All-conquering Surrey.
The juggernaut rolls on.
3 for 15 for Dan Worrell. Kemar Roach has the other one. The only thing that didn't go right for Surrey was that Jordan Clark was out LBW for 98 with the bat. Running in Shaw, bowling to Cox, who whips this one hard down to Taylor. Fine on the onside on the boundary and takes a single, so he's off to a bright start. 11 from 6. It's as though he's been sort of champing at the bit to get out there this morning, thinking, yeah, all right, Scott, you've done your job now, let me get out there. It's sort of releasing the pent-up adrenaline and desire to get out there by playing some pleasant shots already. Curry facing his 146th delivery. Shaw bowls to him. There's a strangled shout for leg before wicket. He did consider that actually for a bit, did umpire Shanmugam, but not out is the call.
Went across the stumps, didn't he? That was a decent shout. We'll have a look if we get a replay.
To try and take my laptop out of the sun so I've got some chance of seeing it. Would also help if I actually pressed play on the stream.
Great appeal from Bracey. He went actually down on his knees and then fell over backwards with his sort of knees still on the ground, emphasising his extreme flexibility.
That is very close.
What was that missing?
That is very, very close. In goes Shaw, bowls to Curry, who's hoping for a single towards backward point, and it's a good one in the end, because Hammond's quite deep there, and it was just a yard or so to his right. 249 for 6. Curry 236.
Well, there have been some really interesting decisions in this game.
Gosh, that's flattening leg stump, isn't it?
I thought blooming almost leg and middle, to be quite honest. Whether he just got an edge on it or something.
Maybe.
That's the only thing that can have saved him, isn't it?
I think so. Cox to face. One ball left in this Shaw over. He's there and bowls, and Cox is playing stoutly back to Shaw. 249 for 6. So at the end of the, well, the end of that over, but not the end, I guess, of the third over of the new ball. There's still one ball before that.
Our good friend Adrian Thomas, statistician supreme, reckoned Gloucestershire needed to get the 5 remaining Leicestershire first innings wickets in the morning by lunch, didn't he?
Oh, yes,
I believe he said. He was adamant, and then he thought maybe 3 down by the close tonight. So, be chewing his nails a bit, metaphorically, sure he doesn't at all. Again, a pause while Van Buren gets his field right. Over 8 is +3, so that's not an issue. Taylor to continue. Curry awaits. Taylor bowls down the leg side, flicked at by Curry, taken well by Bracey. Diving away to the west.
He'll probably be getting extremely excited over the possibility of Curry facing, 200 deliveries for a 50 or something like that. Slowest half centuries against Gloucestershire. I can't imagine it's going to be anything close to that, but still, it'll probably be preoccupying his mind at the moment, something like that.
I don't know if Cricket Archive do that. Slowest 50s against Gloucestershire. They might do.
There's a lot of ball by ball data missing for that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, leg slip's gone in as Taylor is in, and Curry's toes appeal for leg before, and he can't believe it's not been given, but it didn't certainly look half as plumb as in the previous over. Did it pitch in line? It looked high as well to me.
Yes.
I thought it was just outside and also was a little bit high.
No, I didn't think that had a great deal going for it. It made that sort of really firm thudding noise as if it had hit even quite high up on the pad, and it might even have been, I don't know, it almost sounds as if it might have been above the pad.
The problem
it's
is,
not out on either count, I don't think.
when you get decisions like we had yesterday, you're going to get a lot of appeals
Yes,
for
you
absolutely
are.
everything. In goes Taylor and bowls a Yorker dug out by Curry. Taylor is in good aggressive new ball mode here, and he's bowling nicely.
Yep, he is. This has been a cracking comeback so far. I mean, 2 for 45 in 16 and a half overs. And he is, say, he's that type of bowler that when he gets one, you sort of wonder if this is going to be the sort of spell where he does produce 3 or 4.
Taylor in bowls. Curry waits on off stump, just dabs it down towards fourth slip. Second slip. Bancroft runs across to his right to field.
Game I mentioned quite a lot, but it does also show sometimes, you know, you get to the tee on the final day and you think, yeah, this is just drifting towards a draw. Middlesex were only 4 down on the final day at Cheltenham in 2021, and Matt Taylor on his birthday produced 5 wickets in 10 balls.
Broke the game open, as Andrew McDonald used to say. Taylor is in, bowls. Curry is turning the delivery off the stumps out towards mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, it often is actually less so because he's taken the new ball a fair bit the last couple of seasons, but in the past he would possibly have been first change, but it would often be kind of, you know, he'd come back with the old ball, nothing would really particularly be happening, and then he'd come left arm round the wicket. He did the same to Surrey back in that same season, 2021. Came back and took a couple of wickets out of nowhere.
Taylor in, bowls, full again. Curry waits and looks to drive it, but doesn't time it. Bounces up towards Taylor, who takes his cap, I should say his sun hat, from umpire Watts and heads off towards mid-off. End of the over, 249 for 686 gone, so 51 gets Leicestershire another 2 batting bonus points from 24 overs. Should be doable if they don't lose all their wickets.
Do you think Matt Taylor and Ed Middleton's sun hats are the same vintage? Actually, it's a little bit more floppy, Matt Taylor's, than it looked from a distance. Taylor's look more sort of, you know, less of a floppy. Shaw bowls to Cox, who pushes to mid-on. There's no run. I mean, it's not a sort of full-on floppy, nor is it the really firm brimmed one, but Middleton's from a distance looked a bit more floppy than that. Anyway, has it reached that sort of stage where I'm amusing myself over that sort of minutiae? Push hard here.
Push on, push hard. Who's that at mid-wicket?
It comes. Shaw bowls, cutting his Cox, and he's chopped it down to deep third for a boundary. Hammond will not get there. And that is the 250 up. Yeah, just checking the scoreboard hadn't already moved. So Leicestershire have their second bonus point of the match, their first batting point at 253 for 6. And Cox continues to move along in sprightly fashion, 15 off 9 balls.
As I say, time and again this season they've been 5 down for not very many and sort of dragged it back round.
In goes Shaw and bowls, and a rather loose, wafty drive by Cox that trickles towards point. I don't know whether he was
trying to leave, I think.
Yeah, he sort of half drove and then half left it, and it just did end up as a total waft.
Oh, that's the 4.
So I was going to say, I didn't think he hit it that hard. I couldn't see the ball with the sunglasses on and the screen there, but I thought I must have been looking at something completely different. Shaw bowls a delivery which was speared way down the leg side, taken by Bracey. At least we don't have to do what they've had to do at several times throughout the last few years, commentating off the TV. And you commentate on, for example, the last couple of T20 World Cups they've had to do off tube up at BBC Sport headquarters at Salford, and a couple of fairly famous occasions as Shaw bowls. This is whipped away past short mid wicket through the onside from Cox, and that will be 3 runs. Even despite the furious pursuit of it, it's just that comfortable a 3. 256 for 6. Cox to 18 from 12. Actually, it was during COVID when that happened, where the sort of now rather infamous Aggers repeat performance of the previous ball. He's played exactly the same shot. I can't believe it. Yeah, it was a replay. Don't have to do
I missed that. Was he being ironic, or was it?
No, it was genuine. It was the series out in Sri Lanka.
Right.
The end of that COVID year. In goes Shaw, bowls full and straight and played back up the surface. Shaw had to think about deflecting it onto the stumps of the non-strikers, but Curry would have been back anyway. Over complete, 256 for 6. Yeah, it was something like a sort of horrible charge down the pitch to be dismissed, and you sort of couldn't believe that the next batter had come out and done exactly the same thing. It's like an action replay. And of course it would be Tuffers, who was on at the same time as him, to ensure maximum ribbing.
The usual slight delay. Van Buren sets his field. Now that includes now taking out the leg slip for Cox and moving him to that short straight mid-wicket position. Taylor is in, 2 Cox onto the legs, turned very competently, carefully down towards deep square, who comes running in to field.
Worcestershire 50 for 5. Likely to be over before tea then on day 3. Atkinson with the latest wicket. Surrey maintain their stranglehold on
cricket.
Division 1, yes. Cricket in general.
Not quite, but you know what I mean. In goes Taylor and bowls onto the legs of Curry, who does turn to mid-wicket, but this time Luke Charlesworth, who was deep for Ben Cox, has come up to a fairly conventional square leg, and it runs along the ground straight to him, so dot ball.
But the great thing is they never let you know about it. Speaking of which, Kent are 108 without loss against Somerset in their second innings. I suspect things might have gone a little quieter for maybe 20 minutes down there.
Price watches as in goes Taylor, bowls full. They've swung in a little bit, clipped rather neatly off his toes by Curry, down towards deep backward square, takes 1.
Zach Crawley getting some runs is good news to some extent, at least, because it's not as if he's been prolific at the start of this year.
Well, it's Crawley, isn't it? Doesn't matter how many times he fails, he's going to get picked.
Well, I think he said, didn't he, as well? It doesn't matter how many runs I score in county cricket. He even said it himself.
Thanks, Zach. In goes Taylor, played away through the offside, but not piercing the field, because diving across to his right from backward point. Fielder makes an excellent stop one-handed. It is Ben Charlesworth there.
It will be good to watch, though, I must say. I mean, I think in the end he's proven himself with the Ashes last year, but I mean, I got to watch a little bit of him bat live in the day that I went to, and
it's just this is the kind of presumption about it. There's a sort of slightly, use the word, arrogant presumption about, you know, it shouldn't be taken for granted that. Anyway, round the wicket goes Taylor, and bowls. Cox defends solidly out towards mid-on the back foot. Just feels that way. Occasionally the England set up, you know, those that are in it. Like the Anderson business, really, and you know, yes, of course, but well. I'm not looking forward to the fuss that'll be made as well, but anyway, sorry, go on.
No.
I sound like a grumpy old man. In goes Taylor round the wicket again. Bowls, looking to on-drive his Cox. He looks in the mood. Ben Cox at the moment clips it, but only as far as Van Buren at mid-on. Cox remains on 19. He's faced 16 balls now, 258 for 6. We've already told everybody a while ago.
I must say, with the Anderson thing, I'll probably make myself unpopular with several people who've done such things, but the one thing that absolutely winds me up are the sort of tweets like, James Anderson, since he made his debut, there have been however many #1 hit singles, and who was the prime, you know, the number of prime ministers or something. I just, yeah, all right, he's been playing a long time. We knew that before before you sent the tweet, actually. Well, never mind. Should get off my high horse as well. Some people enjoy that sort of thing. Bo Webster is back, replacing Josh Shaw, so I go for him fairly early on with this new ball. Webster bowling to Curry, who steers the ball to point. Chris Dent fancies a bowl. Unfortunately, he's not able to.
Brunty's interest has perked up because Ben Cox has come to the crease, who is in his 11, his bad hair 11. You know, he's got a great shock of dyed blonde, dyed white almost.
The bottle of dye must be pretty much empty after that. Webster in, bowls, let go by Curry as Bracey takes with a little bit of a hop there to suggest that, well, I suppose he is standing fairly close, but just a bit more pace again with this newer ball.
Brunty warns that he needs a score, Ben Cox, if he's not going to get dropped in favour of Ollie Carter. It's the mulleted Sussex.
Yes, but the problem with Carter is he's
not keeping this season.
So then you miss out on your keeping points. Webster bowls, and maybe a hint of away shape, trying to kind of do a bit of on-the-spot geometry, suggesting that it might have swung away a fraction.
Any other keepers with bad hair? Just going through them all.
Bracey's got rid of all his this year, so don't think he can count. Webster bowls to Curry, and Curry plays forward, defending once again. That was his 160th delivery, I think. There we go. That's a good question.
What, keepers with bad hair?
Keepers with
okay.
keepers with keepers with bad hair. Of course, Gloucestershire had the keeper with the best hair. Jack Russell. In comes Webster. He tries a Yorker, which is dug out with ease.
Now,
back
when you
to
say
it.
the best,
well,
what do you mean?
I mean, absolutely unquestionably the best. The pinnacle of coiffure. The apotheosis
I need
of
your
it.
criteria being
being
rat's tails?
just absolutely magnificent. So just feast on its magnificence. You would only need to look at a picture again to be reminded of it. Webster is in bowls and tapped off the front foot into the offside for no run. It will surprise nobody to know that that was a maiden over from Bo Webster, his 8th maiden in the 14 that he has sent down. 1 for 24, the one wicket being that of Rehan Ahmed, the last wicket to fall yesterday evening, but since then just the one success for Gloucestershire. Wicketless morning session. Scott Curry still there, having started the day 2 not out. He's now 37. Cox 19 at this rate. It will only take him another 16 deliveries to overtake him.
We had a few records in this game. I wonder, I have to start looking up sort of night watchman records. They're not entirely, they're not from the definition of night watchman, can be sometimes a little bit difficult. In goes Taylor, round the wicket, bowls to Cox, who drives slightly wide of mid-off. Run, 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 he says, as Curry, as is his wont, was ball watching. Curry eventually set off and realised it was safe enough because Middleton had firstly to move to his left, in fact, and then he actually had to sort of roll to pick up the ball, so it was a perfectly safe single and a good call from Ben Cox, who moves on to 20. 259 for 6. The leg slip goes back in for Curry. Taylor going round the wicket to Scott Curry, who's solidly forward. Back up the... Now, well, the colour of the pitch is a sort of dull, even in the sun, light brown. It's not exactly indescribable. It's somnolent sort of condition of the pitch is reflected in its colour, rather. Taylor in bowls outside off stump, beautifully forced away by Scott Curry. Should pick up 2, could be 3. Will they turn and have one for the throw? They will. Cox was saying yep as he turned for the 3rd, as he was approaching the end of the 2nd run, that is, and Curry moves into 40 for, I believe, the 2nd time in his first-class career.
Yorkshire have lost a 5th. They've got the target below 100, but have lost James Wharton for 18. Adam Lythe is still there on 37, joined by Johnny Tattersall, so 99 required and 5 wickets in hand.
Taylor into Cox, who's driving, not timing it. It was rather out there to be driven, but he didn't get it right. And Dent made a very comfortable stop in the covers. Yeah, just to confirm, Scott Curry's played 10 first-class games, or had played 10 first-class games coming into this game. And his highest score is 44 not out, made just a couple of games ago at home to Northamptonshire. Delay while mid-wicket runs across to the covers, I believe. Going in fairly short there, Ollie Price. About 5 strips back. It's oddish position. As Taylor is in bowls and looking to cut is Cox. A slightly windmill shot, hit it hard down into the ground and bounced out towards Ben Charlesworth, who's at slightly backward of point. Price is around about sort of 10 yards nearer the bat. But he's not at cover, he's just sort of forward of point. And they're convinced Cox might sort of drive or cut in the air in that area. Or it's a possibility anyway. Taylor is in outside off stump. Well, he's driving and he's got it somehow between those two fielders. It's Charlesworth who has to turn and chase back towards the rope. No, says Curry. sending the eager Cox back to his ground. Cox has to settle for a couple. Moves on to 22, end of Taylor's over. That looked a little bit as though he was beginning to feel it a bit, Matt Taylor. 19 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 53, and given he's just coming back from injury, he might be a bit...
Yeah, well, this is the problem, isn't it? And then there's an awful lot of bowling still left to do.
yeah, potentially.
You've got through, what, half the day now, and Gloucestershire have taken 1 wicket, and they've still got to take 14 more.
Yeah.
I mean, they've kept the run rate down pretty well. They've bowled tightly for the most part, but yeah, they're just missing probably that extra pace game breaker that they would need on a surface like this. And also, given the fact they're going to be in the field for such a long amount of time, you need to keep what they have as fresh as possible. Here's Webster bowling to Curry, tries a short ball, which Curry ends up just about swaying out of the way of. Trying the surprise bumper. Glamorgan 2 down against Middlesex, 69 for 2, trailing by 91. Second wicket for Ryan Higgins, got rid of both Byram and North East. Always set through slight gritted teeth. Ryan Higgins, Middlesex successes. Forward defence from Curry towards mid-off. So yeah, there's still a chance with Derbyshire 321 for 9, trailing Northamptonshire by 101. So there's still a chance that all the other games in Division 2 may end in wins, although probably you'd still make the draw favourite in that game between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. Webster bowls to Curry, who leans forward, little turn of the wrists to short mid-wicket. There is no run. Awful lot of cricket happening today, with the start of the Charlotte Edwards Cup having happened yesterday. I believe the Blaze were 48 for 8 and went on to win the match, scrambling up to 115 or so from that position, defending it. Webster's in. This is clipped behind square by Curry. They'll take 1 and settle for that as Matt Taylor picks it up. 41 to Curry now, 265 for 6. Storm are playing at Bristol today against the South East Stars and have them 27 for 1 after 4 overs. Probably at this point in the day anyway, those Gloucestershire fans who decided to stay at Bristol rather than make the trip up to Grace Road have probably made the right decision, but we'll see. Webster is in, turned in the air momentarily by Cox, but not particularly close to mid-wicket. Sort of feels eventually one of these must go to hand, but actually, again, I suppose it only takes 1 to go to hand, but still they've been far enough away from the field that there's been none where they've kind of got fingertips on even or something like that in front of the wicket. Webster in and bowls, and this is played firmly along the floor by Cox this time to mid-wicket. 22 from 22 for Ben Cox. 91 overs gone in the innings. Still 47 left in the day's play, but we're basically bang on time in terms of the overs. 9 minutes after halfway in the day, and what, 2 overs past, well, I suppose 1 over past halfway through the day.
I'm sure he's going to have a, yeah, they've decided Taylor has had enough for now. Did look a slightly tired effort in that last over. Josh Shaw is going to take over at the pavilion end. The immovable Curry is going to be on strike. I'm sure Bancroft's having a few words.
Doesn't sound like a pleasant night, that, an immovable Curry.
He's in there at silliest of mid-offs, Bancroft. 2 slips are the other close catches. Nothing funky for Shaw other than that silly mid-off. In goes Shaw and bowls, slightly short on off-stump. Curry on his toes, defending out towards backward point, where Ben Charlesworth is the fielder.
There's absolutely no way you would get me fielding the position that Bancroft's fielding.
Without a suit of armour.
I mean, yes. You'd just see it coming, wouldn't you? I mean, any ball that is at all short and outside the off stump, you'd just be sprinting backwards as fast as possible.
Shaw in bowls, clipped in the air short of mid-wicket. Again, that one that just stopped perhaps slightly. Curry went back, tried to clip it into the leg side, was too early on the shot. It looped towards mid-wicket, but Middleton was, well, sort of almost a conventional mid-wicket. He's gone to exactly where that ball landed now, but having been there for much of the bowling to Curry in particular when Taylor was bowling, a little bit surprising he wasn't there at the start of this Shaw over as well. He's there now. Is it too late? In goes Shaw and bowls. Curry plays it past the falling Middleton, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. In fact, no, it is just the 2. Got it past the diving Middleton, and Van Buren had to turn and run down the hill towards the meet. Often the ball wins that particular race, but he didn't really hit it very hard. What's umpire Watts found? He wanders up the pitch and picks up something.
What's found?
What? Shows it to Ben Cox. Shaw is in again to Curry, who's flicking down the legs. I don't think he got anything on that. I think that's going to be 4 byes. It is 4 byes. Bracey did get a glove to it, but all he could do was sort of deflect it around the post. And extras, which, as I say, has been quiet today, moves on to 17, 271 for 6, but welcome runs for Leicestershire, although they still have another 18.2 overs to get the 29 runs they now need for a second batting bonus point. Shaw is in and bowling short, pulled for 4 as well. Played the shot really nicely, Scott Curry there. He's a tall young man. He's faced now 170. That was the 173rd ball, and he saw that one all the way and got up on his toes and swiveled and raised the left knee in the approved style. Cracked it away to square leg for 4. And he has now got his first class best score, and he's within a single blow of a maiden 50. And I'm not sure many Gloucestershire followers would disagree, let alone Leicestershire, if I say he's probably deserved one. He's battled away out there, as Knight Watts remember. He's on 47 now, and Shaw goes in, bowls to him on off stump, and he just blocks it out into the offside. Holds up his bat to Ben Cox, and then wanders down the wicket because umpire Watts, Ben Watts, I called him then, didn't I? Our colleague from did I?
I don't know. I was thinking about Ben Watts in my head for some reason.
From Kent.
Well, I mean, you would, wouldn't you? But no, I was sort of thinking about stupidly suggesting were they related and knowing full well that they weren't. But yeah,
Ben Cox. Of course I meant. It's over. 275 for 6.
Time for Mr. Webster. Where is Bancroft going? Oh, back into slip. Thought he was going to go and stand in another fairly amusing field position, but nope. 2 for Mr. Webster. Where is Bancroft going? Oh, back into slip. Thought he was going to go and stand in another fairly amusing field position, but nope. 3 for Mr. Webster. Where is Bancroft going? Oh, back into slip. Thought he was going to go and stand in another fairly amusing field position, but nope. Webster bowls to Cox, who drives sumptuously through extra cover for 4 runs. A shot of majesty. 279 for 6.
Yeah, it was there to be hit, but he hit it with some style, didn't he?
Yep. We've seen some really quite easy looking shots through that area. Think back to the first innings, Van Buren played a couple. Louis Kimber in this innings hit one through that area as well, just minimum of fuss lent into it. Rehan Ahmed, I think, one shot like that as well. Webster in to bowl, keeper up now as Cox blocks to the covers. I still don't really fancy standing up to Webster with that height, but I guess Bracey just knows that it's not exactly going to be leaping up at him. Something different, getting Cox's ear perhaps. Webster in, and this is crashed away by Cox on a square drive, but it's fielded by Hammond at backward point, and there is no run. Perhaps I was optimistic in my 10 overs that Gloucestershire might have with this second new ball doing something. It feels as if it's been more like 5.
Yeah.
But
tough now for the bowlers, but it should be okay still, shouldn't it? Should be
thought so. Webster is in bowls, and Cox holding the pose of the front foot defence. I suppose it is just because it is... and I guess it goes back to the fact that extra grass was left on it, and now it presumably would be even more abrasive than if it had been shaved. So the grass sort of scratches it more, I don't know. Anyway, not exactly swing bowling conditions. Webster is driven this time, back past him. He might have got a little hand on it, but it is still flown to the straight boundary. And 4 more runs. 350s on, is it? 283 for 6. Cox is scoring at better than a run a ball and not showing any signs of slowing down. And you'd think, if anything, now that he's realised that there's no movement out there, well, why would he slow down? Webster bowls. Oh, that stays down a fraction. There's a strangled appeal for leg before, but it's going to be 4 more runs. This time the extras column. Leg byes it is. He did go across, but I don't think that one looked as good as the Curry one by any means from that end.
50 partnership.
287 for 6, and that has come up in no time flat. It's my scientific summation of it. It's come up in 9.5 overs.
They've lifted the run rate up to just over 3s now. Been under 3s for most of the innings, to be honest, but 3.1 now, 287 for 6 off 93.
And have they reached the point where, you know, they're no longer worried about survival, to be honest? They're that comfortable that I think we can even bring out some shots now, and actually, you know, 14 wickets is an awful lot to lose from here.
Well, Middleton's beginning to warm up again. So Webster's burst might have been a brief one. Curry on 47. His maiden first-class 50 very much within reach as Shaw runs in bowls to him, and he's playing it away through the offside, or trying to. It bounces down and hits the short, silly mid-off. Bancroft, who flinches not a whit, looks levelly back at Curry and just bends down and picks up the ball. He'll be well padded, hopefully. See the pads he's got on his legs, certainly, and obviously the helmet, and no doubt the protector as well.
I think he's got
something
even closer
on his chest. Yeah. Shaw is in, and again Bancroft's in the game as Curry gets forward and steers it towards him, bounces up. Bancroft, 2 hands to his right, can't quite take the ball cleanly, but makes the stop nonetheless. Charles into his 19th over now, 1 for 81 for him. Runs in and bowls, good delivery, line and length. Curry defends it, works it out into the offside. Cooker. Okay, Shaw, Cook. Famous chefs, no? Where that comes from, who knows?
I don't know, I mean, they've done some sort of social media stuff every now and then with the Gloucestershire players in the kitchen, sort of kitchen challenge type thing.
Shaw is in, bowls. Curry's turning it off the stumps, but only as far as Middleton at mid-wicket. And he excelled, did he? Produced something edible.
I've no idea. I must say I can't remember exactly who took part in it, but I think I seem to remember that there was, it might have been both, sort of, well, at least two of the three, we'll go with that, 2 of the 3 members of the Gloucestershire physio team were involved, and then about 3 or 4 players. I think Marchand de Lange might have been one of the ones who was preparing something.
Shaw bowls, pushed forward into the offside. Bancroft had gone to silly silly mid-wicket. Well, whatever. It's not quite short leg, I think a little bit wider than that. Anything, just to get in Curry's other ear, perhaps. And Curry pushed it into the offside again, but not sufficiently into space to get a run. Hammond made the stop. Shaw turns to finish his over. Runs in and bowls. Curry cracks him away through the offside. He's going to get a couple. It won't be the 4. I suspect it won't be the 3 he needs. It's going to be just the 2. He takes the first 2 quickly, but it was a good diving stop by Charlesworth, I think, or good attempted diving stop. He got his right hand to it, and as a consequence, probably saved 2 runs, because I think it would have gone to the boundary. So Curry on 49 now, 289 for 6. We'll have to wait a little longer.
So Zaffer was briefly on the field there for Luke Charlesworth, so might be time for another little go from him, but it's time for spin to come back with Middleton getting a bowl session, the one that Rishi Patel tried to wipe over mid-wicket and missed, and then one genuine play and a miss that Middleton drew him forward with. That's all he's had to go on, really. He has been economical and impressive despite that. Can he take a wicket or 2 here, try and get things moving back for Gloucestershire in the right direction? Middleton bowls, is turned away, and oh gosh, Bancroft is a little bit deeper at short leg than he had been,
carried.
And I thought that that was going to be a chance.
I think it was. Goodness me, that just looked like the simplest of... Let's have a look-see. It was a chance.
Gosh.
Just couldn't grab it with his left hand low.
Off the face of the bat and low, but
yeah,
he's very sharp in there. I think he would probably, could well say he might have expected to take it. Middleton bowls on the back foot, punched on the ground. 2 short extra cover. It certainly feels as though it's one of those situations where every single thing has to go your way, and Gloucestershire had plenty go their way, even to get the 5 wickets yesterday evening. He has moved a little bit closer now. Middleton bowls, and that's a drag down, and there's an appeal for both caught behind and, well no, in fact just caught behind in the end. Bracey didn't remove the bails, but he tried to play a sweep shot to a ball that was quite short.
And outside off stump as well.
Well, he does like a sweep, but it was an odd delivery. I suppose he must have premeditated that he was going to sweep it anyway, and then...
It wasn't outside off, actually. I think he started appealing for leg before.
Oh, right.
And then went up for... when he saw it had gone to Bracey.
There seemed to be a couple of appeals, but I couldn't quite work out what modes of dismissal they're appealing for as Middleton loses his run. I sort of thought it was one of those where it was, how's that for you know, caught behind, and then how's that for the stumping? And then Bracey removed himself from my line of sight, and I realised the bails were still on. Anyway, Middleton bowls, sweeping hard and sweeping powerfully for 4 through forward square leg.
That is when short legs life flashes before his eyes, because my word, he hit that hard.
Yeah.
I don't suppose Bancroft will have seen it. You just duck your head and...
Yep.
Next thing you know, the ball's hitting the advertising hoardings 100 yards away.
It was the perfect ball to sweep. Nice and full, so... But not so full that you end up yorking yourself, but full enough that you don't have to worry about any uneven bounce or something like that on a line to be helped away, and so it was. He does play that shot very well, does Ben Cox, and reverse sweep. 293 for 6, so well, 350 is very much on. Middleton into Cox. This time it's more of a paddle sweep. A lot of work to do for Taylor around the boundary towards fine leg, and tips it back in. So they will come through for a 3rd run. Lose Cox to 37 from 33 deliveries, 296 for 6. And would you like to see Scott Curry through? No.
Well...
Yes. Oh, go on. It's only one ball.
Yes, it only happens once, doesn't it? Your maiden first class 50. There haven't been too many Leicestershire landmarks thus far. Well, he's aware, Graham Van Buren, and he's brought the field in to a certain extent. 2 slips now. Hammond has gone in alongside Ollie Price, and Bancroft, as ever, at a very close short leg now. In goes Middleton and bowls. Curry is forward. Just seeing the replay of that sweep that Cox really connected with. Bancroft just didn't move, didn't duck, didn't flinch, nothing. Just stood perfectly still looking. He looks a tough character.
Well, I think you're better off probably doing that, aren't you? It's when they sort of turn their heads and then sort of expose the neck,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Like, let the helmet do its job front on, I guess, although as hard as it is to say.
Well, we didn't used to obviously have helmets. When I did it a few times.
Well, then you've got to protect your head, haven't you?
And then I tended to, once you saw them lining up the sweep, I tended to turn, just in case. Did get hit once on the back of the head, but it wasn't too bad. Popped up.
I can't really imagine Bancroft doing a great deal of sledging under there. I mean, he's a really quite pleasant chap, actually.
I won't use the phrase "as Aussies go."
Yes, I wasn't going to say
they
it
tend to be quite vocal
in
in the field.
You sort of couldn't really imagine Marcus Harris doing a great deal of that either.
No, I don't think so. Pete Hanscom probably. He's also very quiet, relatively speaking.
So the ones who enjoy coming over here.
Hanscom's got an English mum, hasn't he?
Yes, because there was a thought, I think, at one stage that Gloucestershire were going to try and get him as a local player, but later that year he was called up for the test side. Or the A side, I think, first, then the test side.
Shaw is in, is it me? Bowls outside off stump. That ball to Curry through me. Outside off stump, and Cox lets it go through to Bracey.
I think it was 2015 when Hanscom signed for Gloucestershire and played the first sort of half of the season, then I think went off on that Australia A tour. But yeah, I'm sure there were thoughts that he might even have signed as a local player at one point. Memory serves.
Hasbat will travel. Goodness me. Shaw bowls. Cox defends on off stump. Plays it calmly out to the short cover. Who is Bancroft, who's looks like he's shed the helmet anyway, obviously. But just the one slip now for Shaw. Bowling to Cox. This partnership worth 60 already. 95.2 overs into the innings as Cox clips Shaw out to mid-wicket, jogs the single. Mid-wicket is out on the boundary now, so reasonably comfortable for Ben Cox. Brings Curry down on strike. Will Van Buren bring the field in? Well, Bracey's picked up the helmet behind him. He's going to give it to Bancroft. When I say give, I mean toss it, underarm. Bancroft makes the catch. Dons the lid. Goes in at silly mid-off. Stroke. Oh, hang on. It's crossing the pitch carefully. He's going to go in at that sort of short leg. Now there's going to be also a short straight mid-on.
I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Ollie Price has gone in there as Cox is in down the leg side. That is the 50, the maiden 50 with a flick down the leg side down to fine leg. Huge applause from the Leicestershire balcony. Wonderful, wonderful effort from Scott Curry. His maiden first-class 50 has come off 182 balls. What a job he has done for his side with the bat.
And he's actually expanded his repertoire of shots in the last hour or so. Terrific work from Curry. I mean, he would, if he'd got out late last night, 6 down then, I mean, who knows, he might still have had what we've had this morning, but the fact that he was able to stick out the first period and then first hour, first session, it really just will have calmed any nerves Leicestershire might have had. I mean, they will have known that there was every chance of saving this game, given that there's not a huge amount in the pitch, but still.
Shaw in to Curry, who defends on off stump. He should be thinking to himself, I can go on here.
Yeah.
I can really go on here. What a chance I've got. He also brought up the 300 with that rather classy leg glance down to the fine leg boundary, which means Leicestershire now have 3 bonus points. And with 14.1 overs to go, in terms of the bonus point allocation, they can have genuine ambitions to get another batting bonus point. Shaw is in and bowls outside off stump, driven by Curry. Didn't really follow through, just pushed it out wide of mid-off. Taylor ran across to his left to field. Curry settles for 1 and keeps the strike, moves on to 54. 302 for 6, the partnership for the 7th wicket, 66.
Excellent commitment from Taylor in the field there to slide across and limit it to 1. Another round of applause for Curry's half-century, the details being announced round the ground. And yeah, as you say, I mean, you already think back to some huge innings that Night Watchmen have played this year, and you know, he's effectively now got to the point where you can see that he's happy enough that he's more than done his job in terms of just blocking and keeping out, and why not play some shots? I'm feeling good here, I'm seeing this beautifully. Here's Middleton bowling to Curry, who plays a slightly less secure looking defence towards backward point, but still Gloucestershire only living off crumbs. They've had the one probably clear-cut chance, one good leg before shout against Curry. Other than that, that's been it for what are we on now, 3.5 hours almost? More than. Middleton bowls and Curry plays in defence to mid-wicket, and the sort of the destroying part for Gloucestershire is that this is not going to get any better for bowling on.
It doesn't look that way, does it?
I mean, it's, you know, this is not going to be turning square by day 4. It's just going to stay pretty much the same. Middleton is in to Curry and worked across onto the onside for no run. Worcestershire 6 down, 74 for 6. So who's going to win the race this round? It's either that or the game at Hove, where Yorkshire have had a partnership built. Middleton bowls a bit of bounce, but it's jabbed to backward point. Off the back foot, Yorkshire now need 66 to win, with Lythe on 55 and Tattersall on 16. And they've still got batting to come as well. They've still got Revis and Thompson.
He's a seaside boy, Adam Lythe, isn't he?
Yes, Whitby. As this is blocked into the offside.
Be a heck of an innings if he guides them home.
I can't be many 50s in that match. Joe Root got one in the first innings for Yorkshire, and Tom Alsop in the second for Sussex. So just the third 50. A low-scoring game. Sussex will be getting to the point, you know, that sort of chase where you think you've got to take a wicket in the next sort of, 10, 15 runs, or then the psychology really is, well, haven't got enough runs left here, as Curry sort of works this one in slightly awkward fashion round his front pad too. Short fine leg, but never really looked like getting out to it. 302 for 6. The over rate's also slowed a little bit. It's not going to be too bad, but we're not going to be getting tea bang on 340 as it looked as if we might be. 9 overs remain until the tea break, and still just the one wicket falling today. Matt Taylor cleaning up Rishi Patel with that new ball. It looked as if it might spark something, still just in its... Well, actually that was the 12th ball bowled with the new ball that got Rishi Patel off stump, cartwheeling for 117, bowled by Matt Taylor. But that is the only success for Gloucestershire today.
It very much was the ball of the day from Gloucestershire's point. It was a genuine wicket as well, wasn't it? Wonderfully bowled. Shaw to continue into his 21st over. Bowls outside off stump, steered by Cox towards point, but a good falling stop away to his right by Charlesworth. Ben, that is, means that there's no run. Cox is a bit cross with himself because it was actually there to put away. It was wide, and he just gently punches the back of his bat in self-admonition. Short turns, runs in and bowls, fullish. Might have been the slightly slower ball. It did seem to rather drift towards Cox, who blocked it away off Midland leg out towards mid-wicket. Ollie Price, the fielder. Van Buren is holding the ball between finger and thumb and looking at it critically. He wants one that does a bit more than this, so he's going to show it to umpire Watts. It's about shape, it's not about seam then on this one, unless it's bulging the seam, of course. So umpire Watts takes it from the South African, heads off towards umpire Shanmugam, who has the gauge, it would appear. Goes through it, I think. No, it doesn't.
Or perhaps it's gone through the one it's not supposed to go through.
Yeah, ball change after just 15 overs. Well, that's good news for Gloucestershire, because the ball change yesterday was helpful. And given how little this one has done, they have absolutely nothing to lose by it being changed, it would appear.
Yeah, what I didn't ask was whether it was the same batch in terms of this year that that they've been using, whether it's like sort of last year's batch that they can change it to, and those ones do more than this year's. I don't know.
I was looking at all the poses out there. James Bracey went straight into child's pose, but now he's gone. He's sitting. He's lying on his back now. Where he's just reposing now. Whereas Ben Charlesworth doing a really vigorous stretch, aided by is that his brother who's helping him stretch? Not quite sure.
Hammond, I think.
Hammond, who's helping him stretch. Drinks are on. Salisbury's bringing on drinks for Cox and Curry, who's earned his 54 of 190 balls.
I hope Leicestershire have a good supply of ice for this evening.
There's a few of them plunge or get into those sort of... the baths are sort of individual. They're all renovated, and the changing rooms were renovated indeed over the end of last season when they were a bit delayed, but the away team dressing room is now what used to be the boardroom here at Grace Road, and the home team dressing room is a sort of expanded away dressing room. They're obviously of equal size, but they've been renovated with lockers, and they're big enough to play, I can tell you, football with the cricket bags used as a net. Tennis football.
Okay.
They've had plenty of opportunity to do that over the last few weeks, and that has been one of the games. Sort of like football with using cricket bags as a tennis net. Anything to keep them interested. Shaw, ready to go again now, is in, outside off stump, cut for 4. So, well, that's what Cox was trying to do with that sort of windmill style of his to the first ball of the over, and he was cross about missing it, but he didn't miss out there. The new old ball, or the old new ball, whichever way you want to put it.
That's hammered that one out of shape already then.
Yeah, all the way down to the Melton Building Society family stand.
Yes, and everything really starting to slow down now, and you do sort of get the impression as well that Gloucestershire know this new ball's kind of gone, and well,
it is in. Yeah, well, I guess it is at least a new ball, isn't it? For them to.
I suppose there's someone up some belief with this changed one, yeah.
Yeah, just see if anything different happens. Shaw is in to Cox, who's forward on off stump, blocking it out to Bancroft.
You do wonder in a timeless match how many days it would need to achieve a result.
How long did the timeless test last? Was it 9 days?
Oh gosh, yeah, something like that.
I think it was.
But it would have
Didn't
been
it
over.
end in a draw anyway?
Yeah, it did. It would have been over probably on the next day. I was actually looking at that for, I can't remember what reason, but I was looking at that really recently.
Shaw bowls slightly short of a good length, straight, and Cox steps across his stump, stays on the back foot and blocks it out to mid wicket.
But I think if it had continued, it would have been, that's why, because it was looking at Northamptonshire's chase potentially last week, 550 odd, which would have been the highest championship chase of all time, and I think in the end would have eclipsed the highest first class chase of all time, but the highest fourth innings of all time is in that timeless test, and England would have won the match, but for the fact they had to go home, then they needed about 40 odd more runs. Yeah, exactly.
Shaw is in. Good Yorker, jammed out by Cox off stump. Big puff of dust. End of the over, the 98th, 306 for 6. So 12 overs for Leicestershire to score another 44 runs if a fourth bonus point is to be achieved. 12 overs also for Gloucestershire to take 3 more Leicestershire wickets and pick up a 7th bonus point.
March the 3rd to March the 14th, but I think there was a rest day, so probably 10 days. Yeah, so England needed 42 to win with 5 wickets in hand at 654 for 5. So yes, that would be comfortably the highest successful chase in all of first class cricket, but not to be. You're kind of thinking how I did have this thought as I was making my way in this morning, how many could Gloucestershire have got had they not either sort of got on with it or just the innings had played out. Middleton bowling to Curry, this is played to short leg and there's no run. I suppose we may or may not find out how many Leicestershire could get in reply, despite being 130 for 5 at one stage. Middleton bowls to Curry, who lets that one go outside the off stump. Maybe just a fraction of turn and bounce, but it's from really too wide for there to be any great interest. 2 slips, silly point, short leg. It's not for the want of attacking that Gloucestershire haven't picked up more wickets. Middleton is in, as is pushed along the ground to silly point for no run. As I say, they do, you know, they're missing, probably, it has to be said, one of only, or a couple of, maybe the sort of handful of bowlers in Division 2 at least, that might blow a game like this open on a pitch which is slow and low now, as Curry lets it go through to the keeper. But to be honest, even at times this year, even that hasn't been enough. Back to that Middlesex game where Higgins and Holden batted for eternity, when that was even on the hybrid pitch at Bristol. Middleton in and bowls, and tapped in defence to silly point, so he's nearly there to his 200th ball faced. Is Curry. I mean, if he gets to 100, it must be, if he's going to sort of carry on at that kind of rate, it would be surely one of the slower ones. I'm going to have to look up what the slowest recorded ones are, at least. For my amusement, at least. This is edged by Curry between first and second slip. I don't know that carried, but it's down to the boundary for 4 runs anyway. It went very quickly. Question is, did it carry? They're quite wide apart, those slips. I have to take my laptop towards the back of the box. It's a bit hard to see because Hammond at silly point is right sort of between the two as the camera's looking at it. Would have been really low down. To be honest, actually neither of them moved to it. 310 for 6, so Curry's on to 58 with that boundary. And what is it, 40 runs then needed by Leicestershire from 11 overs for their next batting point. Gloucestershire have decided to stick Ollie Price back on. He wasn't too far off, forcing the error from Rishi Patel to the first ball that he bowled today, which was hit in the air down the ground, but short of long on. So 2 overs, that was what Price had this morning. Still 7 overs left until the tea break. It really has slowed down to a crawl, so maybe, yes, maybe that's what they're after. Looking to just rattle through these overs now.
Price, with a short leg and a slip, is in. Back goes Cox and plays it with really exaggerated care back down the pitch to Ollie Price. Tells Webster to go a little bit closer at mid-wicket. Steps in and bowls. Back again goes Cox. Plays it a little bit wide of Price and thinks there might be for a second there might be a quick single in it, because nobody is in a single saving position in front of the bat on the offside, with the arguable exception of Taylor at mid-off. Price in, bowls, Cox back, and there is that single because he's pushing it out towards cover. Taylor has to run in. Cox jogs his one. He's quietly approaching 50 at almost a run a ball. Ben Cox 43 off 45 now. Curry, as eternal, Gloucestershire must think as, what, Rock of Gibraltar, something like that. What's a Gloucestershire landmark? Cleve Hill at Cheltenham.
Yes, possibly, or the cliffs of the Avon Gorge. Mind you, those have been eroded away, so actually over many years, but yes.
Price in bowls. Curry's looking to drive, but he kind of overreaches himself a bit and ends up hitting it into the ground, and it rolls out easily for Taylor to stop.
As sturdy as the Clifton suspension bridge.
Price bowls. Curry is forward in that sort of almost exaggeratedly sort of awkward, jerky way he has, but has proven to be extremely effective. Hasn't been dismissed in any of his last 5 innings. In he goes, Price, and bowls. Curry is down on one knee in his forward defensive on that one. And that is the end of Price's over. Some of the Angels are back.
Oh, I thought people were leaving the ground. No.
Yeah, I can see. You can see them glinting in the. Here they come down the street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you allowed to ride anything other than a Harley if you're a Hells Angel? You must be a Hells Angel. Possibly not.
Definitely not asking the right person there.
Okay.
Definitely not.
God, must be hot work being a Hells Angel when you leather stuff in this.
Big hair coming in, and you're sort of, you know, you're in that extraordinary position with your, well, yeah. So you're sort of on some medieval torture device. That's pretty much what the position is, isn't it? Might be worse on a cold day in terms of the position, possibly, but good grief. How you stay cool. Middleton bowls to Cox, who gently rolls this one towards Shaw, who's fielding at backward point. John T. Shaw. Down to a slip and a short leg. Cox, 43 from 46 deliveries, provided some impetus here and continues to do so with the paddle sweep round the corner, but that will just be a single. 3-12 for 6. Oh, well, Gloucester's got to try and do here. Let's try and imagine what Gloucestershire have to be thinking. Put some pressure on them getting this 350, and you might force a wicket. If you can dot Curry up, then you might force Curry and Cox, pardon me, into playing a rash shot. 200th ball for Curry facing, and it's a full toss, which he jams on the bounce back to the bowler. And he's looking rather nonplussed with that, is Scott Curry. That one was probably the one to wallop. Middleton in and bowls and plays that sort of... he almost does it in stages, that sort of round that front pad. Roll of the wrists behind square for no run.
I was watching him at lunch, Scott Curry.
Did you put him off his food doing that? Middleton in and bowls. Well, there's a little bit of bounce there, and it's come off either the upper part of Curry's bat or even his glove. He was motioning as if it might have come off his glove, but it went down straight into the ground and was no chance for silly point on the bounce.
Yeah, he'd rather plunge forward at that one. He's in the zone, a sort of concentration, Curry, and
Middleton in, bowls very full and has been stodgily pushed to cover. 3-12 for 6, the end of another over.
Yeah, I noticed at lunch he sort of came walking in, he'd got his shorts and he changed into his sort of training wear temporarily, obviously. But he sat at the end of the long table. The players sit on long tables in the dressing room. There's one each, obviously, like an old referee. And he just kept him. Everybody else let him get on with it. Nobody spoke to him. He wasn't chatting, anything like that. He just took his plate of salad or whatever it was, sat at the end of the table, ate it, staring down. Didn't talk to anybody that I could tell. In goes Price and bowls. Looking for the sweep is Cox. Thick bottom edge and pad, and it trickles out towards Bancroft at short leg. And he was... I've haven't met anyone as sort of obviously ferociously determined as Curry since he came here to Leicestershire. Price is in, bowls, turned off his legs very calmly and easily by Cox, who jogs a single. Moves on to 45, 313 for 6.
Sort of the inner Braveheart coming out then.
Yeah, I mean, the Scottish thing is an interesting one, but there's nothing Scottish about him, if you know what I mean, other than his qualification. You know, the accent, everything like that. Born in Poole, I think. I'll check that. In goes Price, bowls Fuller, jammed out by Curry into the offside. Let's check that.
Poole, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Into that.
That's what.
Oh, Scott Curry Music, independent guitar, drums, bagpipes. Other music shops are available.
Yeah, I don't think that's him. It could be. In goes
Bagpipes,
Price,
yeah.
bowls, and forward goes Curry, yes. Out into the offside, and there's no run.
Bagpipes rotting through the walls.
Rotting through the... Is that a
I
Goons thing?
think... No, I think it is... It might be Edith Sitwell, possibly. I'll look that up now.
Rotting through the walls. Lovely description. Price, 2 balls to go in what is his 4th over, second of the spell, is in. Bowles drops short, goes down the leg side, as appeal for a catch behind. Not noticeably from Price until Bracey went up, and helpfully, Curry looks at his sort of left thigh, looks at the back of his left thigh, so it flicked that.
Also where Chris Watts
says.
pointed to.
It flicked that. And in fairness, Price did not go up straight away. It was Bracey with the noise, and of course Bancroft at short leg, who went up straight away. Price to finish the over is in back. Ooh. On his stumps goes Curry and manages to keep it out, pushes it to short leg. End of the over from Ollie Price. 4 overs. None for 3, his figures, 313 for 6, 102 down, so 37 needed from 8. It's getting a bit tighter, isn't it, in terms of that extra batting bonus point, if that is in Leicestershire's mind.
Yeah, it's Edith Sitwell. There is a hotel at Ostend, cold as the wind without an end, haunted by ghostly poor relations of Bostonian conversations, bagpipes rotting through the walls. Scotch Rhapsody. And I've not read it out the way that it's meant to be read out. I think it's supposed to be read out in a sort of a sing-song, very sort of, you know, of its time, stereotypical Scottish sort of voice. Here comes Middleton bowling. There's a sweep shot. Oh, look out, umpire Watts. 1 run taken to deep square leg. That was possibly one of those headhunters that was continuing to spin towards him. He's looking very calm and casual now, but I suspect he probably wasn't when that ball was whistling towards him. 46 to Cox. 3-1-4 for 6. So Curry back on strike, and Gloucestershire bring the field right up again. Middleton bowls and prodded into the ground to silly point.
Leicestershire need Cox to get on strike a bit more, don't they? He's not seen much of the strike in recent overs.
This is sort of, I guess, what they have to try and do, isn't it? Regardless of whether it's the bonus point or not, but actually maybe try and starve Cox at the strike, get him a bit frustrated at the non-strikers and itching to get back on. Middleton bowls rather to Curry, and this is blocked defensively. Hammond springs out cat-like from silly point to field. They haven't lost their energy in the field, Gloucestershire, to give them credit, but you know, there's only a certain amount of time that you can go without taking a wicket before you sort of feel, well, yeah, this is going the way it's going. Middleton, he tries that really quicker delivery, and all of a sudden Curry realises there's no fielder at mid-on, so I can have a single for that. It was a rather slowly developing piece of cricket. 315 for 6.
It is now 3:40, so we're not, I suppose, too far over. 3 more overs after this, it'll be about 10 to 4.
Oh, it's snuck up on me. Too busy thinking about nonsense poetry.
I think he did Sitwell as quintessentially English or something. There's no. I think Scott somehow.
Yeah, but I think that's
I know,
the point.
Yeah.
Middleton in, and a sort of wide Yorker almost is deflected by Cox, but not past Short, who is lurking between a backward point and a short third.
I also think of that Tim Brooke Taylor sort of doing Lady Bracknell, basically, when I think of Edith Sitwell. Yeah.
Handbag.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but you
Forward
did.
defence from Cox as Middleton fields up his own bowling. 315 for 6. There's 3 overs left until tea, thank goodness.
Yes, I shall. That's available on YouTube. I'm sure that'll be a meme before long.
I also enjoyed the version of that they did. I'm sorry, I haven't included that.
Yeah,
Is
that's
with
what, yeah.
the ventriloquist's dummy, where they took it in turns to be, you know, the ventriloquist and then the dummy. Reading that out. A hand gag.
Curry on 59 on strike to Price. 2 slips and a short leg. Otherwise now a relatively conventional field. That said, yeah, it is still relatively conventional. Price is in. Back goes Curry. Tries to turn it round the corner. Just turns it down into the ground. And short leg fields comfortably enough. Price in. Bowls. Whoa! Scott Curry slog swept. 2 mid-wicket for 4. Well, even his patience has limits, it seems. And Curry, with every run, improves his first-class best. Moves on to 63, not out. 319 now for 6. I think they will probably want to try and get this batting bonus point if they can. They've got 2 established batters at the crease. Partnership up to 83 now. Price in, bowls, forward goes Curry. That little moment of release has passed. There'll be some red faces out there among the Gloucester lads, aren't there? I mean, it is hot out there. Price is in, turned around the corner, but only as far as Webster, who's just behind square on the leg side. I don't mean because of the situation of the game. I mean,
must admit,
my
mind didn't go there initially, but I wondered whether I should. I should pretend that that's where you were going.
Hard, hot work.
Yeah.
Price bowls, tosses it right up, but Curry isn't to be tempted. Waits for it to pitch and then just steers it out towards mid-off. Takes a step, but as he does, shouts no. Almost sells Cox a bit of a dummy. The only time he's really looked like a tail ender, really, is in his running almost, Scott Curry. Second slip has wandered over to leg slip. Puts the helmet on. First slip has gone to leg slip, I should say, because Price has gone round the wicket to Curry, who nonetheless just blocks it down towards Bancroft at short leg. End of the over, the 104th, so 31 off 6 is a bit of a... beginning to look a little bit unlikely now, unless Cox gets a lot more of a strike. 2 overs to go until tea. They might think about, see where they're at 4 overs left at tea, if they need 25 something, 24. Should still be achievable if they want to.
I guess there probably comes a point where they think, well, we just don't want to give them 1 wicket even. We don't even want to give him that much. We're not even going to risk 1 wicket to try and get the point. we're there yet, I don't know. Cox, I suspect, is going to continue to try to go after Middleton in a sort of controlled a fashion as he can, but Gloucestershire have posted several sweepers out, 3 back on the boundary. As Middleton bowls, short, wide cut, and Bancroft has no idea where it's gone, but it's gone back to the bowler.
Did it bounce off him?
Yeah, I think it bounced into the ground, and then Bancroft inadvertently has deflected it back to Middleton, so that's saved another couple of seconds. He hit that hard, but again Bancroft showing absolutely no sign that it's done any damage. Forward defence this time, goes out into the offside for a single. Pardon me, it's Hammond, of course, at silly point, not Bancroft. Bancroft's at short leg. 1 run taken out towards cover, 320 for 6. Cox has 47.
You could tell because Hammond or the fielder there leapt into the air when Cox threatened to cut it away, and you know Bancroft would not have moved an inch, would he?
Yep, short sleeves of Hammond, and he's been sliding around a lot. Stains on his trousers as that one stays down a fraction. Curry still manages to turn it round the corner to Matt Taylor. It shows you, I guess, the number of times that the leg spin has been worked round the corner like that as well. He's not afraid of it turning, really. When you're happy to play against the turn like that. Middleton bowls, that is a touch short, and it's flicked through the onside. They will take 1. They should be able to come back for a fairly comfortable second. Watch your feet, Mr. Taylor. A little bit of a slip and a slide, but he gets his feet underneath him. 322 for 6. Curry up to 65. More general milling about as the ball's back in the hands of Middleton. There's another chase on at Trent Bridge, by the way, as Nottinghamshire have now been bowled out.
Looks like a good game, that.
Middleton in, and this is jammed down the ground. There's no mid-on in position, so there's going to be at least another 2, and in fact they are going to settle quite early for another jogged couple of runs. So this has been a pretty handy over for Leicestershire. They've not taken a great deal of risk, but they've already got basically, well, in fact they've already got more than what they need from the over for that bonus point. 324 for 6, so already 5 runs from it. So, well, yeah, it's basically bang on what they need. 1 ball left in it as the sun has left us for, I think, the first time today. As this has worked round the corner, no, says Curry, and he's right to do so because it's not really a run there, even though it went behind square. Curry gave the call. 324 for 6, so 5 overs left to get that next bonus point. So Nottinghamshire bowled out for 209 with 3 wickets apiece for Felix Organ and Kyle Abbott, meaning that Hampshire need 169 runs to win. So they do need the lowest score of the match, but pressure of the chase, etc. Good finish potentially beckons there. Yorkshire 136 for 6 now, needing 47 to win. Lythe is still there though on 63. Tattersall the man out for 18.
Beautifully poised. Beautifully poised. Price is going to go around the wicket to Ben Cox on 47 bowls. Cox goes back, blocks it back up the pitch to the off spinner.
Derbyshire also bowled out, but for 362 in the end. That match does look to be heading towards a draw.
Price is in. Cox is forward, pushing into the gap in the covers. Jogs the single with Curry. Moves on to 48, 325 for 6. 4 balls left before tea. Can Curry get through another entire session? We need Adrian Thomas to come up with some night watchman stats for us, and not just against Gloucestershire. In goes Price, bowls. That's probably damned it, hasn't it? Probably means he'll get out now. Blocked out into the onside.
I'm not sure
Curry.
if even the commentator's curse would work in such a situation.
67 of 221 deliveries. Price bowls, drops his fraction short on the leg side, turned around the corner by Curry, but only as far as Webster. Where's the sun gone? There's a biggish cloud above now. No, remotely that it's going to rain.
Bad light. Get the floodlights on.
Yes. They have been quick to call for the lights, Messrs. Shumnigam and Watts, but no signs of them so doing with just 2 balls to go until tea, short leg. Silly point and slip, crouch down because Price is going back over the wicket. Bowls, stays a bit low. Hammond jumps out of the way. His opposite number just folds his arms and looks kind of slightly, curls the lip at his young teammate Bancroft. Gotta stand still, mate.
Didn't even bother to get off his knees.
Price is in and bowls and forward goes Curry, and he has got through another entire session. End of the afternoon session here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. A slightly weary looking Ollie Price takes his cap from umpire Chris Watts. 325 for 6, so 1 wicket did fall in the session. The only wicket that has fallen today. Wishy Patel bowled by an absolute jaffer from Matt Taylor for 117, 236 for 6 at that stage after a partnership of 106 with Curry that had lasted the entirety of the morning session and into the afternoon. But Ben Cox has come in and played fluently for 48 not out of 56. Curry has stood firm. He's 67 of 224. Leicestershire still loads to do to save the game, but they're making a fist of it. We'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground in around about 15 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicester, where Leicestershire are ready to resume their reply to Gloucestershire's record 706 for 6 declared. They are now themselves 325 for 6, and, well, at least for now the intrigue is, can Leicestershire get one more batting point? 25 runs they require in 4 overs for that third batting point, but it is Scott Curry who is, I suppose, stealing the headlines today, despite the fact that Rishi Patel reached a terrific century, the only wicket to fall in the day's play, bowled off stump by Matt Taylor for 117. But Scott Curry, the night watchman who came out last night in perilous circumstances with Leicestershire tottering at 130 for 5, is still there at tea on the following day. 67 not out from 224 deliveries. Ben Cox is 48 not out, and it is Cox to face the first ball after the tea break. Ed Middleton, the leg spinner, will bowl it. Chris Watts has just realised that he's better off standing at point rather than at square leg. My name's Ed Seaborn, alongside me Richard Ray on the BBC Sport website and the app. Brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol and Gloucestershire.
So Middleton, with a leg slip and a conventional slip, comes in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Cox, who's sweeping. There's a appeal for leg before he's gone. First ball after tea. Cox went for the sweep. He stays on one knee in disbelief at seeing the raised finger of umpire Surinagam, but he must turn and walk off. He was sweeping off the straight. We will have a look at the replay and offer an opinion, but an immediate post-tee breakthrough for the visitors, and Cox cannot believe that he's given it away if such proves to be the case. 325 for 7.
Well, it was clearly me at tea telling Ed Middleton to stick at it. That's obviously what has brought that wicket out. Anyway, it was, I guess, incumbent upon Cox to try and get Leicestershire to that batting point. That, I guess, probably would have been his main responsibility. I suppose he'd have been hoping that the ball was turning past off stump. It struck him probably, what would you say, struck him in front of off stump.
I missed the replay. I wonder if we get another one.
I think there is a fair chance that was going on to hit off stump, and it hasn't exactly turned a long way, but it has turned just enough that it was probably the turn that caused Cox to miss the shot. And I think it was, whether it was turning past off stump was the only thing that could save Cox there. I think it's another one of those where you'd probably say, well, it's definitely only hitting one stump. What do you reckon?
Here's the replay. I suspect it hit him on the body, actually. I don't think it hit the front pad, but it looked fairly close, so needed to get some connection, wasn't able to do so. So an immediate wicket after the interval. And I'm really pleased to say Rishi Patel's come up to the box.
I'm even more pleased.
Yeah, you can go and sit outside for a little bit now, Ed, and we'll have a chat to Rishi about the pitch and how to play on it as the second wicket of the day has fallen. Remember, only 2 wickets on day 1 as well. So far, only 2 wickets on day 3. Rish, welcome to the box.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And very well played.
Thank you.
You got the ball of the day, didn't you? It looked to be a cracker. I have to say that from Matt Taylor.
Yeah, it was a lovely ball. Just sort of looked to swing back in and then held its line. And unfortunately for me, my off stump went. But yeah, that was a lovely shot to get off the mark.
Yeah.
Nice help
Foolish
push.
delivery from Middleton that Ben Mike pushed out towards point and immediately takes the one. So he's up and running straight away. The immovable Scott Curry will take strike. What a job he has done, Rishi.
Yeah.
What was it like batting with him at the other end?
Oh, he's fantastic to bat with, to be fair. He's mature beyond his age. His real clarity and thinking's been a joy, to be fair. So, he'll just do his job and just keep batting for as long as he can.
Middleton is in, bowls to Curry, who goes back and defends towards short leg. Bancroft picks up. He hasn't changed his approach, has he, in any way? He's just batted and batted. Occasionally he's unfurled. Actually, a pretty decent pull shot once or twice as well, but he looks the most ferociously determined young man I've seen for a long time.
He is, yeah, he is. He's probably not the prettiest, so you won't mind me saying that, but he's
As a
definitely
batsman,
able.
of course.
He's well and able to hold his own.
He defends on the front foot on that occasion, leans forward, not a big stride. He's quite a tall man, is Curry, but got to the pitch of that, didn't need to put in a big stride. Hammond fielded in front of the wicket on the offside, 3-2-6 for 7. Will Leicestershire be thinking in terms of the extra batting bonus point, or is it just a case of keep batting and it's the draws, the big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I think
Middleton bowls and defends on the back foot this time, Curry.
I think there was definitely a conversation. Coxey batted with great intent before tea, and I think he was just going to continue to do that. And unfortunately, he's just missed one. I didn't have a look at the wicket. It was close, I imagine.
Yeah, he swept and it sort of hit him on the body in front of more or less off stump.
Yeah.
In goes Middleton and bowls. Curry is plunging forward at that one, really smothering it with a combination of bat and pad, I think, out into the offside. So young Middleton has his third wicket, 3 for 77 off 29 overs for him. Tell us about the pitch. What do you make of it?
It feels, I don't know whether it's a ball or what, it feels quite difficult once that ball does get old. It feels like you have to force it. I think obviously their fields that they've put in have been pretty straight quite early on, so it's just trying to buy your time and just be as patient as you can. It seems like it's just getting a bit slower, a bit lower. So that would be the main thing they're going to be looking to do, sort of hit the pads and keep the stumps in play.
Ben Charlesworth at the end of day one said it feels a bit like a sort of typical Bristol wicket. There's a fraction there at the start, but essentially then it begins to sort of get a bit slower, a bit lower.
Yeah, that's Grace Road probably in a nutshell. They've tried to obviously keep a lot more grass on it this year to help that sort of carry early on in the first couple of days, but sort of now it looks like a typical Grace Road.
I don't think it's one of the ones that's been relayed either, so yeah, they're probably quite a few on the square. If there's going to be any life in them, need relaying, but it's a big old job that for the grounds, and an expensive one as well. Well, Taylor is going to go around the wicket to Ben Mike. Bowls. Mike defends, jumping back slightly into his crease, the straight delivery back down the pitch to Matt Taylor. Just the one slip for Ben, otherwise a sort of single saving field with the sweeper on the leg side.
I think that's it. They've ringed it up pretty quickly, pretty early, so we have to take a few more risks to punch the ball through the field, and a few sort of just held from the back of a length. So it's been difficult going, but the boys are doing well.
Taylor is in past umpire Watts. Bowls to Mike, who's solidly forward, head right over the ball as he defends out down the pitch on the off side. I'm guessing there might have been a sort of element of tiredness there were some interesting decisions as well, but after sort of a day and almost 2/3 in the field yesterday, when to be reduced to 130 for 5 at the end of the day, but probably a little bit of tiredness for the batters.
Yeah, it's very hard. You do 150 in the over, 140 in sort of one session.
Taylor is in. Mike is waiting for that one, rather stroking it back down. The pitch bounces up. Taylor stops in his follow through.
But like now their bowlers are going through the exact same thing. They've done 107. They've still got to come back and try and do it again in the second innings. So it should become a little bit easier. They'll be a lot more tired, and they don't have the day and a half that they had in the first couple of days on their feet, like up off their feet.
Taylor turns into his 20th over now, point which he was making, runs in and bowls. Mike plays him off his legs, off middle and legs slightly, but defensively out towards mid-wicket. And for yourself, obviously, I think probably the first part of the season has been a little bit frustrating for you. You've got in and got in and got in, got it to an 80 and threatened all the time, but probably a slight element of relief to have gone past 3 figures.
I think so, yeah. That was the main thing. You know, I feel like I've been batting well. I've had probably a few good balls in there as well, mixed in, which you can get in April.
Taylor is in and bowls. Mike looking to pull thick bottom edge. It's going to run down towards long leg in front of the electronic scoreboard. Excuse me. Mike takes 1, moves on to 2. Lots of oohs and ahs out there. Been good volumes, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's nice to get over the line. Obviously, sort of a different sort of approach, and really had to work hard and take my time and just try and bat as long as I can. And it was nice. It was refreshing to try and almost not have to put pressure onto the bowlers and let them sort of try and get me out. But it's a nice time to get it as well.
Taylor turns in. Bowls, turned off his legs neatly by Curry, off middle and leg down towards long leg. I would imagine that Scott would probably acknowledge he's seeing it quite well by now. That was his 229th delivery. Moves on to 68, his maiden first class 50. You got away a few early as well, which probably helped you settle some lovely straight drives.
Yeah, just, you know, sometimes it just clicks quite nicely in the morning of a day. And it just happened that I got off to a bit of a flyer, and that sort of settled everyone down. I think it makes everyone up here feel a bit more comfortable, a bit more relaxed, especially in the dressing room. So, and then Scott's played brilliantly. You know, he was just been rock solid the whole way through. There's been no panic in sort of the way he's been talking to me when he was out there. So, you know, it's been really nice to see from such a young man.
He comes across, as I say, as a you know, he sort of looks very determined all the time. You know, around the ground, around the club, everything like that. I'm told he's quite a different character in the dressing room. Now, you can maybe confirm that or not, as the case may be. Middleton is in, bowls to
that's a
him.
Lovely shot. Wow,
Describe it.
I think that's a
it's
mixture
a sort of
between
sweep.
a flick and a sweep, sort of along those lines. It's just beaten 45 and it's gone to deep backward square leg. That's a gorgeous shot.
He kind of waited for it, didn't it? It certainly wasn't a conventional sort of down on one knee sweep or anything like it, but he really wristy, but he timed it very sweetly and got to the picture or waited for the ball. And, as you say, down to deep backward square it went, and he's into the 70s for the first time in his first class career.
Good on him. It's great to see.
And in the dressing room, he's got a sort of jokey character, I'm told.
He has a few jokes cracking up. Keeps everyone on their toes, that's for sure. I think it's just shown sort of this innings where we have been in the last few years compared to sort of the way we're developing as cricketers and as a team to have this sort of resilience.
Middleton bowls. It bounces a little bit, and Curry, who was looking to get forward, sort of drops his bottom hand as the ball, I think, jumped up and maybe even caught him on the glove. And dropped down into the offside.
That short leg as well, that ball before, which usually happens as well. Been waiting all day for that, and
it did bounce. Yeah, the man who was in short on the offside is not there. Nobody in short, actually, either short on the leg side or the offside. In goes Middleton, bowls Curry, an exaggerated press forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch. Well, it is only 26 overs old, so it should be a bit hard still, the ball.
I've found it's gone real soft.
Already,
yeah. It's been difficult to pierce the infield as such unless you're taking a bit more of a higher risk option.
That one is defended by Curry on the front foot. There was just the one when you had a go at Middleton and it just bounced and turned a fraction, didn't it?
Yeah, there is something there. You know, he's bowled really well actually for someone who's, I don't know, is it his debut or his
third first class game? Yeah.
You know, he's bowled really well consistently. You try and put him under as much pressure as you can, but again, the situation of the game sort of helps him. He can settle in a bit more when you've got 700 runs to play with.
Yes, that does help, doesn't it? Definitely. Coming to the end of his 30th over is in bowls. Curry down on one knee, defending that one with a slightly angled bat, running it towards gully, and there is no run. 3-3-2 for 7, just the 1 over left. So I think Leicestershire going to settle for 3 bonus points, 1 bowling, 2 batting. Gloucestershire look likely to have to settle for 6, but it's all really about now securing the draw.
Yeah.
And if that is going to happen, Gloucestershire will emerge with 14 points from the game, Leicestershire with 11. And it's with those extra points for the draw again this year, it does put a premium on making sure you don't lose, doesn't it?
Absolutely, I think so. And that's all we can control at the moment. You know, we've been up against it this game, and Gloucester have batted well, but we're showing that we've got a lot of fight in us at the moment. So we just got to keep carrying on.
Taylor staying round the wicket to Ben Mike, who is looking to drive, not quite timing it, comes off the thick outside part of the bat. Sounds a bit tinny as it runs out towards point.
It just, that full sort of length, it just doesn't feel like it's getting on to the middle. It's just keeping a little bit low, and obviously that reflects in sort of hitting the toe of the bat, and that sound not being as quite as firm as it would be.
Difficult for the new batsman coming in at first just to sort of work that out, as Taylor is in, bowls, fullish, waiting for it, Mike, and steering it out into the offside, sees that cover has to move to his left to pick up the ball, calls
I think
Scott
that
Curry
might
through
have been a
4-1.
little off-cutter there as well. Just
A bit.
looked a bit of a slow ball.
The only time that Scott Curry has kind of looked like a sort of number 11, although I suppose he's 10 in this game, is sometimes with his running. He watches the ball a bit sometimes, I know, you know, with yourself. Sometimes he had to be reminded that there was a run to be taken.
Well, to be fair to him, he is, with me, I had a little bit of a hammy issue this morning, so he's being a bit extra careful.
Bless.
Sort of protecting me a little bit.
Taylor is in, there's a appeal for leg. Oh no, that had to be high, but it's been given out. Curry goes leg before wicket. He can't quite believe that. My immediate reaction was that was high. We'll have a look at the replays. A tall man, Scott Curry, and it hit him high-ish, but umpire Watts thought about it, and Scott Curry has to go. Well, it's been a magnificent effort from him, but we'll have a look at the replay, and I hope he gets the applause he deserves. He's been given out leg before wicket by umpire Chris Watts. Here's the replay. Let's have a look.
It's a real shame. He's batted beautifully there. Yeah, it's definitely
it stepped
tight,
across, but and it was above the knee roll, but it was straight. Whether it was above, well, Scott Curry gets a huge round of applause, both deserved and indeed sympathetic as well. But he goes leg before wicket for 72 after 236 balls. Well, I think that is the very definition of night watchman job done.
Yeah, I think he would have been eyeing up 100 there. But that's real unfortunate. He's batted so well, deserves it. But you know what? These two can put on a lot together. Tom's been in fantastic batting form this year, as well as Ben. Ben is very dangerous with the bat, so you know, wouldn't be surprised at all to see these two get a bit of hard graft in and bat the rest of the day.
Tom Scriven this season, 56, 15, 54 not out and 46. So no real failures in any of those 4 innings for Scriven.
And he's been batting quite low down as well.
He has. He's been going in at 10 in much of that time. But he's been going in with good men at the other end, and he's going in with a good man at the other end in Ben Mike on this occasion. But not too much room now for mistakes, really, with Josh Hull to come. Josh will get in line, but he'd not necessarily be able to hang around for a long time. We will see what happens. Scriven, 3-3-3 for 8. 3 balls for Gloucestershire to pick up an extra bowling bonus point, actually. So I would imagine they will crowd Tom Scriven. I was cross with him at Lords for getting out on 46 with the shot he played. He looks quite startled.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I said that's my shot against the spinners. That's my to put them under pressure, but not when you're on 46 at Lords.
Oh, I don't know.
You get over your 50, and then by only had Pete Hanscom at 90 odd on the other end. Taylor is in to Scriven, who's solidly forward on off stump and defending out into the covers.
I try and skip them and try and hit them for boundaries anyway.
I noticed you did go to your 100 in fairly cracking style, 4-4-6 of 3 consecutive deliveries.
I think that 99 at Sussex scarred me, to be honest with you. So try and avoid getting anywhere near that again.
I remember that. Yeah. Were you stuck? Were you on 99 for a while?
Yeah, I reckon it was about 20 balls or so.
I'd have to look at my notes that day.
I just kept hitting. I remember it quite well.
Yeah,
kept hitting
now you're
point
saying it.
Cover off left arm spin.
You were timing it nicely. Yeah, I remember that now. So Graham Van Buren has put himself in at short, mid, on as Taylor is in to Scriven, short, pulled by Scriven, and didn't get all of it by any stretch of the imagination. It went over Bancroft at short leg. Running around is Luke Charlesworth from sort of fairly conventional mid wicket to get to the ball, but it was a decent bounce of that from Taylor, who's bowled well.
He has. I think they've bowled well. They've not tried to do anything with it. They've tried to keep it as simple as they can with the field that they've set, try and hit the stumps and build pressure over time, and they can afford to do that. But they've bowled really well and they've batted really well. So it's going to be tough work, but we go again.
It's just occurred to me that if Leicestershire lose these 2 wickets, you're back out there fairly quickly.
Yeah, I've got
assuming
to go.
they enforce the follow on, so you're going to have to.
I imagine so. They will.
One was assumed.
Yeah.
But, I was going to say stranger things have happened, but not many.
No.
I'd be very surprised.
I'm in no rush just yet.
Okay, good. Well, there'll be certainly with Scriven and Mike at the crease, they are not your conventional numbers 9 and 10. That is for sure. Well, Gloucestershire have packed the umbrella field on the leg side as Taylor is in to Mike, who defends very solidly down the pitch on the onside. Bancroft to straight short mid-on makes the stop, and that is 110 overs, 334 for 8. So bonus point situation is now set in stone. Leicestershire take 3, Gloucestershire 6. The question now is whether both sides will take 8 for the draw or whether Gloucestershire will take 16 really for the win.
Well, they'll be doing their best effort to get that win, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. After their breaking their duck at Northants last week.
Yeah.
What do you make of the second division? Everybody,
it's quite tight, isn't it?
Muchness, aren't they, really?
It is. It's real tight. It's always been sort of that case of, I know Durham sort of blew everyone out the water last year, but even sort of second to fourth last year was a bit tight, wasn't it?
It was. A couple of wins.
Yeah.
Could make a huge amount of difference. A good game going on at Hove.
I'm not sure the score
He's getting very, very close. Yorkshire was 6 down last time I saw, needing another 40 or so. Okay. Middleton is in. Scriven is looking to drive, gets it a bit off the inside part of the bat, and it goes straight back up the pitch to Ed Middleton.
25 to win.
25 with 4 wickets. Adam
Lyth,
the Whitby boy. In goes Middleton, tosses it up. Nicely clipped by Scriven. Timed it well, but a good tumbling stop at mid-wicket by Ben Charlesworth. Means he doesn't pick up a run, he remains on a single. Three close fielders as well as the wicket-keeper. Slip, short leg and silly point as in goes Middleton.
Nice.
It's a little bit short outside off stump and steered by Scriven out towards backward point. He is going to pick up a single on this occasion. 3-3-5 for 8. I was talking to Mum yesterday. She's been struggling to get hold of the Talking Foxes podcast, so that's why I've forwarded it to yourself. I haven't got an address for you via Instagram, so I've sent her it, and I'll try and find out why that isn't. She has some sort of e-catch thing that she was showing me.
Couldn't find it.
But she should be able to. Why she's not able to? It could be to do with the BBC. I'll find out.
She loves it. To be fair, she's around everywhere.
Yeah, loves her cricket.
Yeah.
In goes Middleton bowls, nice. Forward goes Ben Mike and defends down the pitch on the on side. Yeah, real opportunity for these two here. play themselves in all the time in the world as the Gloucestershire support staff attempt to walk another wicket.
They're back out on the laps,
They're
aren't
back
they?
out, yeah. Clockwise. Middleton is in. Mike is looking to drive, and it's gone through, though that's a rare mistake by Luke Charlesworth, and it's gone out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Straight through him. Almost too close. He sort of fell over it, really, as it came to him. You're not in the slips as often as you used to be. I've got used to you being in the slips. Are you? You're sort of roaming around now.
Just on the boundary.
Empty acres.
To be fair, we've got 3 good grabbers in Kimber and Pete and Scott Curry, so I've been out roaming the fields, grazing, as they say.
Middleton tosses the ball from hand to hand, goes in and bowls. Ben Mike goes back and turns it around the corner. Scriven calls him through for the quick single. Good call. Taylor got to the ball, but there was always going to be one in it if both batsmen went, and they did. 340 for 8 at the end of the over. I got so used to hearing you at slip, sort of oohing and ahhing up every single ball, so it's sort of feels quite quiet out there now, relatively speaking.
Got to try and make something happen.
Well, it's a demonstration of involvement as well. I mean, if you are involved, you do kind of feel something might be happening with every ball sometimes.
Nice ones are when they leave it and it's not really that close, but you try and make it seem a lot closer than it is.
Get it into the batsman's head. Have they been chuntering? Were they chuntering away in your innings, the Gloucester boys, or is it a relatively quiet side in that respect?
Relatively quiet, to be fair. They were quite nice. It's one of those. I don't think you need to say too much. The scoreboard tends to do enough of the talking.
Have you found, sort of, as Taylor continues from the pavilion end bowls to Ben Mike, who's driving, but again not quite timing it. I've lost count of the number of times we've said that in this game because of the nature of the pitch. As other teams get to know you, I suppose, as a player and an individual, whether is he going to react if we sledge a bit and he doesn't, so what's the point, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think they started with it last year, to be fair. I remember Yorkshire came pretty hard at me. I tend to like it. I don't mind people coming at me a little bit more.
Taylor is in. Mike just waits for that one, dabs it down towards deepish gully, and as Rich said, good running. Scriven immediately saw there was one there.
Yeah, I tend to enjoy it. Try and give it back as well a little bit.
Oh dear.
Yeah, a little bit.
Can't believe that Yorkshire was sledging. There'll be a few chewed Yorkshire fingernails at the moment, but it looks like they might just lie this out.
Oh, that does make it interesting.
They need another, what, 20?
25.
With three wickets remaining, but they're down to the all-rounders / tail.
Thompson might come in and try and give it a quick whack.
Taylor is into Scriven,
Nice
who
shot.
is playing it nicely through the onside for 4 out to the mid-wicket boundary. Nice piece of timing. It might have been a little bit of... no, there wasn't, probably swing it just with the arm towards the legs, and worked by Dutch Tom. Not Dutch, Danish. Dutch. What's
Dutch? He'll
Dutch?
be horribly upset with you there, Richard.
He'll be very cross about that. I call him Dutch. I'm used to Akkers, basically. Of course, we were talking about the Netherlands playing today. They've had a couple of games. There's a tournament going on, a sort of 3-way tournament with Scotland and Ireland. In goes Taylor, bowls. Danish Tom covers up, plays it out into the offside. I can't believe they haven't snapped him up. The Danish cricket,
I think
something to do with passports, he said, and things like that. But they've been fairly lukewarm from talking to him.
Yeah, I think they have tried to, but it would have taken him to move across and live there for a period of time, which at the moment I don't think that's feasible for him.
Maybe in October, or unless it's a long period of time.
Yeah, I think it is a long period.
Okay, Taylor's in, and Scriven is looking to drive, jams it out rather, back down the pitch to Matt Taylor. He remains on 6.
They definitely did try to get him across.
If he had the passport, it wouldn't be an issue, would it? So, but I think they're quite strict on that. You would think a Danish dad would automatically qualify you, but he's working on it anyway. Who knows? He might get a call from England in due course. In goes Taylor and bowls to Scriven, who chips it in the air really. There's been a few of those, but slightly too pace nature sometimes of the pitch.
Yeah, especially when it's just sort of banged into the pitch, it feels like it's just sitting in a little bit more. I think Webster had a couple to me where I sort of off the back foot and almost get there a little bit too early, and it just sort of pops up a bit more than you'd like to. Sorry, also just checking the football score.
I better not tell me, because I'm sort of vaguely waiting for match of the day.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
Yeah. It's not exciting, is it?
No, it should
Okay.
be a foregone conclusion, really.
I assumed as much.
Yeah.
What one assumes as much. Paul Parky, by the way, Callum Parkinson,
Yeah.
who is a Bolton season ticket holder. He had a bad day yesterday, didn't he? Durham had a bad day, and so did Bolton Wanderers. In goes Middleton bowls, driving down into the ground is Ben Mike, bounces up and stopped by Hammond in the covers. But anyway, something to tease him about when we see him in the T20.
Absolutely.
There's something eminently teasable about Parky. He'll give you it back, but
He will give it back to you, that's for sure.
it's good fun. He takes it in very good spirit.
Yeah.
Middleton is in, drops a bit short,
Nice.
and a little short-armed pull from Ben Mike. He's got that away between mid-wicket and mid-on, out to the long-gone boundary for 4.
Lovely quick feet there just to get him into position to be able to pull that, because it wasn't too short, I don't think. Especially down the hill, it can skid at you a little bit more than you think.
Must be nice for the bowlers in these circumstances, like Tom Scriven and Ben Mike, who've put in a lot of hard yakka on this pitch as Middleton bowls, and Mike steers him out to the sweeper on the offside boundary for 1. Just a chance, if you can bat as a bowler, if you are an all-rounder, to think, right, my turn now.
Absolutely, and I think these guys work so hard sort of in the nets and in winter to improve their batting. It's something that everyone takes on really well in the winter, so if there's a chance to score runs, they'll snap your hands off.
Middleton steps in almost and bowls a fraction short, pulled by Tom Scriven, but just didn't quite get all of it, and went behind square on the onside, and Matt Taylor was able to make a fairly comfortable stop, sort of 10 yards or so behind square. Middleton 3 for 92, comfortably his best first class figures as he's in and bowls and brings Tom Scriven forward, defending out into the covers, and there's no run. Are you sort of in touch with the Lions setup at the moment, Rish, or have they said we'll keep an eye on how things are going?
I think they'll always look to see how you're getting on. There hasn't been any contact with any of the guys who I spoke to last year. Not really expecting anything as well. It's what can I do for the club to try and get us to win games, and that's all I need to worry about, and the rest will take care of itself, really.
Middleton bowls, and it was fullish and clipped more or less along the ground straight to mid-wicket by Scriven. End of the over, 350 for 8.
Thompson is out.
Thompson for a
Oof.
duck, so it didn't come off the pinch. Well, no, not pinch hitter, but if he was slogging, who knows? But so they need a 25 with just 2
Is
wickets
Revis
in
still
hand.
in? So Revis, yeah.
They'll be dancing on the streets of Hove if they can. The old people, the deck chairs will be fully occupied down there. Hope it's a nice day. Lovely. We're down there not too long really. Next month.
That'd be nice. Yeah, it's always a nice trip going down to Hove.
Everybody's favourite, isn't it? Just about.
And
Well, it
brewery.
depends where you're staying. If you're lot are staying at Gatwick again,
Oh, no, yeah.
that was a nightmare, wasn't it?
I think we've managed to avoid staying at Gatwick this year. Yeah, that
Couldn't
was.
believe that.
I think one of the mornings took us just over an hour to get in.
Those of us who were staying in Hove, walking along the seafront, think, what are you doing? Van Buren's on. Bowles brings Ben Mike forward, studiously defending out into the onside, picked up at mid-wicket. So yeah, I would imagine that was the first thing you said when you
Yeah.
don't do that to us again. Drops a little bit short, Graham Van Buren, on that occasion. But Ben Mike didn't really get up, and he's still careful on the back foot, defending on the onside. gets through his overs quickly. A B explores the effects mic. Ben Mike
that
drives,
what it
but a
was?
good stop. Yeah, it's because it's yellow. Every now and again, a bee will come and have a look at it, and you can hear it. It doesn't take them long. They sniff and realise it's not a flower, but Van Buren is in back foot. Ben Mike's working it out towards Josh Shaw, who's a little bit deep at mid-on, and immediately called Tom Scriven through for the single. Yeah, you have to be careful though, just as a warning, because it's hanging down there. We tend to hear what's going on the
lovely.
on the balconies sometimes, but the cheers and applause rather than the conversation.
Yeah.
Scriven is forward, defending out into the offside. No run. Partnership 18 now. They've had a nice rest, these two, after a lot of hard work yesterday. They've had basically 3 sessions as Van Buren is in. No real turn for him. Scriven is forward, back close to front pad, playing it out into the offside. Thank you for coming up. Really do appreciate it. Very well played again, and I hope you know where we are now. So we'll have your mum up if she wants to do some commentary.
Oh god, that'll be interesting.
Thanks, Rich.
Alright, cheers guys.
And well, Ed will at least be able to tell us about the Yorkshire game that he's been watching surreptitiously in the background, I suspect. Well, wickets were tumbling here. 2 wickets in a session.
I know, Riches indeed. 2 whole wickets. But no, I mean, Gloucestershire are now in a position where they'll be thinking, if we take these last 2 and then just get Leicestershire going this evening, then they could be in a position, if they can have a really good last 24 overs, where they're looking for what they needed at Northampton last match, which is 8 wickets on the final day, and they did that before tea. Now, the pitch is different from the one at Northampton, however, that's what they've got to be starting to believe. Ollie Price is on to bowl. Oh, there's some bounce there, and Mike was looking to drive what he thought was going to be a full delivery, but it did just pop up a bit, and he didn't control the attempted drive through the offside and popped up in the air briefly on the onside. I think that has come off the bat. As Price moves in, bowls another fly to deliver. It's whipped aerially wide of long on. There was some brief expressions of catch, but nobody was anywhere near it to do that. 353 for 8. Mike with a couple of runs on to 17, and Ollie Robinson has just taken the 9th Yorkshire wicket. Forward defence here from Ben Mike out into the offside. He has just bowled an absolutely incredible over, Ollie Robinson, a double wicket maiden. Yorker to Yorkshire's number 10, Dom Leach first ball. I have no idea how it didn't bowl him, but he's got rid of Thompson in that over, and Leach
against his home county.
Yep. Incredible stuff from Ollie Robinson. Here's Price bowling. This is turned along the floor this time by Mike, down to long on for a single. Sussex absolutely cock a hoop, but well, Matt Revis is still there on 13, but they've lost 3 wickets for no runs. Wow. Now, I mean, the pressure's on Yorkshire, isn't it? I mean, Sussex are top of the table. Yorkshire are the side expected to be top of the table and haven't won yet. And if they lose that one, then they're already looking at a real uphill struggle. And getting rid of Lythe really would have sent the jitters going. Forward goes Scriven to this next ball and circumspectly prods it into the covers, and there is no run. So that does, I think, look as if it's going to be the first game to finish, with Worcestershire still 8 down against Surrey. Ollie Price in and bowls, and on the back foot Scriven plays it back to the bowler. Hampshire have not got off to a good start in their low chase at Trent Bridge. They're 15 for 2, with Orr gone for 7 and Organ gone without scoring, so they need 153 to win.
That was good.
8
Or gone
wickets.
for 7.
Or gone. Or gone. Did you like that? Yeah. Okay.
Very good.
Anyway, Hampshire need 153. So those matches heading towards a conclusion. Essex have dug in a touch at Chelmsford, but they still need 182 to win. 4 wickets down. Cox and Critchley at the crease. Elgar dismissed for 60. Lots of results possible.
Van Buren is into Mike, who defends on the front foot into the on side. Can I just say that I managed to get down to the Friends of Grace Road tea room. There was barely anything left. They were pretty much sold out. Another sellout as Van Buren bowls and Mike defends on the front foot again. Happily, there were a couple of pieces of Mrs. Kimber's Mars bar cake left. And I have to say, if Mrs. Kimber is listening, it is absolutely delicious. So thank you very much for that. In goes Van Buren, bowled cut by Ben Mike out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, a little bit short from the Gloucestershire skipper. Ben Charlesworth's out there. Takes 1. Mike moves on to 19, 355 for 8. Van Buren is bowling and forward is Scriven defending. It is a bit quieter out there than it was, it has to be said. Those 2 relatively quick wickets notwithstanding. Ben Cox to the first ball post tee, sweeping at Ed Middleton, missing, and that's cut away by Scriven. He's going to pick up 1. He didn't try and put his full weight behind the shot, steered it out towards point. Webster had to move across the field and did. And then Scott Curry, after a truly mammoth effort on the part of the night watchman, didn't make a note. I thought I made a note of the number of balls as Mike defends that into the offside. Was it
236.
36. 236 balls he faced for his 72. Given out leg before wicket to Matt Taylor. He was in front, it was high-ish.
Yeah, I think it was one of those ones I could see why it was given out, and I could also see why Leicestershire would think it might have been too high. I think it's very hard to judge not side on because there's not a great deal of bounce in this pitch. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they've both Cox's and Curry's LBWs I think have also fallen into the category of ones that have gone Gloucestershire's way that might not have done. I mean, they'll probably point to the Curry one earlier on. However, been more that have gone Gloucestershire's way than haven't in this innings for sure. Scriven plays off the back foot back towards Ollie Price. He's starting his 8th over 7 overs for just 11 runs so far. And as Rishi Patel was saying, that the spinners have been able to use the situation of the match. As this is driven away, bounds past, short extra. Might not go to the boundary though. Van Buren will scoop it up just before it bobbles over the rope, and they take 2. But you know, they bowl with good control, and they've sort of, you know, it's a sort of double-edged sword really, where, you know, they'll bowl with good control because they know they've got the runs on the board, but also because they know that Leicestershire can't really afford to attack them. Price bowls, and Scriven on the back foot knocks it to cover, and there is no run. So the over continues to rattle along as a forward defence from Scriven smothers this latest delivery. It's sort of hard not to keep looking at what's happening at Hove. 24 to win. Revis is going to have to sort of farm the strike a bit with Code, whose natural instinct as number 11 is more of an attacking one, as this is squeezed. A puff of dust as Scriven's bat finds a bit of ground as well as ball, but he drives it wide of mid-off and takes 1, so moves into double figures. 359 for 8. I can remember Ben Code, I think it was last year, blasting a series of 6s at Hove against Sussex, but I don't imagine that he's going to be able to do the same thing in that situation. What a nail biter.
Ollie Price bowls to Ben Mike, who leans forward and defends, and the ball dribbles back to the bowler. The scoreboard hasn't quite caught up, but that is the end of the over. 117 overs Gloucestershire have been in the field for, and what's left? I mean, well, it's basically halfway now, isn't it? So 21 overs left today, and then 96 tomorrow. So that is bang on the halfway mark, I think. So Leicestershire have got to the halfway mark in terms of the overs that they would have to bat out, and they've lost 8 wickets. So despite the flurry last night, it shows you Gloucestershire are still behind where they need to be, but actually I guess you could argue not behind by a huge amount. Certainly nothing that a really good half hour could still change. It's just it's going to be hard work, and again they're going to need some slices of luck.
The captain, hoping to start that process, is going to continue from the pavilion end. We might finish roughly on time, you know. Maybe not. In goes Van Buren, bowls. Back goes Mike, working it out towards backward point. Oh, got a little Rice Krispie stuck. Excuse me. Rice Krispies are involved in, or something of the equivalent. Other brands of crisped breakfast cereal are no doubt available. In goes Van Buren, bowls. Scriven is forward defending, bounces down to Bancroft.
Surely you're not suggesting that Mrs. Kimber would have used supermarket branded Rice Krispies?
I can't believe so. But in goes Van Buren, bowls. Scriven defends out into the offside again on the front foot. It's a different sort of defence to that offered by Scott Curry for the first 2 sessions of the day, which was determined. In goes Van Buren, drops a little bit short, and Scriven and I beg your pardon, Mike can go back and pull it out into the on side. Webster, who's it'd be really interesting to get his thoughts on his first experience of county cricket. Probably not quite what all of his mates would have been. It's freezing, mate.
Well, championship cricket,
Championship cricket, yeah. Van Buren is in. Back goes Scriven, working it to backward point. Lots of oohs and ahs. But he was pretty much in control. Didn't try and over-hit it. Steered it out to Middleton, who's now in the shade of one of the floodlights despite being well on the offside. Back goes Scriven, plays it hard down into the ground. Bancroft presents a firm barrier. It bounces off Bancroft back towards the stumps, picked up by Bracey. End of what?
My word, it's a run out to end it. Sussex have won. They were trying to go through for a quick single, Revis and Code, which wasn't quite there. Direct hit from in tight, and a run out has won the game for Sussex. They've won by 21 runs, I believe. So, wow, that's the last, 5 wickets for 4 runs, something like that. Incredible finish at Hove. So Sussex remain top of Division 2, and Yorkshire have now lost 2, drawn 4 from their 6 matches. Ollie Price bowls to Ben Mike, who goes on to the back foot and plays a defensive shot back to the bowler. Extraordinary finish. And just trying to get Revis back on strike for the next over. Price bowls, pushing into the offside, quick single taken. And Luke Charlesworth, I don't think his left-handed throw is quite as good as his right-handed throw, so knowing that, they pinched the single. 362 for 8. I lost 4 wickets for 3 runs, Yorkshire. Finn Hudson-Prentice, the man affecting the run out. 9, 10 and 11 all out for naught. Price in on the back foot, guided out to cover by Tom Scriven. A sort of
holding pattern here continues, with Gloucestershire looking to rattle through some overs of spin. I guess part of the thinking here, as Price bowls, flight to delivery is poked out into the covers. Part of the thinking is, I guess you get through plenty of overs of spin, and it means that the seamers can, they don't have to be worried about rattling through their overs. They can take it a bit more easy in terms of over rate when they bowl. Back foot driving, that's a nice looking shot, controlled from Scriven through cover point, and he knows the outfield is only going to get quicker, and that is the shorter side of the ground. So 366 for 8. I suppose also talking about this being basically the halfway mark in terms of overs remaining. As Price bowls, leaning forward to defend is Scriven. Leicestershire basically, well, just a little over halfway in terms of the runs total, so it means that really Leicestershire are, as we kind of knew already, but I guess if Cox had stayed in a bit longer, it might have brought the sort of getting slightly ahead, then you take 2 overs off if it got really tight tomorrow. If Cox had stayed in and got a 70 or an 80 or something, it might have changed that, but I think we do know probably that Gloucestershire aren't going to have to don the batting pads again.
Van Buren is in. Oh, stays a bit low. Well dug out by Ben Mike. Stayed down low, and as well he did, because that didn't get, and that's a hopeful sign from Gloucestershire's point of view, more than about a foot off the ground.
Yeah, I was talking at tea with somebody about that, the fact that the uneven bounce seems to have gone that was there earlier, which is a bit odd.
Van Buren tosses that one up a bit more, and a little bit of a wristy flick that goes through Ed Middleton, and Ben Mike's going to pick up a couple of runs as a consequence at backward point, and it went more or less straight to Middleton. And there's no real excuses. The outfield is in pretty good condition, as you'd expect. It is hard underneath and a little bit pitted, but the youngster will be tired. He's bowled 30 odd overs, hasn't he? 31, 32 now. In goes Van Buren. Mike swinging and missing, appealing for leg before and not given. I think Mike indicating it came off the bottom of the bat onto his sort of thigh, which was, he was down on his right knee and it sort of hit him on the right thigh, I think. I'd have to see the replay. As Van Buren bowls and Mike defends out into the offside. It's a sort of pitch, as has been emphasised to us by now both Ben Charlesworth and Rishi Patel, you can defend and stay in, but it's quite hard sometimes to get the ball away. And Mike is finding that as he defends against Van Buren out into the offside, picked up by Bancroft.
I think it was
probably
probably
the bad ball.
The LBW probably going down the leg side anyway. On with the arm. He's not a great turner of the ball, Van Buren.
Steps in, bowls, drops a fraction short. Excuse me, Ben Mike goes back, but plays defensively back down the pitch. Van Buren fields moving away to his right. Scoreboard has just got a little bit behind itself. 368 for 8. Mike 23, Scriven 15. Partnership for the 9th wicket, now worth 35. The Gloucestershire Brains trust Van Buren, Bracey. Hammond's got something to say as well. Bancroft's there too, standing, talking. Looks like there's going to be a change. Who's that warming up in the covers? Or at least swinging his arms. Whether he's warming up, it might just be. Well, I'd say that was a warm-up.
I thought that might be a Charlesworth.
Looks like
it might be a Luke Charlesworth.
Luke Charlesworth to me. Slightly shorter.
Certainly moving.
See
like
the blonde hair. Yeah.
Price it is for now though, to his 10th. Scriven waiting, bat raised even against the spinner, and then lunges forward and plays the ball to, indeed it is, Luke Charlesworth. That cover And there is no run. Does have a real sort of, leans forward a lot, Scriven, as he's waiting, as waggles the bat a bit, as a lot of people do, as he runs this to short at backward point and there's no run. But yeah, there's something sort of as though he's about to get out, he sort of wants to get out of the blocks really, as much as play a shot. Sort of slow waggle of the bat as Price bowls. That one does grip a fraction in the surface, and I don't know whether it turned, but it certainly really stopped dead. It was almost as if Price had put backspin on it, and Scriven has done well to just make sure that the ball went down. That short leg hungry for something. Yeah, I think it did just turn a bit as well as bounce. Price in and bowls, and Scriven has guided this back to the bowler. And again, they can't match situation, trusting the pitch. They can't do what they'd love to do, which is just smack Price out of the attack. Although maybe part of them's also thinking, well, if we smack him out of the attack, they might have to face somebody else. As Price bowls, and Scriven guides into the covers. It's got that sort of, even though again Gloucestershire will not have given up hope, it's that sort of agonising slow way that it plays out, and you want things to be happening quickly, and it's just not. You're squeezing every bit of life you can out of the match as well as the surface. This is short from Price and pulled, but it will only be a single. Out to Ben Charlesworth at deep mid wicket. 369 for 8 at the end of that over. So Scriven 16, keeping the strike. Mike 23. He's still already doing a job to steady things. I suppose it was too well. Certainly by the standards of what's happened of late, they were, shockingly quick wickets, those two that fell of Cox and Curry, but already these two have put on 36, batted for a length of time that's just blunted things again.
Van Buren is in, bowls, looking to sweep is Scriven, didn't get anything on it, taken down the leg side by James Bracey. Van Buren in again, tosses it up, looking to drive, just slightly overreaches himself, I think there, Thomas Scriven. Steers it out to Hammond in the covers. Van Buren is in. Slightly uncertain piece of defence on that occasion from Scriven, partly inside edge.
If/when Hull comes out, is he a sort of a hitter number 11 or is he a blocker number 11?
Well, it's his first appearance of the season as Scriven steers out of one away behind. Point, it rather bounces off Middleton. He did get something behind it, in fairness, but having done so, it rebounded about 10 yards to his left, and so comfortable single taken by Scriven. From what I've seen of the tall young lefty, he sort of gets forward well and defends bravely, but he's a bit of an LBW candidate, and well, I say, in the innings he played last season as Mike defends, let's see how many runs overall he scored. He didn't play that many knocks. 8 innings, 2 not outs, a grand total of 23 runs and an average of 3.83.
Strike rate of probably not much.
Mike drives and he's got it out into the vacant point area. Sweeper comes off the ropes. Ben Charlesworth and fields, and Mike takes 1, keeps a strike, moves on to 24, 371 for 8.
And that's actually not a that's actually not a sort of a detriment, because it means, if you're averaging 3 and you've got a strike rate of 60 or something, it means you're getting out almost immediately as you get in. But if you've got a strike rate of 10 or something, then, if he could see off, I guess what I'm getting at is if he could see off 30 balls, then there's every chance that he could...
19.16, so
Right.
he's faced a fair few balls.
Yeah, so I
Balls
guess
faced 120.
Yeah, so 120 balls, and how many dismissals did you say, sorry?
He was out 6 times and a highest score of 15.
Ollie Price bowling. Oh, he's bowled him!
Rubbish shot.
As Mike has gone for a big wipe into the leg side, and he's looking back. I hope somebody didn't say something. I don't know. He's just looking back a couple of times. I don't know if he's just hoping that maybe the umpire might suggest that actually the keeper took the bail off. But anyway, it's off the
No,
bottom edge, I think, onto the stumps.
Turned a bit as well.
Did it? No. I just need to put my sunglasses up. Anyway, Ollie Price has struck, and actually maybe it was a bottom edge. Yeah, I think it has just turned through him. So, well, he certainly picked the wrong ball to try and hit, if there was a right ball. And we'll be finding out about Josh Hull in short order, because Ollie Price has, I think that is his second wicket of the season, and that is a hugely valuable one. They've got their ninth.
It is.
Gloucestershire, 371 for 9.
It is. It's well, the kindest thing to say is a poor choice of shot from Ben, I think, there. See, here it comes again. It's hitting across the line. It didn't get up much, but it did turn a bit and hit about halfway up off stump, and Ben Mike sort of looked back I think in sorrow as much as he couldn't quite believe.
Don't look back in anger.
He couldn't quite believe that it had turned a little bit, but well, there's these 3 wickets in this afternoon session have handed the initiative back to Gloucestershire, and as you said, Ed, if they can get this last wicket quickly and then maybe nibble out a couple.
Scott Curry, another night watchman role.
Well,
he could do it twice in
there's
a
still,
day.
I mean, what would there be, 13 overs if Josh Hull were to dismissed in the next 5 balls? I suspect they'll go with the 2 openers again.
That was only being silly, but
it's
I guess
not entirely facetious.
I guess you could see a situation where they lost a wicket and then somebody would have to go back in.
It's not entirely facetious, that's for sure.
I mean, there's not actually that many candidates anyway, is there? I mean, you probably wouldn't send Hull in with the record anyway, because you want somebody who's going to see you through.
Scriven would be the obvious other option, because I've been through his scores. He's not a number 10.
Oh no,
by any stretch of the imagination.
In some ways, the argument was too good to use there. Round the wicket goes Price, bowling to Hull, who blocks off the front foot into the onside. So will Gloucestershire stick with there we go. Whether they will stick with the spinners, but already I saw Matt Taylor doing some stretching at backward point. Price bowls round the wicket to Hull, who plays back, and he's out. Second ball. Ollie Price has finished the innings off. Hull does not look best pleased with the decision, but Gloucestershire have their first 10 wickets. They have 13 overs remaining tonight, and they have 96 tomorrow as Hull is given LBW to his second ball. Ollie Price finishes 2 for 20, and I think that looked pretty straight. He played a long way back.
I believe I did say he was a bit of an LBW candidate, did I not? Absolutely plumb. Absolutely plumb, I'm afraid, Josh. It turned a bit again, it's just straightened a bit. So perhaps Graham Van Buren's suggestion that the sun might just encourage 1 or 2 little moments of turn, of proving justified, and Gloucestershire have hope. 122 overs. They had to work really hard today. With a lot of smiles and arms around shoulders as Gloucestershire come off, but they haven't got long. They're going to have to go back out, assuming the follow. We're assuming the follow-on is enforced here. What can you think of any possible reason why it wouldn't be?
No.
I can't.
And I mean, it's not going to help the bowlers really by, you know, by even saying, well, we'll bat the 13 overs and then we'll just have the whole day tomorrow in front of us. There's no way you do that, because you're then just surrendering. This is a really important period here. You've got a time at the end of the day where all you can do is fail as the Leicestershire Open. You can't gain anything out of it, so you wouldn't think about surrendering that. And I think because of the fact that they were able to finish that innings with spin as well, at least, I mean, it's been at least a little while since, for example, Webster has bowled. And Shaw, so yeah.
They are still 335 ahead. I can see one or two saying on the stream, you know, don't enforce the follow. Of course you've got to enforce it in these circumstances. You know, you are not the only way really. Gloucester can't lose the game. You know, and enforcing the follow on, well, you know, what are you saying, that Leicestershire could get somehow 150 ahead and then bowl Gloucester out? No, that isn't going to happen on this pitch. So, you know, they'd have to score a quick 500, and that just isn't going to happen in given the time that's left in the game. So, of course, the follow-on must be enforced. Well, we'll tell you in a few minutes' time. We're going to grab a quick cup of tea and be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground in a few minutes' time.
The final statistics on the Leicester is a 371. There were 21 extras, 4 byes.
Hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground. You will not be surprised to learn that Gloucestershire have indeed enforced the follow-on. They had absolutely no real option other than so to do, and so 10 wickets stand between the visitors and a second victory in as many games. They have 13 overs to start making inroads into that target. Rishi Patel, I hope you enjoyed our chat with him over the sort of last hour or so. Very forthcoming. He's gone out there to see if he can see Leicestershire through those last 13 overs that remain, in company with Marcus Harris, formerly of course of Gloucestershire. Marcus, I would imagine, will be fairly determined, because he, other than that double hundred against Derby, which sounds an odd thing to say, he's struggled a little bit this season, and both in front of his home crowd and against his former county, he'll be determined, I'm sure, to do well. But it's going to be Patel who's going to be on strike to Matt Taylor.
Here comes Taylor, left arm over, bowling to Patel. That's a good ball to start with. A fiery Yorker from Matt Taylor, which Rishi Patel, a sort of explosion of dust, has managed to keep out. It was sort of see what happened once the dust had settled from back here, because there was so much, it was hard to tell whether it was boot, whether it was bat, whether you're going to see some bails move, but no, he's done well. And obviously he's recovered from the ordeal of being up here with us well enough to face that first ball. Taylor runs in and bowls to Patel. Oh, that at least takes off on James Bracey after it passes Rishi Patel. You never thought about playing a shot to it, but diving away to his right hand side is Bracey to prevent byes. So it is 13 total overs. This is the first of them this evening. Gloucestershire look to try and nip one out, maybe two. Here comes Taylor and bowls on the pads of Patel. It's flicked away. They've got a deep forward square leg in place though, so it is just a single to get Leicestershire's second innings underway, one without loss. I think that was the third delivery there of the innings so far. So Harris taking strike. LBW 2 Matt Taylor for 5 in the first innings, a ball which Marcus Harris was hoping was too high, but umpire Shanmugam said you're a goner. 2, 3 slips in place. Taylor bowls to Harris, who comes a long way forward and plays a stout looking defensive shot as the ball speeds up towards mid-off. There's no run. Second result in Worcestershire's late resistance has been ended. Dan Lawrence with the bizarre figures of 3.3 overs, 2 for 53, as he got the last 2 wickets. Ben Gibbons 75 off 63 balls with 7 4s and 4 6s. Taylor bowls, Harris leaves with that flick of the wrist that he does sometimes. Tight enough that Gloucestershire were interested, but well judged by Harris. Nathan Smith 60 from 57 and Ben Gibbons 75 from 63, but it was all just a couple of late defiant blows from Worcestershire, as they have been in the end rather thumped by 281 runs. Only thing from Surrey's point of view is they scored their runs in the wrong innings, a problem that Gloucestershire had for a while, as Taylor bowls to Harris, who lets it go outside the off stump, and that completes the first over with just the 1 run from it. Essex 179 for 4 at Chelmsford, needing a further 151 to win, so that could be another excellent finish. Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley have put on 67 for the 5th wicket so far. Lancashire have just taken their first wicket against Durham. Durham 85 for 1, needing 390 more runs to win to beat Lancashire. There, another wicket in the match for Tom Aspinwall, the England under-19 star, who took 5 wickets in his, I think, first first-class innings, so he's got 6 in the match already. Hampshire 41 for 3, no, make that 42 for 4 now against Nottinghamshire, needing 127 more. Fletcher Middleton has 23.
I don't often support Nottinghamshire, but I'm
You fancy a trip to the Aegeus Bowl next year?
I'm kind of semi.
Or the Utilita Bowl, sorry.
Well, yeah, might be back to being the Rose Bowl by then. Sure, Josh, that is, comes in from the Bennett end and bowls to Patel outside off stump, steps forward and leaves.
I will say, though, actually, if you are on site at the Aegeus Bowl...
Or staying on site, you mean?
It's actually really quite pleasant.
You've got plenty of options now, haven't you, hotels-wise?
Oh,
Down there. Jeepers. Surrounded by them. Well, I exaggerate, but there's one on the ground itself, of course, a big one, where I stayed last time, and one sort of just off the ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shaw is in and bowls. Patel leans forward and off stump. Angled bat, steering the ball defensively out towards point. Intercepted en route by Hammond.
The weather was great when I was down there. It was Hampshire won, but it was a really good finish on the final day back in the 2022 season.
Can be cold up there though on that.
Yes, I think that's the thing. If you get great weather, then it's lovely on that camera gantry.
Fairly whistles up there. The wind. Shaw is in. Patel leaves again outside off stump. Stylishly lifts his bat over the line of the ball in a neat parabola.
Yeah, Worcestershire's loss certainly won't have helped their cause. Kent, though, are really battling against Somerset at 275 for 1 now in their second innings, trailing by 101 runs. Zach Crawley's got some runs and has done what he tends to do, which is, if he's going to score some runs, he goes very big. 152 not out.
Shaw bowls, and for the 4th time in the over, Patel leaves outside off stump. 4 out of 4.
Cat and mouse. The only wicket for Somerset is to Matt Renshaw. So they've gone through 7 bowlers. Renshaw got Compton for 65, Bell Drummond is 40 not out, and Crawley 152 not out. Slow by his standards though, 210 balls. What's he doing? Is he not entertaining them?
Shaw is in and bowls. That was well wide, and Patel had nothing to do with it, so that's 5 out of 5.
Can he complete the set? Glamorgan are also doing what Glamorgan do, which is dig right in. Labuschagne 92 not out, Ingram 66 not out. Partnership of 125 so far. Glamorgan now lead Middlesex by 44 runs.
Shaw bowls. Patel does play at this one because it's on off stump and he just blocks. Actually, it wasn't, because the first one he steered to sort of point, didn't he? And Hammond intercepted. So 2 out of the 6 he had to play at, and did perfectly competently and successfully. But it was a maiden nonetheless for Josh Shaw to start with. 1 without loss after 2 Leicestershire, the number that matters. 11 overs now remain to be bowled tonight.
So Manus opening the batting, 92 not out, so perhaps Glamorgan will draw yet again. I keep having to remind myself of exactly what their record was last year. Glamorgan, I think it was something like 10 draws out of 14. No, 12. I couldn't exaggerate enough. Taylor bowling to Marcus Harris, who blocks into the offside cover fields. 12 draws, 1 win, 1 loss, and they've started this year. Glamorgan with 4 draws and 1 loss. Probably, oh, we'll see. I mean, maybe Glamorgan could even win it if they put Middlesex under pressure in that final innings. I suspect another flattening Cardiff pitch, which is what tends to happen there, as Taylor bowls and Harris lets it go. Northamptonshire 113 for 1 in the only other game. That's a lead of 174 against Derbyshire. Vasconcelos the man out for 41, half century for Emilio Gay, and they've sent Liam Patterson-White in at number 3. It's an interesting move. Try to get some quick-fire runs, I guess. Taylor bowls as the sun goes in, and Harris drives towards backward point, and that's a really good piece of fielding by Miles Hammond. Again, they have had a couple of minor blips in the field of Gloucestershire, but the commitment has always been there. Some really fatigued bodies at the end of a long day. Another long day beckons, but it perhaps won't feel so long if there is that scent of potential victory to come. Taylor bowls to Harris, who clips away into the onside. Times it well, but picks out Middleton at mid-wicket, so Harris still yet to find his first run. 7 deliveries faced, not for the lack of timing the ball. And so far, even with this new ball, it's not really doing very much in terms of movement. I did say at lunch, there might not be another slip catch in the match. Hasn't been so far. Taylor bowls to Harris, who's forward defending towards mid-on. Now there is no run. Again, even the commentator's curse can't work. But Gloucestershire have 3 in there, in hope, perhaps more than expectation, and also just, I guess, possibly as a psychological thing. If you look back and see that Gloucestershire don't have slips in, do they really think they can get me out? Ben Charlesworth stretching at cover, but I don't suspect it's the intention of bowling. Taylor in and full and straight, and kept out by Harris to mid-off. He wants a change of bat, apparently. So he was at least happy enough to continue. Maybe he walked out with the wrong one, I don't know. Obviously wasn't completely broken, but he's getting a change. And like any good Aussie, he's using the bat manufacturer named after a well-known laughing bird. Tight start from Gloucestershire, 1 without loss. Leicestershire after 3 overs, but it's more the overs that are the important thing. 106 overs then remain for them to take 10 wickets.
Shaw is into Patel, and not for the first time in this opening burst of his. It's outside off stump, and Patel lets it go through. A laughing bird. A Sheila, no doubt. It's been a long day. 9.5 overs of it remain. Leicestershire's Gloucestershire's over 8, still +2. What time is it? It's not 22 yet, so it won't be far away. In goes Shaw, bowls straight, played back past him by Patel, and realises there's a run. In Middleton, the ball sort of bounces off him in the field quite often. He went across from mid-on to cover behind, slid, and managed just to push the ball out towards deepish mid-off, and Van Buren had to complete the fielding. He's one of those. He's still a bit gawky, isn't he, Middleton? In some way, just the way he is, really, because he's not a teenager anymore by any stretch. But
yeah, he also looked a tired boy at tea.
Yeah.
Put in a real shift through the hottest part of the day as well.
I think that's what it's probably more about than his sort of awkwardness. He's just plain tired, and who can blame him? Short then to Harris. Over the wicket, Harris clipping through mid-wicket for 4, lovely shot. Shaw has his hands on his head, not entirely sure why. Might have taken it off leg stump, played it very firmly past Ollie Price, who's at a shortish mid-wicket. Hurt his knee a bit as he fell across to his right, judging by his reaction there. Price, and all Van Buren can do is jog back to the electronic scoreboard and retrieve the ball from in front of it. 6 without loss. Harris off the mark with that characteristically neat 4 through the leg side.
Another bruise to add to the collection for Ollie Price. I suspect he's not the only one that looks as though they've been in the trenches today. Miles Hammond going through one of his classic golf swings at square leg.
Shaw is in and bowls. Going to pick up more runs there, Harris, as that one on the leg side is turned down to long leg. It was a little bit short, and Shaw cross with himself. Check how many overs he bowled in the first innings. Just short. Everybody got through them. 122 overs were bowled.
21 it was.
And Van Buren and did his best to spell his seamers. Obviously, in Middleton bowled 30 odd of them. 31, 32. So actually, on that basis, although it's been a hot day, 21 is not horrendous, is it?
No.
In terms of you split up into 4 spells. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Patel, outside off stump. Patel lets it go through, holds the pose, one hand on bat, and then just plays the bat through the line of the ball. Mark Cosgrove used to do that all the time, but he used to do it just after the ball had passed. Sort of, and everybody initially used to think, oh, he's played and missed. In fact, he just used to wait and then play the shot when the ball had gone. But he used to time it. I didn't know whether it was a sort of deliberately to annoy the opposition or just a sort of tick almost that he had. Cosy, of fond memory. Shaw is in bowling, looking to turn him off the hip is Patel. Hits the thigh pad, I suspect. Might have been inside edge onto the pad. It trickles out towards long leg. Middleton feels no signal from umpire Watts. The umpires having at last been able to change ends. So Patel picks up 1, moves on to 3. 8 without loss. 4 overs gone, 9 remain.
Yeah, as you say, they've kept their work rates at least manageably low. However, 20 plus overs on back-to-back days is quite another thing for seamers, but Gloucestershire have got to push the seamers this evening with that new ball in hand. Best chance of what little movement there might be, and Taylor hoping for a repeat performance of what he managed earlier. Get one through Rishi Patel and disturb the timber. Here comes Taylor and bowls, and it's whipped behind square on the onside. Deep square will just about get round. Bit of relay fielding and they keep it to 1. So good work between, I think, Messrs Hammond and Charlesworth L down there. 9 without loss. I mean, Luke Charlesworth's bowled 12 overs, so he ought to be fresher. And then Bo Webster 16 overs, but you know, and again you have other things in terms of loads, that sort of thing that they talk about, bowling loads. It may be that Charlesworth is limited more so than other bowlers. Taylor to Harris, back of a length delivery, which Harris gets on top of and knocks to cover. And there's no run. Yeah, Gloucestershire's saving grace has been that they were able to take half of those Leicestershire wickets with their spinners. 3 for Ed Middleton in the end and 2 for Ollie Price. The last 2 wickets falling in the space of 3 deliveries. Finishing 2 for 20, Ollie Price. Taylor bowls to Harris, and a nice sound off that changed bat from Harris as he blocks it back up the pitch. Probably, well, they will surely have to change the bowling this evening, so maybe actually we will see a little bit of spin before the end of the day, maybe just a couple of overs towards the end. Give it a try. You'd imagine Webster would bowl maybe a couple of overs. Taylor into Harris, turning away and then screaming no, doesn't fancy a run there. Shaw mid-on, a fielder that sometimes has been targeted, but especially after he's got through 23 overs in a day, but not that time. Quite a short throw it would have been for sure. Slips have moved even closer, I think. Second and third particularly. Webster's a bit further back at first. And Bracey walking in with the bowler as Taylor is in. Harris leaves alone. Another well-judged leave. Also kind of showing the way that the bounce is. It was very much, I mean, it looked a good length delivery from Taylor, but only just would have got over the top of the stumps and been able to be left on length as well as on line. Taylor pointing at Middleton. He wants him to go back onto the boundary, so 2 fielders back on the leg side. Does he have the energy to bang it in short at this stage, Matt Taylor? Here's the last ball of the over. Taylor bowls. Ooh, an unintentional shot there from Harris as he meant to leave and kind of left the bat there, but down into the ground it went. Fielded at third slip. There is no run, and alarms certainly few and far between for Leicestershire in these 5 overs, 9 without loss. There's the extra determination second time round. There's, I guess, also watching what Scott Curry was able to do as the night watchman, 72 off 236, and you're thinking, well, it's kind of shown me as the top order player what my job is. And I think, as you say, Richard Harris will be especially determined against his old county as well to get a really big score towards the back end of this one.
Shaw looking to remove Patel, comes in and bowls. You can almost guess what happened there, can't you? Patel left outside off stump. I want to waste this new ball. Josh Shaw, we've seen it is important. 5.1 overs old. We would have a sweepstake on how long it'll last. That said,
Yeah.
averages seems to be about 32, 34 overs at the moment.
But yeah, the last one lasted, what, 19 was it? 19.1, something like that?
Shaw is in, bowls on off stump, so he's making Patel play with that one and gets a round of congratulatory applause. Is there any other? Yeah, there is another kind from the slips.
Well, we had some, I think, some sarcastic applause on day one when Leicestershire's 50 extras were brought up.
Yeah. Short turns, sprints down the slope, bowls straight. Patel solidly leans forward into his defensive press. Back down the pitch to Shaw. He doesn't throw it away, which always pleases me. Somebody else, I didn't like to do that ever. I didn't trust the fielders to. Well, I didn't trust the fielders to polish it right. You do it properly, and I like to have it. You know, I don't know, just individual thing. Shaw is in and bowls. Patel again forward, and then having defended on the front foot, just sort of sinks to his right knee. He's a stylish player, Patel, and everything he kind of does is, even when he sort of slogs and misses, e.g. that one against Middleton earlier, the only one, there's something quite stylish about it.
Yeah, you sort of feel he wants to let his talent sort of burst through, and it's having to be restricted at the moment, partly given the situation, and also he knows that he can't play a shot that gives his wicket away anyway, and if he does try to play a shot, that might be the nature of the pitch's undoing.
Shaw bowls, Patel waiting on the front foot, just blocks it forward, and having done so, just lifts his right foot off the ground. That's another little characteristic. Last season, Rishi Patel obviously had an excellent record in first class cricket, 4 centuries, 350s, 1,075 runs with a highest score of 179. But he also scored centuries in the One Day Cup and in T20, becoming the first player in Leicestershire history to pull off the treble. In goes Shaw, bowls to him. He's going to pick up 4 there. It was on 2-leg stump and he just leant forward and clipped it neatly, very neatly, down to fine leg for 4. No chance at all for Middleton, who was at long leg, to get across and make a stop. Patel moves on to 8. That's his second. No, it isn't. He hasn't got a boundary otherwise. That's his first boundary of the innings. 13 without loss. Patel 8, Harris 5. 7 overs remain.
He's got a few of those away today. Has Rishi Patel, Gloucestershire have tended to have their. Well, I still think it's probably more fine leg than long leg, but he has been able to get them away really fine. A couple of those in. First innings 100, 117, but he certainly showed that he could guts it out and grind it out as well as play stylishly and elegantly. Taylor starting his 4th over, bowling to Harris, who jabs an on drive down to Josh Shaw at mid on. So 6 overs left, maybe a 3 over burst from somebody, or are they just going to push these opening bowlers? It has been particularly Taylor and Shaw that have shouldered the burden in terms of the quicker bowlers. Just looking for that 1 wicket to take with them into tomorrow now. Taylor to Harris, who plays defensively back up the surface. Would love to know who's padded up now. Whether it is Kimber or whether it's Scott Curry. There'd be something very pleasing about that. Night watchman starting the day and finishing the day.
I'd have to add that to my report though, so slightly inconvenient, but hey.
Middleton was doing some loosening at mid-wicket. As Taylor is in, bowls bumper. Quite a lively one actually, considering the situation. I guess the ball is still hard and new.
I've been impressed by Taylor on his return.
Yeah.
Very.
Harris had nothing to do with the bumper, but still, the fact that he's got that energy. I mean, I guess it also shows you Gloucestershire have done well to make sure that he was. We'd hope make sure that he's, certainly although he's bowling, you'd say that he is back in the sort of condition where he could bowl that number of overs in a day if required. Taylor bowls now to Harris, who opens the face and guides to point, and there is no run. Knowing, especially with the makeup of this attack, he had a inexperienced spinner in Ed Middleton and inexperienced seamer in Luke Charlesworth. There was a fair chance he was going to have to shoulder a lot of the burden, whatever happened. And, well, Tom Price down there, ready to bring on the helmet, suggests it might even be next over that Middleton is coming on. Taylor runs in, bowls. Harris flicks that one away through backward square leg again with gorgeous timing, and although there's a desperate pursuit from fine leg, it's an unsuccessful one. 4 more to Harris. 17 without loss. Again, just such a minimum of movement, economy of movement, I suppose you'd say, yet with the maximum result. Just a little turn and it just seems to explode off his bat. Oh, to have that ability. 17 without loss. Harris moves on to 9. Tom Price, of course, he was in the squad, but you do worry a bit about Tom with his back injury that he suffered last year. Taylor in bowls. That one doesn't get up quite so much, and Harris is able to keep it out into the onside. Another over is seen off. 7 gone, 6 remain this evening. And as much as you probably want to keep Taylor going. You wouldn't want to take him off because of the way that he's bowling. You rather suspect they're going to need more key overs out of him tomorrow. 4 overs for 6 this innings, and in the first innings 22 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 62. He's barely seemed to bowl a bad ball, has Taylor. And when there has been movement, he's found it, but there just hasn't been a huge amount for him to find. But yeah, I mean, it's encouraging, very much so from a Gloucestershire perspective. Add Matt Taylor into the mix for future games. DeLanger, Singh Dale in particular, you hope will be back in short order. You hope that Tom Price can continue his rehab and hopefully at some point start to look more like the bowler that was so deadly in Division 1 a couple of years back.
Middleton then. Seeing if he can nibble out one or both of these openers. He's going to have 3 overs, one anticipates, from that Bennett end. 6 overs remain. He's got 2 slips and a short leg and a short-ish extra cover. Bowling to Rishi Patel. Quite a wide stance, Patel, at the crease. Bobs at the knees. Waits as in goes Middleton. Very gentle delivery, but on the spot, more or less. Patel is forward. I hesitate to say I don't think we'll see any of the expansive smashes or tempted smashes over long on, because you never quite know. But I'd be a little bit surprised. Middleton bowls, drops short, and Patel goes back, tries to force it to the offside, doesn't time it at all, and Luke Charlesworth, although he sort of slides slightly, goes down on his side and slides, fairly comfortable stop, it must be said.
So Alfonso Thomas, what would you think about a charge down the pitch at this stage?
Well, there's taking the initiative as Middleton bowls, edged along the ground through gully, but genuine edge, a little bit of turn for Middleton, and he's going to pick up a run. Rishi Patel, as it runs down towards third man, pursued by Taylor, just the single.
Can be certain Harris won't. He does take the spinners on sometimes doing that, but I cannot see him doing that in this situation.
Looks as though Big Bo is going to replace Matt Taylor, judging by the warm-up that's going on. He can get through a little bit of stretching because there's going to be a change in the field. The fair-headed Hammond is going to don the helmet and go in at silly point, I'm guessing, rather than could be given its turn. No, it is going to be silly point. I wasn't sure. There might be a leg slip with it sort of turning across the left hander, theoretically anyway, and Middleton going round the wicket, but no. So silly point, stroke mid-off. Middleton bounces in and bowls. Harris goes back and turns the delivery to mid-wicket. It's short, but not that short, about 3.5 strips back. £6 so there'll be 5 overs remaining at 6 o'clock as Middleton is in. Harris is going down the pitch and clipping away through mid-wicket. It should be cut off, usually short down there in the gloaming, in the shade of the trees down there in front of the Uptonsteel County Ground stand, the Uptonsteel stand. And Harris takes 1.
He did use his feet. He
did.
wasn't looking to hit big, admittedly,
no.
but one part of the two
made sure he got
happen.
to the pitch just about,
yeah.
didn't he? And there's the ice cream van. Late, too late. Been busy for him, I would guess. Sunday, they've been all over the place, I would think. Victoria Park especially. In goes Middleton bowls and forward goes Patel. Be careful walking past Victoria Park, or even through, especially through it on a late sunny Sunday afternoon. I don't know if you heard if you remember the song by the Small Faces, but You only have to walk through Victoria Park and breathe slightly, and
Right. Okay.
you might come out feeling slightly more ebullient than you
Ah,
set off.
describes most of Bristol, I think.
Yeah, well, this is true. Yeah, that's what am I saying?
Yeah. You know you've arrived at Temple Meads. Anytime you take the train into Bristol, it's sort of like, when you get off the plane for a holiday and you sort of, you land in some sunny clime, and the sort of the plane door opens, this whoosh of boiling hot air comes in, and you get hit by the wall of heat. There's something of that sort of similarity in terms of, no, it's not quite that bad, but anyway, yeah. Here is Webster. Still clear of that, I think. Webster into Harris, who defends into the onside, and there's no run. So Webster will have the pleasure of, what you'd guess, will have the pleasure of completing the day's proceedings with 3 overs from him, and Middleton with a couple of overs from the opposite end. I don't think Gloucestershire are going to be quick out of the dressing room this evening. Webster is in bowls, full and straight, and Harris is forward defending to extra cover. I think this was one of the things you sort of, never mind just the factor of Gloucestershire having been in the field already for 122.5 overs before this even started. Were Leicestershire's 2 overseas Aussies likely to fail 2 innings in a row? Harris and Hanscom. 2 short mid-wickets in place. Webster to Harris, it's down the leg side. Harris had a sort of cursory flick at it, but nothing too expansive. 4.5 overs remain for Gloucestershire to reduce what they have to do tomorrow. As I say, they managed 8 on the final day very comfortably against Northamptonshire, but there was more life in that pitch. There was more movement throughout. Webster in and bowls, turned to mid-wicket for no run, and of course they did have the services of a test quality quick bowler. Marchand de Lange impressed everybody that watched him last week. I've seen a fair bit of him bowl, but in terms of live 4-day cricket and the quality of his bowling, that was exceptional. Webster in bowls, and forward goes Harris, blocks it firmly back to his fellow Aussie.
Yeah, you know what you're going to get with Big Marchant. Run in and bowl as fast as he can. The end.
Yeah, I guess you sort of.
He's tall and big and strong.
You when he gets it right, you know what's going to happen. That is for certain.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Last ball of the over, Webster to Harris, who on pushes to short at mid-on, and it's yet another maiden over from Bo Webster. What did he have, 8 in the first innings, was it? Yeah, 8 out of 16 overs were maidens in the first innings, and he started off with 1 here as well. 19 without loss, Leicestershire. 9 overs have been bowled, so 4 remain. I say Webster, this is his first taste of Championship cricket. Did have a stint with Essex in the One-Day Cup last year, so he has been over before, but this will be a bit different for him.
There isn't a breakthrough tonight. You kind of feel it's going to be all about the first hour, sort of hour and a half tomorrow morning, isn't it? Because there will be some tired bodies tonight. Yes, you've got a day off, a night to recover, and they're young, fit athletes, but there'll be a few bodies aching. In goes Middleton, bowls. Patel goes back and just strokes it defensively out into the offside.
You also wonder, with the younger ones, whether, because they won't have experienced this many times, the almost the more experienced ones will know exactly, you would think, how they need to recover best, whereas the younger ones might still be discovering what they need to do.
Middleton in, Patel forward, in defence, on off stump. I suppose the other thing is that come tee, Leicestershire might be just about level if they are still batting. They began this innings 335 behind, so going to be about sort of 310 behind at the start of tomorrow potentially. Patel forward again, back up the pitch to Middleton. That too will become a factor. Middleton is in, bowls. Patel forward again with that right knee almost on the ground. And he goes through his little routine. He steps back, undoes the Velcro unfastening on both gloves, immediately refastens both. It does seem to settle him. 2 balls to go in the over. Middleton is in, drops a fraction short, but Patel isn't interested in trying to get that one away for runs, just plays it firmly back up the pitch. Ollie Price just rolling his shoulders a bit at slip as possible. They might just give him one last over, because he did get a bit of slow turn. What's Patel's issue? Looking back towards this, somebody above the sight screen moving, perhaps in one of the hospitality boxes. He's okay now. Middleton is in, gives it some air, clipped in the air out towards mid-wicket. There isn't anybody remotely in the vicinity of the ball though, and running around from mid-on. Fielder is sure, I think, and one is taken. 20 without loss, 10 Patel, 10 Harris, 18 balls remain in the day.
Have to
Webster, well, he's not going to bowl, he's just going to bowl the one over. He was talking to Van Buren after that over, and he was kind of leaning forward, rubbing something.
It didn't look
so
great, did it?
I just wonder whether he's just got a bit of a niggle.
He stayed out there, but yeah, I don't know whether this is a. I mean, surely you wouldn't take him off after one over. I mean, he didn't look too bad when he was bowling, but as you say, after he finished, he was kind of leaning forward over his knees, and sort of looked like he sort of, well, either just wasn't feeling particularly well, or had just felt something. So, Ollie Price was announced, but it's going to be Graham Van Buren instead.
Okay.
Correctly, this is in that Graham Van Buren.
Okay.
Buren is the
Buren.
Buren. This has become known over the tannoy.
Yeah, you could see the logic in.
I could say Price, but
Ollie Price.
As I say, did turn a couple.
Yeah.
Including the one that bowled Ben Mike, although it's not a shot of which Ben, I suspect, will be particularly proud.
Here is Van Buren then bowling to Patel, who defends out into the covers. It's my over, isn't it?
It is.
It is, yeah. Sorry. It's
No,
back into the mode from earlier on.
I think we've done very
end.
well. I think not to have confused a few by now.
Bancroft goes into second slip, no short leg. Van Buren to Rishi Patel, who's played a really indeterminate shot at that, and possibly just a little bit of turn there for.
Did he play inside?
Van Buren? Or, well, yes, he may have played
The
inside.
line.
He did me once already from the far end, playing inside it. Van Buren in, and a calm forward defence drawn.
Stream's a bit behind the action.
See if I can speed mine up in the over. Oh, that has turned. That's definitely turned from Van Buren. If the one earlier on in the over was one that we're not quite sure about. Yeah, he's definitely played inside the first one.
I thought, yeah, it just looked as though he tucked it a bit.
I don't think he really played at that one either, but it did turn, and once again he's just tucking the bat again.
Yeah.
It's funny, wasn't it? I think he only did that once in his 100, but seems to be doing that all the time now. Actually, the one of the others was much wider than it looked. The shadows of Patel himself aren't exactly helping things. Never mind the slightly off angle. Last ball of the over. Van Buren bowl short, wide, and clattered on the cut shot for 4 runs through extra cover. It is threatening to tease Ed Middleton, but it was going to make it. So 24 for no wicket.
Gloucestershire's well, one of the 12th men was offering to chase round and did chase round, telling Ed, don't worry Ed, you're alright, you're going to have to bowl a bit. But the weary Middleton had his head down and wasn't looking, so he just sort of jogged all the way to get it.
They're going to finish with Ollie Price from the other end.
Well, that's the end from which he did get those 2-2 turn a touch, so Middleton isn't going to have to bowl anymore. As you say, he does look a tired boy. 2 overs remain in what has been at times attritional, but never less than absorbing day of county cricket.
I mean, Leicestershire have battled really hard. Scott Curry, in particular, I guess with those wickets just after tea as well, it felt as though it might just drift into this evening. But because Gloucestershire have managed to take a few wickets in that evening session, well, managed to bowl Leicestershire out for the first time, has just kept them interested enough that it's never gone really fully flat.
Round the wicket then. Price to Harris, who is forward. Oh, says Price, as the ball thumps into the middle of Harris's bat and it rolls out into the offside, where Ben Charlesworth gives it a quick shine on the back of his trousers, throws it to Price, who steps in and bowls. Harris forward again, back up the pitch to Price. Lots of oohs on that occasion, including from Van Buren at that deepish mid-on position. Price gives that one some air, looking to drive, and he did him in the flight a little bit there. Harris was sort of looking to drive, then he kind of checked the shot and ended up bunting it out off the thick outside part of the bat to cover, where Charlesworth fielded. Price in, bowls, fullish, but Harris just stands and waits for it and pushes it back up the pitch. He was in control of that one all right, Marcus Harris. 8 balls, legitimate deliveries remain. No extras. It's gone to sleep extras as Price is in and bowls. Harris is back, turning into the on side, but straight to Taylor, who's at backward square. Price is in, Harris defends, and ooh, Ollie Price, says James Bracey, has done his work for the day in terms of bowling anyway. 1 over, that's all he got, and it was a pretty decent maiden. Made Harris play, I think, at every delivery. 24 without loss off 12. Leicestershire 1 over remain in the day, and the 12th man, whomsoever it was, can take his pads off.
Looks as though we've got another bowling change. It will be Middleton to bowl the last over. And it is really starting to look as though Gloucestershire are going to have to spin to win on the final day, really, with the new ball already old, but also not really doing a huge amount. So I think it's going to have to be mostly spin. I'd also allow them to get through a couple of extra overs as well. Not made too bad a time today though, 6:15, and ready to start the last over of the day. 2 slips and a short leg for Ed Middleton. As Middleton is in with his leggies, bowling to Patel, who steers the ball to backward point, and there is no run. Not quite the sort of record tumbling day that we saw on day 1, or well, on day 2 I suppose as well, with partnership record on day one, then overall record. Gloucestershire's 706 for 6, their highest score in their first class history, as Rishi Patel turns towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Leicestershire have had an awful lot more to shout about today, with Rishi Patel's terrific 100, some stylish shots but also some sound defence, and then Scott Curry with that absolute vigil, 2 sessions and change he batted for today. Gloucestershire in the end getting the 5 wickets that they needed to bowl Leicestershire out the first time, but they still need 10 more as Middleton bowls to Patel, who sort of leans forward as though to defend, but again I suspect he's probably played inside it. It's still the case that most deliveries are not really turning. 3 balls remain. Middleton bowls a quicker delivery, and that fizzes through to the gloves of James Bracey as Rishi Patel is continuing to try to, well, I was going to say fox me with these plays inside the line. Middleton moves in, bowls, and a forward defence that time. It's easier when he uses the bat. It's played towards backward point, so 1 ball left in what has been a long, hard day at the office for Gloucestershire's bowlers. They've stuck at it. They've also stuck at it in the field. They came in needing 15 wickets to win the match. They have 5. And there's 1 ball left. 2 slips, silly point, short leg. With Rishi Patel waiting, 14 not out. Adding to his 100 from the first innings. Here's that last ball. Middleton bowls full and straight. Patel leans over the ball, holds the pose for a few seconds. And that is a day that Leicestershire will be pleased with. They'll be annoyed at some of the late wickets that they lost in that final session. However, they should feel that they have more than enough to see off the 96 overs that they will have to tomorrow as a minimum. With still 10 wickets in hand, they will feel that they are favourites for the draw. Gloucestershire, having toiled away, have yet more hard, hot work to do tomorrow. 10 wickets to take. If they can somehow manage that, it will be back-to-back championship wins for them.
Promises to be hard work though, that is for sure. The pitch is playing with, well, a marked lack of life, shall we say, at the moment. We will be back with you at 5 to 11, of course, here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road, for the denouement of this contest. Can Leicestershire save it? Can Gloucestershire enforce a victory? Ed Seaborn and myself, Richard Ray, will help you as you watch what happens or listen to what happens, as I say, from 11 tomorrow. But for now, from the East Midlands, it's a very good night to you all.